Right, Mayor, we are live.
All right, let's get started today. We are here for our capital improvement retreat, and can we have roll call?
Here, Vice Mayor Aslan, Councilmember Harris. Here. Councilmember House. Councilmember Matthews. Here. Councilmember McCarthy.
Here.
Councilmember Sweet. Here.
Great. Councilmember Harris, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Stand as able. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Councilmember Sweet, would you read our mission statement?
The mission of the City of Flagstaff is to protect and enhance the quality of life.
Thank you. And Councilmember McCarthy, our land acknowledgement.
Yes, Mayor. Thank you. The Flagstaff City Council humbly acknowledges the ancestral homelands of this area's indigenous nations and original stewards. These lands, still inhabited by native descendants, order mountains sacred to indigenous peoples. We honor them, their legacies, their traditions, and their continued contributions. We celebrate their past, present, and future generations who will forever know this place as home.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager, would you lead us?
Be honored. Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Council. Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Good morning.
This is another one of our budget retreats. I got these dialed in over the years. You know, we have a good process going, and they're invaluable retreats in terms of exchanging information, getting direction on this very important budget journey that we're on. We retreated in February and kick things off. The budget team actually starts in earnest, starts this process in like November, December. But we were here with council in February and had very good discussions. And then have we retreated since then? Help me out on that. Okay, so here we are today. Along this process over the years, this particular retreat has evolved. We didn't always have a capital projects retreat in and of itself. We integrated our capital projects discussion into other processes and council a few years back obviously had and justifiably a very high interest in our projects. So we elected to have a standalone retreat, and we targeted early April. We're doing this at the end of March. Then we'll retreat again at the end of April, and that's when everything starts coming together. That's a 2-day retreat, at least on schedule right now. And that will conclude our long and very important engagement with council on the budget process. But it's not the end of the process. And you'll hear and see the timeline in a bit. I don't want to steal other people's thunder, but we get back in front of you with an ordinance prior to your recess in the summer. And we do wrap things up by the recess. So with that, we're here this morning. We typically have a facilitator at these retreats. Today, we're facilitating internally. You're stuck with us. That was simply because all of our facilitators are in such high demand. So we decided to do this one on our own. It's going to be a bit of a tag team today. It will not be me up here. I'm just kicking things off this morning. It'll be a number of people. I do want to impress upon you that there's been a lot of effort going into this particular retreat, as you would imagine, because there's a lot of projects going on and there's a lot of projects planned. I would characterize it as, even with all the projects that are currently underway, Beulah intersection, the big projects on our Spruce Wash project out in Grandview, now with Linda Vista being closed, and just a myriad of other things happening. But this is the appetizer. The main course is yet to come. in my description of things, there's a lot of projects on the horizon and they will be starting, many of which will start over the next calendar year. And so we keep messaging that because it's so important, because we know what lies ahead. It's exciting and it's daunting all at the same time. Usually with our facilitators, by the way, the rules of engagement today are there are no rules of engagement. It's informal. And Mayor, with your consent, we'll just allow people to raise their hand at will. Yeah, free for all. All information is important. No bad comments or no unnecessary comments. Or no unwarranted comments. Everything is fair game. We do ask that if you're going to speak, just because we're on record here, that you get up close to. We have microphones actually in the front and the back, right? So we don't have to. People don't have to come. You can just stand up, just audibilize and.
You gotta come forward.
Really?
Yes.
But I see microphones back there.
Just this one.
Oh, come forward. Disregard what I just said.
Just for look.
That's just for looks. Come forward to this area so we can get you on record. And again, it's a little bit free flowing. We're going to cover a lot of ground today. Lastly, usually with our retreats and our facilitators, we always have like this warm and fuzzy exercise to get everybody into the right frame of mind for the day. I'm not very good at that sort of thing, but I've thought of something that I'd like to throw out here as a quick exercise. Don't worry, it'll be over quickly, I promise, and it will hopefully set the mood for the day as we're going to cover a lot of ground. So I was wondering if you would indulge me here. I need everybody to pair up. It doesn't matter if it's left or right, just find somebody and kind of pair up real fast. This won't take long.
Yeah.
Good.
I know.
Yep.
Three.
I keep thinking about pouring water out here.
It's only 10 minutes. I'm actually less than 10 minutes into it. Triple espresso. Okay, you've got somebody next to you. I would like the person on the left. Look at the person on the right and crack a big smile and look intently into that person's eyes and say two things. Two things. First, I appreciate you.
Oh.
And the second thing, I hope you have a wonderful day. All right. Okay. Now the person on the right. If you could return the favor and look intently at your partner on the left and say two things. Mind your own business. Quit staring at me. All right. That concludes my warm and fuzzy welcome. Hopefully we're all in the right frame of mind. Joanne, you ready? Okay, Scott.
I will.
Is that an OSHA issue?
Well, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Greg took the time that I was gonna pass over to Scott to do a trust exercise. But unfortunately, we did not have a trust exercise.
Everybody up on the tables.
So as Greg mentioned, we are facilitating this today. Last year, if you recall, we had Julie lead. And I look back at that time and it was actually the day after I did my meet and greet for this position. And I remember watching the entire retreat and just thinking, oh my gosh, what have I potentially gotten myself into with this job? But it was a great day of presentations and updates from our amazing team at Team Flagstaff. And that's what we have planned today. So today is an opportunity to get updates on all of our projects that we're working on in our CIP. It's probably going to be more information than you want and need, but I think it's really important to understand and our team as well to understand all of the things that It's a big list, and I just want to just recognize our team that worked on this retreat today. Myself, Scott Overton, Marty Donahue, who will be coming up next to do the Color of Money presentation in finance. We also had Paul Mood, our city engineer, Trevor Henry, Mac McNamara.
A whole bunch of people that put a whole bunch of slides together.
Yeah, so thank you to all of you for working on this presentation. It's incredibly comprehensive, and I think one of our goals, one of the things that I know, Greg and I have had a lot of conversations about. I know we've had a lot of conversations with council as well about how we get this information out to the public. I think this week has been a week where I think it's become just so important that we communicate the projects that we're working on, and making sure that our communication is going out to the community, that we have all hands on deck. And I mean, this morning was a bit rough, but I think it's been a pretty good week of trying to figure out what works and doesn't work on projects. And we're going to have so much more of that. And all of you are the ones that get the phone calls, as well as the city manager. I think we all do, but we just want to make sure that you have the information, to be able to tell the community what's on the horizon. So Scott, what did I miss?
Can I make the comment?
Sure. Yes.
In my 8 years on council, we've had facilitators, and sometimes we didn't. And our facilitators have been great. There's no doubt about that. But now that we have a great mayor, I don't know that we need a facilitator. Just think of the money we could save. So maybe keep that in mind as we go through the day. And I'd suggest that we don't need a facilitator. When Team Flagstaff knows what the hell they're doing. Thank you.
And I have to say, one thing I would say, so I'm still somewhat new in this position. I have to say, in the last, I think 2 weeks, I have had several people come up to me and say, this is the strongest team that the city of Flagstaff has ever had. I just want to point that out. Elected staff all the way around. So I just wanted to pass that on to all of you, that it's a comment that I keep hearing, and I just want to make sure I pass that on.
Before Scott gets started, can I just say something to the group? I just want the staff to understand and to know that you guys are experts at what you do. You have all the background, you have all the training, you have all the expertise. And I'm speaking for myself. If I stayed in this job 20 years, I would not have the expertise that you have in your individual jobs. So when I'm asking you questions, it's not because I'm challenging you, it's because I'm trying to understand. And so, as I tell people, I did higher ed for 40 years, and I guarantee you that you could not step into that role and do the dean of students like I did. And so all I'm asking is for you to give a little grace and just be patient with me. And I'm not speaking for anybody else. So y'all could just do that for me, because I am going to ask a lot of questions. And I don't mean for them to sound, I don't want you to be defensive. Just take it as I don't understand. Thank you.
Well said.
Thank you.
Heard and me and me and me and me.
Stopped here.
And I think that's. I would say the team is always open to answering questions and being available, to make sure the answer is.
Yeah, thanks, Joanne. I'll bring this all full circle. And again, welcome to Public Works. We're glad you're all with us today, as always. Sam is in charge of fresh coffee today, so good luck. But it is good fresh coffee. And if you need a coffee cup, there's plenty out there. Please help yourself. Make sure you feel like you're at home. If you need something, just let any one of us know, and we'll make sure you get some accommodation.
And make sure you get the full spray from the women's bathroom.
Stand right in front of that.
Not fixed.
Jen, distance. Aerators in the women's restroom, apparently.
What did they say about the children?
Haven't been in the women's restrooms yet today. Yeah.
The list wouldn't know.
Our department has some aerators to help.
We'll work on that today. So a couple quick things, and I want to just start with a quick story, and then I'm going to bring it full circle back for you as a city council person and a mayor, and the importance of this retreat and why it's so different than the other retreats, but an important element of the community's process. And then the education that you will receive today and the information that we get to share really is a privilege, but we are at a really unique crossroads in Flagstaff history. In 1904, there was a young man working in the city of Flagstaff that was not a city yet. And the town had not been incorporated, but they needed a community water source and they needed water for the community. So this young man also had a 14-year-old daughter at the time who wanted to have water recreation, dammed up a local valley about 4 miles to the southeast of here, backfilled it with, of course, rainwater, snow melt, and that became a lake. That pipeline came into the city of Flagstaff, provided the town with its water for its mill and its industrial operations as we became a city. About 2,000 residents lived in Flagstaff at that time. Tim Reardon had built Lake Mary, named it after his 14-year-old daughter, Mary. And at that time, it was Flagstaff's primary source of drinking water, as it still is today for surface water. So when you start to think back in time, early 1900s, we have had a legacy of establishing lots of different things from the capital side of the house. So when Tim Reardon had this image of building a lake for his daughter to be able to sail in Flagstaff, Arizona, it also provided a community with what was really the first establishment of formalized municipal water. Now, I share that story because I think it's really important as a council member for you to understand your role in those activities. There are hundreds of people that take on every capital project, whether it's a water treatment plant, an airport project, a building, roadway. Hundreds of people are involved, and they are technical experts, they are procurement experts, they are finance experts. But you have an important role because you speak on behalf of the community. What do you want it to look like? Where do you want it to go? How do you want the community to be shaped into the future? And I think that is the one piece that I would advise you today is you are going to take all of this information because it is really the culmination of council's prior and council's future, and it's kind of this continual path on delivery. Nothing will be done in one term, which is always difficult and frustrating, but you have to accept that there will be a future council that will end up inheriting some of your most challenging projects. Speaking from my personal experiences, I handed you a couple really hard ones, and you're working them through them, and we continue to work through them as a community. In my tenure on council, I saw 4 fire stations built, a runway expansion, an aquaplex, the first 4th Street Bridge over the railroad tracks, and lots of road improvement projects. You all will be able to look back at your tenure and be really proud of the things you deliver and be a part of. But I have to remind you, it is the hundreds of people that will support that effort, support that mission. And today, you're going to hear from lots of those technical professionals with lots of good imagery, lots of good information. We want you to absorb it. We want you to ask questions, and we want you to understand that this truly is the community rollout of what we do every year. Some are bigger, some are smaller, but take the time, ask the questions, engage with us. We have all of the technical experts either with us in the room or online, and we're here to answer your questions and get you all of the talking points you need. I do wish we could go back to 1904, though, because I think Tim had it easy. He just built the dam and built the lake. I don't know if we could do it anymore today, but it must have been fun. A few other items, but have a good day today. I think there's lunch probably around lunchtime. We'll have a break built in here. We'll take care of you, and Joanne will kind of keep tracking us, but generally presenters will kind of keep the pace, and we've run this a couple times, so it will be a smooth day, I would assume.
As long as we're done before the U of A game starts.
Yeah.
What time is that game? What time is it today?
11 a.m. No, I'm joking.
Double time it.
I think we're fine.
We'll get it up on this TV.
Yeah.
So just the plan for the day. So we're going to go into the color of money update from Marty Donahue with finance. And then we're going to go into our general government updates. We're going to go into streets, which should be a pretty quick update. And then we've split up transportation, all of our kind of roadway, and then bike head over the lunch hour. So we'll start with it. We'll have lunch and then come back. So I think it'll give you an opportunity if you do have questions to be able to ask those questions. We'll go into beautification, arts and science and prose, airport, and then we'll take a break. And then after that break, we'll come back and do solid waste, water. And then after that, there'll be an opportunity to go through the CIP, which was included in your packet, and talk about longer term priorities with the city manager. So Marty, I think you're up.
Scott and Joanne, thanks.
Scott, but
Everyone must tell us a story before they present.
Yes.
So go ahead.
Hello there, Mayor, Vice Chair. I guess my story is, I've been in, the city of Flagstaff for 8 years, but my wife, who is also, a member of, the city of Flagstaff in the housing department, has been born and raised here in the city of Flagstaff. So in our family, the city of Flagstaff is very close to our hearts, as you did. So I'm just gonna kind of move along through. Joanne gave a brief agenda. And then we had our welcome already. So I'll go into overview and the color of money. So what is the capital improvement program? Multi-year planning and programming for our construction and long-term acquisition, our high-cost acquisition projects. It includes projects adopted during the budget process, a long-range study of construction and acquisition of high-cost assets with a useful life greater than 5 years. They're needed to adequately finance, design, plan, budget, and implement construction and acquisition projects. Often, large capital projects are part of ballot initiatives, so they're very important to our city and all our voting members of our community, but they do not include routine maintenance projects. So what is the advantage of doing a capital improvement program and really looking at all our capital projects holistically instead of focusing one project at a time? The first advantage is cash management capabilities. By reviewing the sources and uses of the funds on a project basis and within the context of the entire capital improvement plan, as well as the related cash flows, we can maximize our investment earnings and our cash flows. So this is very important. As well as we look at our capital improvement program from a debt management perspective, which allows us for planning of financial requirements in the debt repayment schedule to allow for current and future needs relative to debt service capacity. I'm sure everyone on city council wants to make sure that we are all paying all our debts. This is very important. And looking at it holistically gives us the best opportunity to make sure that we reach all our obligations. And the last item on this slide is expenditure controls. That funds are expended as intended, and the appropriation becomes the project management budget. So we appropriate these monies, and then they become how we track the project through its life. And the last two items that kind of benefits of looking at the capital improvement program holistically is it provides budgetary controls. Operating cash flow projections serve as a check and balance on the progress of a project, both in terms of the time schedule. We want to make sure that all our capital projects are done on a very timely basis so as to use our monies as responsibly as possible, and with the second point, minimize disruption to our citizens. I know we all love these road projects, and one thing that we like to keep in mind is these road projects and all the different projects on our city have great benefits, but they also can cause some burdens to our citizens, especially with traffic or just not being able to walk your favorite route. So we like to keep this all in mind when working on our capital improvement program. And then this is kind of just a general overview of the different funds that we're going to be looking at today. So we're going to be looking at the general fund, the library fund, the parking district fund, capital project funds, including non-general obligation bond projects, as well as GO bond projects. And some other items we're going to be looking at, we're going to be looking at streets, which includes HERF, and then as well as our transportation tax projects, and BBB, our bed, board, and beverage tax, including beautification, arts and sciences, recreation, and then some of our enterprise, our solid waste, airport, and water services. Now, you ask yourself, what is the color money? and it's not the 1986 film with Tom Cruise. So the color money is, we have these little money bags that you're going to see throughout the presentation of the general fund, special revenue fund, debt service funds, capital project funds, and enterprise funds. In the next couple of slides, I'll go over what all these funds are, but be on the lookout for these money bags because they'll tell you the funding source of these projects. So first of all, we have the general fund. It accounts for the revenues and expenditures used to finance traditional services associated with the municipal government that are not accounted for in other funds. And most revenues are unrestricted. We think of these funds as police, fire, finance, the different items that are the base operations of the city. And then special revenue funds are used to account for revenues derived for specific taxes or other earmarked revenue sources. I'm an accountant for HERF, which is a special revenue fund that receives funding through the state. And then debt service funds are used to account for the accumulation of resources and payments of long-term debt. These funds are to ensure that we fully pay all the obligations that the city has made. The last two funds are capital project funds used to account for major capital acquisitions separate from ongoing operations. One example of this fund is our new downtown mile fund to help support those large capital projects that are outside of the normal operation. And last but not least is the enterprise funds. These are self-supporting through user fees. Some examples of these are sustainability, the airport, water services, solid waste. That is my last slide. So is there any questions before I toss it over to CJ?
I appreciate that you all do this at every retreat because it's good to be reminded of how everything is paid for, even though we know it, sometimes it slips to the back of our minds. So thank you.
Agreed. Sure. Councilmember McCarthy?
I understand how, like, the water is a enterprise fund. You know, it takes in money and it spends money, but sustainability, that's an enterprise fund?
Sustainability receives part of the blanking on the water.
So they're paid for on the water bill.
Essentially, yes. There's an environmental management fee as part of your water bill.
And so they're funded through that fee that's on our utility bill. And they don't really take money from the general fund, is that correct?
No, not necessarily.
Jump in?
Sure.
And thank you so much. This is a really good question, and I was going to make the comment in your question now. It's a nice segue to it. Our enterprise funds, and we rattled off a few of them. I would add to that list also the library, perhaps others, but some of them hold true to being self-sustaining financially and don't require a lot of assistance from other funds. Others, that's not the case. You know, right now with library and airport, and with some of the projects we're looking at with water services, and council knows this firsthand from recent discussions, we can't do it all internally with that particular fund. Help is needed along the way. We pursue grants. We look for direct assistance from state and federal, and sometimes there are the transfers of money out of the general fund sometimes. So enterprise status, we always strive to hold true to it, but there are times where that's not possible. Does that help?
Yeah, and then the comment about there's a specific fee on the utility bill that supports sustainability.
Correct.
Wasn't that the 52,000 that Nicole was referring to? Those ongoing projects like our composting and stuff, that was the carve-out budget that she was referring to that comes from the enterprise, the collection of monies out of our water bill, which is not clearly the whole project of sustainability because they do much grander things than that. Grant money and other monies, right?
Correct. And right on cue, Rick Tatter's chatting. Rick, you want to, either Rick or Brandy, anybody from finance want to jump in and give some further context to this?
Rick sounds great.
Rick?
Don't tell him that he's muted.
Yeah, let me just keep talking. Sorry about that. Good morning. Yeah, the environmental management fee is based on services on our municipal bill. So it's a calculated percentage of services that customers get from the city through their water, trash, reclaim, and so forth. Based on the amount of services received, each customer pays a different amount into the environmental management fee and supports sustainability for a lot of the projects that were mentioned just a little bit ago.
Thank you. I appreciate the discussion.
Thank you, actually. And Brandy, anything to add to this?
Yeah, as City Manager Clifton was sharing, there are some circumstances where we are using other resources to support our enterprise funds because they are not able to handle some of our larger capital projects or other needs, like some cost related to sustainability, especially when it comes to some of our costs related to carbon neutrality. We have the general fund help support that. Stormwater, luckily we got that $9.8 million appropriation from the state to help support stormwater. Those are just a couple examples of how sometimes we have to supplement those funds with additional resources.
But the difference is there's an annual, for every division, there's the annual budgeted amount that they know that they're going to get. But other funds are annual asks that they have to make.
There is, yep. So everybody has a base budget, authorized personnel. That is an ongoing cost of their budget. We have that funded in the 5-10-year plans. But then when people want, or divisions want budget above and beyond that, that's when they ask. And we go through the budget process to review those items.
Because ideally, we want to do so much for our cities that, sometimes our needs outpace the fees that we charge. But, we all seek to better our cities.
Yeah, great comments. And then an example of one fund where we are taking measures to make it more sustainable and more true to the enterprise status. And council just approved this a week ago with the 32-acre parcel approval. Huge, as we noted during the agenda item that night. Monumental. It's been on the table for years and years. And we just got that over the finish line. Thank you, council, for that. Eventually, the lease rents from that parcel it will go right to the airport fund and further that process of helping it become a true enterprise. Thanks, Marty. I appreciate it.
CJ, you're up.
One whole slide to go over. That's it.
Okay.
So just wanted to talk a little bit about our fiber projects. City Council has been giving us funding for fiber for the past couple of years. As we understand, broadband is an important part of serving our community. I can't really talk a whole lot about this except for the fact that we have an RSOQ out. We've got some respondents in, and we're currently in evaluation. And due to procurement rules, I can't go into much greater detail than that. But we're really hopeful that through this process, we will be able to bring additional service providers to Flagstaff, as well as meet the internal needs of the city in relation to connection of our facilities and all of that. So that's kind of what we're doing in relation to this. Beyond that, we've been working on a couple small projects connecting City Hall down to some of our existing fiber infrastructure on Butler, as well as NAU to be a more collaborative partner. And they are currently our ISP. They provide all of our internet service right now. So, and it also provides opportunities in the future for like research and things like that in collaboration between us and NAU. This process too is with the RSOQ. We have community partner involvement in that as well. So it's a very collaborative process. That's pretty much all I have. Yeah.
Troy. And I don't know if this is directly related, but I know when our internet service goes down at the city, it's because of satellites or whatever on the mountain.
Not, the signals on the mountain are what we do to interconnect different facilities together. So if that goes down, there's a certain subset of facilities that will go down. Which antenna goes down. If we're completely successful in getting fiber to all of our facilities, that will become our backup plan, not our primary connection.
That's where I was going with that, yeah.
So, yeah, that's kind of part of what this is trying to accomplish.
A question that's separate from the RSOQ, but on the same topic. How do we issue uniform video service license agreements?
So I can only go into that in a little bit, small detail. That's more of a question for legal. Basically, the state has requires all of us to offer those types of licenses. So we have a standardized license that's kind of based on the state standard that anyone who's providing video services as part of their kind of internet. So you think cable providers started as cable providers and then became internet providers later. There's a standardized form that they fill out. They can submit a license. Usually that starts through David Millis's office is where I would usually point someone like that to, but also it goes through our legal department as well.
Okay, great. So David Millis is the person to contact. And is there is the application on the website, or would they need to contact?
I would start by contacting David Millis, and yeah. Anya also in legal has that form.
Where she, yeah, because I was gonna say, yeah, to talk to Anya also there, you don't have.
Thank you.
But that process does not run through my department, so I have to give you the information I have.
That's all I needed.
Perfect.
Thank you.
That's great.
I have a question, CJ. How come the microphone in the back of the room is not working?
So right now, the way this room is currently set up is when we combine, it defaults to this as the primary microphone, so it doesn't pick up commenting and having chatter. In the so we as a purposeful thought, it has the capability to have that microphone work, and I'd love to get staff's opinion on whether they want their comments heard. So.
I don't know that we want to hear their.
No, that is the reason why.
Thank you. Other questions? CJ, thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, CJ.
Morning, Dan Musselman. I serve as your police chief. Here. Our request through budget, one of our many requests through budget, this was kind of our capstone request, was to build, in addition to the LEAP campus, an additional building. This building would be 12,000 square feet, at a price tag of currently of 4.5 million. What our goal with this building is, we have several expensive vehicles that we'd like to secure out of the weather: our SWAT truck, our bomb truck, an incident command vehicle. And this building would have 4 industrial bays for each of those buildings, for each of those vehicles. And then the 4th bay would be a search warrant bay for, say, often we do search warrants on vehicles. It's nice to get those vehicles out of the weather while you're doing a search warrant, and helps us with chain of custody from a police standpoint. That would be the bottom floor of this building. The top story would include a kitchenette, lockers, and 4 to 6 rooms with bunks to allow officers to stay the night. Often the city's hit with inclement weather. We've got a handful of officers that live in Winslow and Williams. When I-40 shuts down, they end up sleeping on someone else's couch or in their car out in the parking lot. So this wouldn't be permanent housing for them. This would just be, hey, it's go ahead and stay the night. Or the other scenario would be, say they're working a swing shift, they get off at midnight, they have court at 8 in the morning. Kind of no sense in having a 2-hour commute just to be back at 8 o'clock in the morning. So we'd allow them to electronically check out these rooms and stay the night. The city does not quite have the 4.5 million to put towards this project, but we were approved. Thank you, budget team. 250,000 to start the design, see what it looks like. to move forward. They also approved a hotel voucher program in the city manager's recommended budget. So if that scenario does play out where officers need a place to stay, we can put them up in a hotel rather than them risk falling asleep on their way home or sitting in traffic for hours. That's about all I have. Yes, sir.
Yeah, this is along similar lines of things I've mentioned before. On the second story, are there entertainment amenities up there? Pool table, lounge, pickleball court, et cetera?
We haven't.
It only took a half hour.
It's an old joke, but
There will be a multi-purpose room to use for training. The problem is I don't want people up there shooting pool while people are trying to sleep. The other option was, well, let's move our gym upstairs and people dropping weights shakes the building. So there would be a multi-purpose room for certain incidents, but we haven't really defined what that will look like yet.
okay. Yeah, I would hate to get into prescriptive mode about it, but please, on my behalf, feel free to do something with that space that allows for some downtime.
A lounge with a couch and a TV, maybe.
But I'm just one person.
So, in proximity to police station, so would that be what, over where the parking lot is, or?
Yes, Councilmember Matthew. It would be on the north end of the building. There's a grass pad there. Just right on the north end, adjacent to Sawmill Road. At least that's where we're looking right now.
And just one of the thoughts when we were in budget team was to fund the design and get this project shovel ready. And then the thought was that it would be a really good request for a congressionally directed spending request at the congressional level.
I also echo those comments. I think it's an excellent project. In these days, we have more officers who live elsewhere. I know we have our response time, and when they are here, they need to have their housing secured. This is not that, but what it does address is critically important, which is, like, as you mentioned, those swing shifts, the times with inclement weather, keeping our officers fresh, but also enabling them not to do drives home when they're tired or when the conditions aren't great. I think it's a great idea. Suggestion here, we probably should find another term other than barracks for this. You know, you can come up with something. I'm thinking like penthouse suites, but looking aside, something other than barracks, which kind of brings about a military connotation, but agree.
Yeah, sleeping rooms.
Sleeping rooms.
It could be like, you could market it as an Airbnb, you know,
Yeah.
and raise money that way that people come to Flagstaff
Yeah.
and stay in a particular
I like it.
Airbnb and raise.
They can take tours of the SWAT mobile and some of the other things out there.
Walks.
Edge for 5 minutes, that sort of thing.
Out of curiosity, how many officers do we have that do not live in the city limits? Do you have any idea? Just curious.
I would say more than half live outside Pacific city limit. We have a lot in Donny Park, Belmont, Chena areas. My best guess would be about half.
And so the response time is when they're on duty, not when they're off duty?
It's twofold. So we require everyone to be able to get to work within an hour. So the people in Winslow are really pushing it, but on a good day, they can get here. Response time also refers to the amount of time from when you make the call to the police department requesting an officer to getting the officer to your call.
But they're on duty then.
They're on duty then.
So they're in the city already.
This does help with response time, specifically if there's an incident where, say, we have somebody shooting at people, gets our people into that SWAT truck and gets them going in that direction a lot quicker versus when we store those vehicles offsite.
Tell me again how many officers we have?
We're authorized 119, staying at about 101 right now.
Half of them live outside of the city limits.
Would be my best guess.
And one last question for this, and so that half that lives out of the city limits, by any chance would you happen to know if they lived out of the city limits when we hired them, or did they move the other way?
Couldn't answer.
Okay,
Couldn't
thanks.
answer that.
You know, yeah.
No problem.
I will say the more senior officers, most of the more senior officers do have place within. It's the.
So it's the newer ones that don't.
Well, and even that's calculated. So some of the brand new ones are still in apartments and whatnot that not married and don't have families.
Thank you.
Other questions? I have a comment, Chief. Are you gonna miss these retreats?
I was just saying, this is my last capital improvements retreats, but I will miss my people. I'll miss you all.
Sorry to put you on the spot, but we all take note that your retirement is right around the corner, and I can't help but imagine that you will miss wonderful retreats, and we will miss having you at. So thank you so much.
And I might just come back for the food.
Okay.
Next, we have library. Tilson. Linda.
Line. There
You wanna,
seems to
you
have
wanna
been a
switch it
technical
up and go
difficulty.
to,
Lovely, Linda.
district?
Why don't we do parking district
Okay.
first, and then if Linda's able to join us, we'll come back to this. Luckily, I'm parking district as well, so that worked out.
Maybe you can sing for us.
I can. Oh, we're supposed to do stories. Try to do a story in song.
Yeah, do it.
Hold on a second.
I think that's a symbol that I'm gonna make him start drinking. So we should probably move down.
No, it's all good.
If I get back to parking district. As you know, the parking district is actually obligated to provide 20% of its funding towards the building of parking within the district. I know this is not as fun as a song and stuff, but just kind of rolling forward. We used 20% comes out of what's called the lockbox. And that 20% has accumulated to about $1.5 million, which sounds like a great deal of money to most people. But when it comes to the idea of a $20 million parking garage, it's really not that much yet. But it is still building. Part of the reason it's built a little slower than we anticipated is, you'll recall, during COVID, we actually shut the program down for over a year. And obviously that impacted those revenues coming in, but it was the right thing to do. What's also interesting, though, is that we no longer really think of this as the right answer is to do a large parking garage the size of a block and $20 million. Now the idea is to find ways to partner potentially with various developments throughout the district to make sure that parking's accessible in various locations and that we don't have these large monolithic properties that are there. So, for instance, there is parking that's a part of a conversation with Flagstaff, the Foundation for Senior Living, and also a garage that's planned as part of the Downtown Connection Center. We've got our eyes on a number of other potential developments that are coming forward. But as you can imagine, we're working with the timelines of those developments. And so it becomes somewhat challenging to create that for ourselves. It's part of the philosophy of working with those developments. I see there potentially, but it's part of the philosophy of trying to do it as a part of those developments. It does put us on their timeline rather than if we were trying to buy a parcel and then build that parking garage ourselves. But if we can do it for a lot less than $20 million and spread that parking out throughout the district, we still feel like that's the right way to go. Any questions?
The old courthouse building. And I'm trying to recall how the conversation that we had a couple weeks ago, but so is there continued conversation about partnering with, parking down below, housing above?
Yes, actually, part of that request for proposals that we're putting out does say there's only a few things that we're saying are required, if you will, right? In general, the direction from council was clear, make it as flexible as possible. But parking
in part because of that connection to the courthouse and to the previous conversations around the courthouse. Parking is one of the things that we're saying, how much will you provide? So they still have flexibility within it, but it is something that we're asking, how can you provide part of our contribution to parking in the downtown? We're also putting in the request for proposals, though, that in order to make sure that that contribution is something that works within the development and helps with their performa, so we're not limiting that too much, park flag revenues, part of those 1.5 million, could be a part of that process. So perhaps Park Flag buys some of those spaces or pays part of that cost for the public parking. That's part of what we're hoping to hear is if they say they can do it on their dime, obviously that would be something more in the interest of the city. But if they need us to pay, that's obviously part of it as well. But yes, parking will also be likely at that location.
And I remember right, that was the promise that was out there in the city when all this came about.
Yeah, both Foundation for Senior Living, which is just north of the courthouse, and the old courthouse property should have parking that relates to the courthouse and to provide for the downtown district by the time we're all said and done. That being said, again, it's on schedules that we don't have complete control of. Foundation for Senior Living obviously was in front of you just recently to receive some funding that will hopefully get them started within this next year. They'll be able to provide, if it all works out, because at this point it's more of an informal agreement, but we could get 97 spaces from that particular development. And then at the old courthouse, we'll obviously hope to achieve some parking there as well. Although we do have a smaller area as part of the block, so to make sure that they can make it viable, we might have to check in on what number of spaces fit.
So go back to the Downtown Connection Center. I thought I heard you say that that's a possibility for parking garage. Correct. Is that a firm? Because my understanding was regarding civic space.
And there's uses, all those uses are on the parcel as currently designed, right? So the way the downtown, I don't have a visual for this, and my apologies for that, but the way the design for the current project works is there's bus building, which is going to be awesome because we have art and beautification going into it, and then the actual places where the buses come in, which has a name that is terminal, but that's not quite right. Anyways, where the buses are. Then civic space, which will also have art and some other pieces as well. But north of all that, accessing off Beaver, is going to be a surface lot initially. Hope that we can then build a parking garage on that surface lot. So it doesn't impact the civic space. It is a part of that design, and it fits just north of there. And part of the reason for that is, as you may recall, because we did have some of these conversations publicly, we had a lot of discussion around this, is how do we fit all the different uses on there? Right now, the Downtown Connection Center parking lot is the only off-street parking in the south side. And so while we find other places to put parking, there needs to be some ability to have customers and business people and employees parking in that area. So there's like a thin sliver to the north. I don't know if you can see how my hand is doing it. There's a small area to the north that is surface lot initially, hopefully becoming a parking garage, and then the civic space and the bus area.
Add some context to that.
Please.
Yeah, it was there was a lot of discussion on this over the last couple of years, council member, and we forged a compromise that remains in place and is very important. And that compromise speaks to the multiple uses on this parcel, and is certainly respectful of the need and the plan for civic space. But we couldn't forego all the parking on that side. As Dave mentioned, there's significant parking there now. I think like 300 spaces.
Yeah, it's in the okay. 200s, but yeah.
200s. Most of that is going to be lost. And to reach the compromise we did, we had to get creative and come up with a way to make sure there is some parking there. And it becomes paramount, not just because of the connection with downtown, but really the connection center itself will, it's envisioned that could be a bit of a park and ride facility, a central hub where people can come and get to and from wherever they want to go within the city via transit and have a convenient place to park, or if they're on foot or on bike, same comment, it's going to be very accessible. The creativity was to go up with a structure, and council agreed to that. The community agreed to it. We did vet it with, everybody involved with the South Side neighborhood and the plan for the Civic Plaza, which is still on the table, and that will happen. It will go up over the bus bays in part. So they are being designed for this to happen. And in fact, we may do some level of design of this project. It remains unfunded. So the surface parking that Dave made reference to is really not significant. It's down around somewhere between 50 and 75 spaces.
Yeah, it's like 62, I think. So exactly.
Yeah. So hopefully the eventual construction of a facility that goes up will provide additional parking. It's going to be imperative to the South Side community as well. As Dave mentioned, there are no public spaces right now, and that becomes important during the wintertime especially. We continue to have issues with on-street parking in the South Side, and to have a bit of a relief for people who need parking but cannot park on the street. This could be that, as well as employee parking, as well as visitor parking for the downtown area.
But it's not free, correct?
It will not be free, but it can be incentivized.
Another side benefit is if we have the garage there, hopefully that'll create a sound buffer for the civic spaces from the trains.
I have a comment and a question. The comment is, thinking about park and ride, it would be extremely practical for someone to ride a bicycle there and take the bus across town. So I hope that we include a lot of bicycle parking at the site. And then my question is, we have 2 train tracks that go there. That's going to go to 3. The tracks are taking some land to the south or to the north of where the current tracks are.
I'm not as familiar with all of that. Perhaps Greg knows better than I do.
I think I will. I know we have engineers in the room with us virtually. To the north is the quick answer. There won't be any encroachment on the city parcel by BNSF to accommodate this. I'm fairly certain, but
Trevor might.
Trevor, yeah, I see Trevor. Trevor, do you mind coming up?
Stop. I know
We
Christine.
have the guy here. Yeah. Trevor, while you're coming up, I know you'll be speaking more to this later on, but if you can just address the question as to that third rail.
We might have it in a future slide as well.
Yeah, we
In
will.
the downtown.
Yeah, I can wait for my answer. I'll be here all day.
No, please do.
Whenever.
Good morning, Trevor Henry, Capital Improvements Engineer. I wasn't paying attention to the question. Could you repeat that?
I can frame it for you, Trevor.
Sure.
We're talking about the parking and the DCC facility in the Civic Plaza on the parcel of land where DCC is being built. Councilmember McCarthy raised the question of when BNSF goes to the third rail, there'll be a new bridge over Milton and a number of other things associated with that in the downtown mile. Will that necessitate acquisition of property from the city to the south? Or is it going to happen on existing BNSF right of way?
Yeah, thank you for the question and clarifying that. So what we'll do is the third rail will move to the north of the existing rails. So there will be nothing to the south. Everything to the north is BNSF property, EDOT property, and a little further to the west of Milton will be some property that we will have to negotiate as well as BNSF. So nothing to the south.
Okay.
Everything will shift to the north.
And it won't impact the Chamber of Commerce?
It will tie into where Beaver Street crosses the railroads. That's where it'll tie in. So it won't affect the Chamber of Commerce, maybe the very southwest corner where a trash dumpster is. That might be the only thing that might be impacted.
Appreciate the, sure. And the other comment I made, in case you weren't listening, is since it really makes sense for someone to get to the convention center, take a bus across town. And a really good way to get there would be either walking, no impact, or bicycles. So for bicycles, we need to assure that we have quite a bit of bicycle parking.
Okay. Yeah.
Just something to keep in mind when we're laying this out. Thank you.
Okay, since you're up here, this is not a question that's on the foremost of my mind, but it came to mind. I thought I'd ask about it. Little known fact, I'm aware of a prairie dog colony on that corner over by the bridge north of the tracks. I guess that's BNSF territory, but are there plans for relocating that prairie dog colony as the rail is going through or as the bridge is being made? Just curious.
We have not made, we haven't gone that far yet to look in to see what's there. Definitely we'll be looking at prairie dogs, kind of seeing what we can do there, but that is BNSF property. There is a park that we have and that we operate and maintain, but it is part of BNSF property. So we'll have to work with them and figure out
Let's look into their protocol for the relocation of life and just make sure we're got our T's crossed and our I's dotted there.
Good. Trevor, thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Any more questions on the parking district?
You back on? I don't see her in the meeting.
I just got an email from her. She's not going to be able to make it. That's why I checked my phone. My apologies. So you get stuck with me. Heidi's also unavailable. And, hopefully I'm an okay substitute. Please do. So the downtown library was completed in FY23. Hopefully you all had a chance to explore it and see it. It is award winning as of Saturday. Very excited. The award of distinction for Arizona Forward was received by this project, so we're very proud of it. And thanks so much for that. This year, a window project, the replacement of all the library windows, which are almost 40 years old, have had some struggles recently, and that replacement is going to benefit everything from our air use and therefore our climate impact to the functionality within the building and the appearance. It's a $2 million project. Super grateful to have it funded. Thank you so much. Questions on the library?
Yeah, are there any more comments on this project? Are we going to talk about it again later? No.
I add, and Scott, I see you making your way and
The next slide. So
yeah, but if you can touch on the window project, because there was a lot of discussion of this with the budget team, and Scott serves on the budget team. And this is an important topic, I think, to get in front of council, and that is staffing for all these projects. This project, the funding of it, and we are very grateful to council and I know the budget's not adopted yet, but is in the budget. Critically important project. Some of these windows, they all need replacement. Most of them are no longer energy efficient. Some of them are leaking. It's time, and they are 40 years old. Scott, could you speak as to potential project oversight of this and how we are getting a little bit creative with that?
Yeah, I think it is an important topic to talk the project management side of the house, actually throughout all these projects today. And we will try to cover that as best as possible. And it's a good segue because this project we've been chasing since 2019 has not always been fully funded. We had some escalation in windows, lack of ability to get that product. So it's kind of been pushed from year to year as a carry forward. And then credit to budget, we finally figured out we have to fund it. We have to put enough money in the pot. Let's get this resolved as a public facing facility. But it went through our facilities advisory process. It went through our vetting. We have no one to deliver the project, which is another difficulty because you fund it, you still have to have somebody that can do all the paperwork and actually go on site. This one has been a creative combination. If you recall, Adam Yali, who's online with us, he used to work in public works. He is now at the airport. We've asked, and I think we're going to find a way to kind of get Adam back over at the library. He was pretty instrumental in this project in the earlier days. And now we're going to have to kind of leverage some talent out of a different division again to come back and give us some assistance to deliver this. And Adam, I know you're aware, so it shouldn't be any big surprise, but I think it does show and demonstrate the willingness of all staff to kind of figure out a way to deliver things when we have the opportunity, but that doesn't always mean it's going to be the direct or most clear fit. This historically would have been delivered by Public Works probably, but in a facilities program, but this is one where Adam hopefully can be able to pitch in and we can support, get this one delivered in a year's time. So it does speak to the creativity we oftentimes have to come up with and push and pull against other projects. And Adam has a full plate at the airport. So it's a balancing act for sure, but it's one we'd certainly like to get delivered. Adam, do you have anything to add?
Thank you, Scott, and budget team and mayor, council, vice mayor. Good morning. Nope, you capsulized that very, very well, Scott. And yes, I'm going to be on board for this. I'm excited to get this project done. So we'll be starting here in the summer.
That's awesome. Thanks, Adam. Yeah, please.
I suspect this would have been mentioned if it were part of it, but just to confirm, does Noresco have anything to do with this particular?
That's a really good
effort.
This is not in the Noresco contract.
No overlap there with.
Now, we will clearly be putting in a high quality energy efficient window, but it is not related to the Noresco contract.
I was just wondering budgetarily if there was.
Good question.
So this isn't just a city library, it's a city county library. Yep. So are they going to contribute to this project?
Heidi, Brandy. The answer is probably going to be yes. The question is if you can come up and answer the funding sources and the split between county and city, being a city county library, those funding sources. I don't remember them off the top of my head. Maybe you do.
I don't know if I can get the exact split, but for the city library, it is about a 60-40 split. I can get the exact percentages. The library district pays about 60% and the city funds about 40% of ongoing operations. Obviously, we've put a lot of additional funding, one-time resources of general funds to pay $1 million towards the windows as well as the boilers and some other capital projects. I think the entranceway, we've added some money there as well to fund those projects. Obviously, the branch libraries are 100% funded with district taxes, though they are our employees and we manage them, those libraries.
As far as this project, though, it's not clear if the county's going to contribute to it.
City library district funds and there's the additional fund.
Yes. So they have fund balance sitting.
What I'm hearing is the county will contribute.
Yeah.
The district.
Yeah, through the district tax.
District. Okay, so it would be in proportion to the way the district thing is set up.
So you could say the first.
I care about the details. Fine, that's enough.
You get into the weeds if you want.
All high level, it's very good. It's a good opportunity to mention this. We're having exploratory discussions about the governance of the library, the many libraries that are now, as we know from this conversation, jointly operated or owned with the city and with the district. Stay tuned on that. It's coming your way. It's right now getting processed internally. We're meeting with the county attorney. I say we on our end. It's our office along with Heidi and Linda from the library. Very exploratory, but it's an important discussion. So
thank you for all the info.
Thank you both.
Yeah, thanks, Brandon.
If I can add to what Scott said and going back to the mayor's request for everybody to tell a story, there is a story here, and I think it's an important one. Scott made reference to staff resource sharing here, and that's happening throughout the organization. We are borrowing employees from here and there to help out as needed. Project management is probably the best illustration of that. You're going to hear today about a lot of teams doing a lot of projects, and they all don't fall neatly within the capital projects umbrella. All the divisions or most of the divisions have involvement. So that's a good story, Scott, and I'll mention on point with that story and back to Dave McIntyre. Over the last year, preceding all these projects is a lot of real estate acquisition. Council knows that these things ultimately come to the dais. We've been struggling with our resources with real estate internally. We go outside for help on that. We have our legal team and we go outside with our legal team on that. We borrowed Dave's expertise and his time to help us with some real estate acquisitions over the last year, and we're grateful for that. It is not what he does in economic vitality, but he's got a background in that, so we were able to borrow him, much like what Scott said with Adam borrowing his services from the airport to help out with the library. So thanks.
Or maybe we should change the city motto to "Get her done."
Get her done.
One part of the organization.
Anything else? Thanks, Dave. Thanks, Scott.
Up for the next slide. So we quickly start with my story. If any of you can guess, interrupt for just a second. Give a shout out. Back on that library project, Kevin Finsel, as we worked with the Department of Education to get that ADA compliance in place. Ramp did a tremendous amount of work, making sure we were square with the DOE. So yeah, it was wonderful.
It was wonderful, and there was a lot of work going into that. It was behind the scenes, Sterling, and we're so grateful. We checked that box. We are now ADA compliant, and it's a big deal for the city.
Yeah, and Sterling, it speaks to the point again. In the opening comments, it's hundreds of people that have a small piece, but it's a really important piece to keep these projects moving. My very quick story. Anybody want to take a guess at the #1 project that I found as a council member to be the most rewarding and most fulfilling?
Nation of Lake Mary.
I wish I could take Mr. Tim Burden's credit. Amy. This core services campus.
Yeah.
I mean, this is it for me. So this was by far my capstone project, and we're going to complete it. But this for me was really, as a council member, the shining star of success. That was early in my tenure. I inherited that one from a very smart council, but this one here, start to finish. And take a lot of pride in this facility, and clearly our employees do. But for me, this one was a big one.
It's lovely.
Appreciate you guys being here today. STEM Education Center. This is a project you have seen a year ago. I wanted to give you a quick update, and I am still the assigned PM on this project, as it has not moved to delivery yet. This is the former Fire Station 2 in South Sunnyside, there next to Montalvo Little League Field. Quick reminder, the existing fire station will be demolished with the exception of the mural wall on the south side. We have incorporated that mural wall, as you see in the image, into the new conceptual designs. Conceptual designs were completed right around July of last year, and we took that packet through our city process in community development. And we are now nearing that final process approval for site plan review. And we are now in the, what I would call kind of the final stage of the drafting of the request for qualifications. So we have solicited input from the neighborhood association, from some of the service providers that provide this type of educational programming. And we've started to gather all of that information, and we have put a lot of that into our solicitation, so that as we go now to solicit a full-on design and build contractor, we will get that firm or firms on board and hopefully move this to its next step in the process. So still not to the finish line for delivery, and we're not quite there, but that public input is very important. This is a really important, intriguing project. It is funded using some of the Recovery Act monies. So that's one of the easy boxes to check. I will point out, as soon as we get through the RSOQ process and we award the design build process, we'll have to go through further refinement of that final construction document and design work. Then we go to construction. The actual use of the building and the service provider that may or may not work within the future built structure has yet to be determined, and that will be a separate solicitation. So generally, we will get this underway, we'll get it built more towards its finish line, and then we would have another procurement that would talk to someone that would use and work in the building. So a little bit different if you hear that language or that terminology. I am more focused on the construction, not the use. Use will come a little bit later in the process. Great.
If I can add on to what Scott said, I want to give big props to Scott and those who have helped him on this project. We approached this with council a year ago this time, at this very retreat a year ago. And council was pretty enthusiastic about it, but we heard a couple of comments, and those were, you need to vet this with the neighborhood. and make sure it's in line with what the neighborhood envisions. We did that. Scott was a part of that. Rebecca was a part of that, and others. Sunnyside Association not only knows about this project, but council has received a petition from the association last summer supporting this project. They are likewise enthusiastically supportive of this. I get asked about this from time to time. So it's a fun project. It's going to really help the neighborhood. It's also, in my opinion, the most important factor here is it's taking a vacant building on city property and repurposing it to the benefit of the neighborhood. That's the amazing story behind this. So I want to thank Scott and everybody who's been involved in this. It's a wonderful project.
Right next door is a baseball field. And sometimes those people have to go to the bathroom. Has that been addressed?
It has, excellent question. Prior, there were 2 small restrooms in the back of the former fire station. There are 2 new restroom buildings that are adjacent to the primary structure. They're actually right here in the image, and those are to serve the perimeter uses and the Little League patrons. So we'll join up with Parks and Rec and we'll make sure they have access, but they are outside the primary structure, but for the use of the.
Those will be available even when the primary structure might be closed.
Correct.
Thank you, Scott.
Yep.
He has all the answers.
On that one I did. All right, Engineer Mood.
Thanks, Scott.
All right, good morning, Paul Mood, City Engineer. I'm filling in for David Peterson, who's on vacation. Not a story, but just a quick update. We did lose Jeremy DeGuider to ADOT, but we recently promoted David Peterson from a senior project manager to a senior lead. So, you know, that's a good job for David, and gonna do a great job. This is the USGS building renovation project. As many of you know, the city owns the buildings up by Buffalo Park, and we rent them out to USGS, and a few of the buildings are very old. I've never been there before, so I got the privilege to go up on the roofs, go through the buildings, look at all the mechanical systems with the engineers and architects we're using, and just a great facility and a lot of really neat stuff going on in there with USGS. This project is going to do the roof repairs on buildings 3, 4, and 5. When we were going through the buildings, we can see where there's, you know, leaking and they have buckets ready for rain and stuff like that. And then mechanical upgrades to buildings 3, 4, 5, and 6. And then some pavement replacement. This really old parking lot up there. So we're really trying to get that so we can make those buildings usable for about the next 10 years for USGS. We currently have an architect on board that has looked at the roofs. They've got a mechanical sub that's looking at the HVAC. They got a civil engineering sub consultant that's been out there and looked at all the asphalt, taken cores of the roofs, cores of the asphalt. So we're just getting those reports in, and you should be seeing, I'm not sure if we can do it internally at the staff level. We're using an on-call architect. So we're either going to be doing a full design contract with that architect internally, or if procurement requires, we'll come to council with it. So we're hoping to get the roofs and mechanical systems addressed this summer. So stay tuned on that. Yes.
Question. I didn't write down the colors of money.
That was my question too.
Kind of orange. I don't know. I'm going to defer to
Fund is that?
Martin back there.
The fund number, but it's a capital improvement. Red, it could be.
Capital.
That's kind of salmon.
And is it from the bond that was passed by voters years ago?
Don't believe so, but I'll let Martin answer. Defer.
Brandy, just pull up a chair.
Yeah.
Come join us, Brandy.
I think the build to suit project that we have in kind of the outer years of our 5-year program, I believe that's the bond.
Yes, that is the bond. The $3 million we have, that $3 million is actually reserves that we have from excess revenue collections that we will then repurpose back into the buildings.
So again, we're kind of doing our preliminary scoping, doing our field investigations, hoping to get that design underway this spring and hopefully construction this summer before the monsoons in winter to get that roof replaced. And then there's a bunch of mechanical units on the roof, so we have to do a bunch of, coordination. And then again, in the outer years, in our outer years of our 5-year plan, you'll see the build to suit where we will work with USGS to build them the facilities that they need. That's the bond project.
I was just gonna ask that. So the build to suit is funded through the bonds.
So the build to suit, so then are we tearing down the rest of them?
Not all, not all of them. I believe it's just 3 and 4 with the access through them.
Okay.
And then it'll always be new building.
But then we'll keep the other ones.
Correct.
And then, so what's the life of the other ones? Are they okay? Okay.
Yeah, they're newer buildings. We are doing assessments, like building 6 is newer. So building 6 does need some mechanical work, but it has a good roof right now.
And then USGS, they have the whole thing other than, there's another group up there. Isn't there?
Yeah, I'm not sure if they're in those buildings.
Moonshot is up there.
Moonshot.
To the south.
Yeah.
I have a question for you or Rick on the phone.
I can feel Rick over my shoulder.
Yeah, it's over your shoulder.
Over your shoulder. Just, the bond to do the build to suit, what bond was that? What year was that?
Rick?
I believe 2004, but I would have to research and confirm that. And just to be clear, this is not a general obligation bond or any type of issuance like that. This would be a revenue bond. And being a revenue bond, it is backed by the lease contract and lease proceeds of GSA / USGS to pay back the bonds, the revenue bonds that we issue. Really intended to be a net zero on behalf of the city of Flagstaff. We may do some initial investment into making sure the project is financially feasible from our reserve funds from USGS, but generally supposed to be standing by its own on the revenue source to pay back the loan.
Thanks, Rick.
Any other questions?
Also, we're gonna take a quick break, 15 minutes, and get back a little earlier, get back at 10:15. That works for everybody. All right, Paul and Trevor, you're up. Oh, I'm sorry, Sam Beckett's up. I'm sorry. Paul?
Set the bar kind of low and then let those guys knock it out of the park.
Sorry.
All right, good morning, all. Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm here this morning. What we're going to talk about here really isn't going to relate to HERF as much, but I'm going to talk about the tie to it. What we're going to talk about is a program that's a maintenance program. Not necessarily building something new, but maintaining what we currently have. We know that we have plenty of roadway out there. There was a tax that was proposed and approved back in 2014, and that tax was really designated to maintain current infrastructure, keep it up to par and keep us moving forward. That cost is significant each year. The reason this project winds up in this capital retreat, though it's a maintenance project, is because it's so large. It is a large maintenance project, probably the largest one we have in the city for an annual maintenance project. You can see here, we see about $7 to $8 million a year, depending on how we see money's getting carried over projects that we tried to get a road in one year and it just didn't work out, so we had to move it to the next year. The goal of this is to get out there and replace or repair, let's call it that, repair as much of our road infrastructure as possible. Bond went into place just because a lot of our road segments were falling down. How do we get them caught back up? Well, we'll try and get them up to a good standard and keep them there. Up here in our environment that changes day to day, I'm gonna get sunburned today, but tomorrow we'll probably get a little snow. So dealing with that, our roads get impacted significantly. Dealing with freeze thaw, dealing with rain impacts, the high UV impacts also degrade the oils in the roadways. So that constant involvement of maintaining them. So this fund specifically works on the asphalt overlay project. One of our projects this year you're going to see is going to be Aspen Avenue. This one's going to cause some disruption in the downtown. We're going to do our best to coordinate with businesses, but I think anybody who's walked that corridor, who's been down there for a special event, we all know that road is more than ready to see its treatment. We've also got a rebuild of Lucky Lane, and we're trying to get the University Drives into University Heights on the north and south end rebuilt. They're just due. The piece that ties back to HERF on this is we do our best to close gaps in areas when we're working on these roadways of sidewalk. So sidewalks adjacent to the roadway, but we can't use the bond to purchase new sidewalk in those areas. We work with Martin, we work with Jeff, we work with engineering to make sure that we can try and close gaps where there's any gaps in sidewalks. And we also go through and we repair sidewalk and curb in those areas. So Aspen Avenue is a prime example of that. Many of the sidewalks, a lot of the ADA ramps are all going to get rebuilt as part of that project, just to make sure that everything gets done and it's not just an overlay and we walk away from it. It's ensuring that the infrastructure is in a good spot moving forward for the next 5 to 7 years. The primary focus of this particular program, and I think I hand it over to Trevor with any questions. Yeah.
And I've heard different comments over time about, because of our, like you said, sunburn today, snow tomorrow, the expansion and retraction of the asphalt really beats up our roads all the time. Is there any different product besides asphalt and asphalt overlay that we could utilize up here?
That's something we're constantly looking at. We're using even a new rubberized asphalt that just is more forgiving in our environment, but it's not as conducive when you get down into the valley where temperatures hold higher for longer. So we're trying to find the balance and finding the right materials to hopefully prolong that as far as we can, but the impacts are pretty drastic.
I believe I've asked this before, but I wonder about efforts to lobby at the state level so that our distribution of funds is recalculated with respect to the fact that our conditions are different up here and throughout the rest of the state, and we go through wear and tear and breathe and thaw more quickly than other places. I think it's a fair ask.
Yeah, I'd love to see that change. It's been the same for 30 years. It's going to be really, really tough to see any movement on that side of it in particular. When it comes to the HERF dollars, this one here is coming from obviously that local bond. But on the HERF side, I agree with you. If we could find a way to see any movement in there, that would be great. At this point, I just want to keep encouraging Heidi and her team and their efforts to bring people into the region as they come here. Those tax dollars wind up back in our roadway networks from their fuel tax. So at this point, that's the best effort we can do. But I agree with you.
So I don't think they've increased the gas tax in something like 25 or 30 years.
Been locked in.
And so I guess my question is, have the cost of road repair gone up in the last 30 years?
Significantly.
I guess I know the answer to that question. I'm just asking it to make a point that, in effect, what is available, adjusted for inflation, is continually going down. That's another legislature issue. Thank you.
Okay, so as people start driving more EVs, they're still using our roads. Is there any discussion anywhere starting about how we recoup some of those funds to help us with this? Because if the gas, nobody's driving gas cars, if that's what happens, we still need to do this. So has that conversation even started?
Yes.
There's been conversation on that. I've even seen some stuff that's attempted to go through the House, trying to get some traction on that. What I've been seeing is states have been taking a more independent approach. This was the first one where they started adding a tax on electric vehicles each year. Your upfront tax, I think, is $400 for the first year you own the vehicle, and it's $200 annually, which is about what it would equate to if you were buying fuel, and that percentage of that tax that would go back to road maintenance. So they're doing those, and there's actually, I think there's about a dozen states that are finalizing that process, just because they're seeing those impacts as well. It creates the same impact that a normal vehicle does.
Greg, do we know where we are? We meaning Arizona?
Representative
in process?
introduced legislation for exactly what Sam described. I'm assuming that it's dead.
Some of them are not seeing as much traction as others. They're trying to really focus on incentivizing electric vehicles. At some point, we'll find that balance, I'm sure. I hope.
This is a Google find, at least 7 states, Georgia, Iowa, Kentucky, Montana, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, and Utah have passed taxes on EV charging. Most of them will dedicate those revenues to road construction, although Iowa's tax will go to a statewide economic development fund. So by and large, but a handful of states.
Yeah, they're getting creative on how they do it.
Yeah.
Just great questions.
Yeah, great question.
Yes.
You have an estimate on the Aspen Avenue?
Yeah, I think we're going to do it over the 4th of July weekend. Sorry, let's give you fair warning. Right now, we're actually working on getting a construction contractor on board. We bring one on. That contract ended in January. We've been working with procurement. It closes the end of this week, so we're hoping that we have some good bids. As soon as we get that vendor on board, we can work on schedules and getting our GMP in place so we can get moving. At this point, it's going to be a real tight window for us this year in the construction window. We get the contractor on board.
Potentially after summer?
It will be late summer, I would assume, is best case scenario. But it's our goal to get that one done this year.
Thanks, Sam. Good to see you.
Yeah, right. No.
Okay.
Get up there.
Good morning, Mayor Council. I'm Eli Reisner, Capital Improvements Project Manager. As you can see on the map here, the Coconino Estates Improvements Phase 1 project is located just north of Flagstaff High School at Marshall Elementary School, the Coconino Estates neighborhood just west of Fort Valley Road. This project was a utility and roadway improvement project. The utility improvement consisted of replacing the existing water and sewer mains and services for the entire limits shown here, and upsizing the storm drain infrastructure at the Navajo and Beale intersection to the Rio de Flag. The roadway improvements consisted of completely removing and replacing the asphalt roadway, removing and replacing the existing rope, vertical curb, and adding sidewalk where it did not previously exist on Beale Road from the Rio de Flag to Fort Valley Road, on Navajo Drive from Beale to Navajo Road, and on Navajo Road from Navajo Drive to Fort Valley Road. This project was constructed by Eagle Mountain Construction, who was selected through a qualifications-based selection process to perform the construction manager at risk design and construction phase. This project was funded by the Road Repair and Street Safety Sales Tax,
There was also funding from the transportation tax under bicycle and pedestrian projects to fund the installation of the sidewalk on the project where it did not previously exist. The construction of this project was funded in FY 2020 through FY 24. The final construction cost for this project was $9.5 million. This project began construction in May of 2020, and despite the challenges this project faced, including COVID, floods, and record snows, we were able to complete the project and issue final acceptance in June of 2023. Then I'll go on to the Coconino Estates Phase 2, but does council have any questions on Phase 1? All right, for Coconino Estates Improvements Phase 2, as you can see on the map here, this project is located in the northern portion of the Coconino Estates neighborhood, just west of Fort Valley Road and across the street from Sechrist Elementary School. This project is very similar in scope to Coconino Estates Phase 1. This project was a utility and roadway improvements project. The utility improvements consisted of replacing the existing water and sewer mains and services for the entire limit shown here. The roadway improvements consisted of completely removing and replacing the asphalt roadway and removing and replacing the existing road curb with verdict. This project was constructed by a Standard Construction Company, who was awarded the project through the design bid build process as the lowest bidder. This project was funded by the Road Repair and Street Safety Sales Tax. There was also funding from the drinking water and wastewater funds for the improvements on Talkington and the side cul-de-sacs. The construction of this project was funded in FY 2021, FY 2024. Construction contract amount for this project is $7.1 million. The final construction costs for this project have yet to be determined. This project began construction in June of 2021. Despite all the challenges that this project faced, which were very similar to Phase 1, including COVID, floods, and record snows, we were able to complete the majority of the work and issue substantial completion on the project in July of 2023. Final acceptance is anticipated to be issued this year once we reach resolution with the contractor regarding payment for the contract and once the handful of remaining punch list items are complete. That is it for Phase 2. Any questions?
I guess I have a question. Council and the Transportation Commission and the subcommittees to the Transportation Commission have had a lot of discussion about this vertical curves. Has there been any feedback from the residents in this area about they like the other or vice versa?
I haven't received any feedback down to my level when they like more or not. So.
Okay.
I have a question. Sorry, were any of our internet providers included in this to install any additional infrastructure along with our improvements?
We did coordinate with all of our franchise utility partners for the opportunity to improve and or update their infrastructure within the limits of both Coconino Estates Phase 1 and Phase 2, as well as our own fiber team here at the City of Flagstaff. And none of the franchise utility partners wanted to improve their infrastructure within this limits, and then these actual limits fell with outside of the fiber's master plan. Flagstaff.
Is this it for you, or are you talking about other stuff?
I'll be back later this afternoon for Spruce Wash stuff.
Oh, good. Yeah, great. I just want to note, and been telling stories. We're going to lose you soon because you're heading into the private sector, and we're very happy for you. But it's going to be difficult for us to replace your great services. So
appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, we wish you the best, and thanks for all that you've done.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Good morning again, Council. Trevor Henry, Capital Improvements Program, Capital Improvements Engineer. So since we're ahead of schedule, do we have time for a story?
Yes.
Please.
Yes.
So let's see, this might be before the present council. Stacy might remember this, maybe Scott.
Oh, it's really
So-
old.
That's what I heard in all that.
I started working with the city in 1999 and been with development engineering and capital improvements. So 2016, I was in front of council, giving a presentation, and one of the council members, Councilmember Barrett, she heard my presentation. She was really engaged, really talking and kind of going through the items. And then after we were done, she just kind of stopped and she said, kind of in front of the council, "So are you new here? I've never really seen you." So I just said, kind of in a, I think Sterling might have remembered this one too, but I kind of stumbled through and I said, "Well, I've been here about 17 years. It's a little embarrassed, but easy to happen because I kind of always in the background, putting everybody forward first. And so then after that, for a couple of years, I was referred to as the new guy. There's probably a video that David Peterson put together that has that in there. So if you want to know what that's about, ask David Peterson, the new guy. So I am going to go through our transportation tax funded projects. David Peterson is on vacation, as you know. Christine Cameron is down in Phoenix for a Rio de Flag flood control project. And then also included with our presentation are two new employees with engineering division. I'll let them introduce themselves, but they're up here for the first time. So please be nice to them. We'll have Martin finish off with our foots and bike and pedestrian projects.
Perfect.
So the first one is Beulah University. So you've heard about this one many times. David Peterson is the project manager. We are doing a new roundabout kind of west of Milton. And we're also doing an extension of Beulah Boulevard up north to the roundabout. And then we're also doing a new intersection at Milton and University Drive. So all of that are the improvements that we're doing with Beulah. And right now, we are also doing a pedestrian underpass. So just north of the new intersection on Milton and University Drive. So that is kind of the scope, budget, 24 million. And then we're expecting to do some construction coming up soon. So some of the highlights I have for you are phase 1, which is west of Milton, will be completed soon. We're waiting for pavement. So as soon as the plant opens, we'll go ahead and pave that section. Phase 2, which is Milton going east, we'll start on the underground, the underpass. We'll start on some of the utilities crossing Milton. All of that will begin. So a lot of that work relies on ADOT coordination and just kind of working with them through that process. So we will have some road detours, we'll have some lane restrictions. And again, that's all kind of endorsed by ADOT. We'll kind of go through that scenario. The road restrictions and the detours will run from possibly April to October. That'll be in place. And of course, we're always doing work through our public information firm that we have on board, and they get the word out, they get the information out to the traveling public. So some of the things council might see soon are some updates. We like to get in front of you and provide updates on the projects that we're doing. And there might be maybe some discussions on potential cost increase. So everybody knows construction is getting expensive and things are going up. So we could possibly be in front of you, but our team is doing the best we can to mitigate the increases. That's Beulah University. Next slide will be a video. You've seen this before, but we wanted to show this again. Might need some help. just music.
Like music.
We might have to do it without.
Sing.
Really.
Where's McIntyre?
This is the extension of going north. So we're kind of, there's curb and gutter, sidewalk, the medians, you have the roundabout, kind of getting north, maybe turning maybe a little northeast now. Looking at the roundabout, the building to the upper right is the Montessori school. All of this is in place. This was late February when this was taken. So now we're going east, going to Milton Avenue. Underpass will be kind of north of that intersection, to the left of that intersection.
Digging that out. They were digging that out yesterday.
Yes, they're starting on that work. So some of that work also is utility work, some crossings.
So the students can go straight to Burger King.
Students, public, anybody can go underneath, and there still will be an opportunity to go at a street crossing.
Oh, I thought we were eliminating street crossings.
So there is the underpass on the north side, and there will be a street crossing on the south side.
Okay.
That was something ADOT still needed to have included.
Okay.
So you'll have an option. Use the tunnel. Crossing. Right. Yeah. So David Peterson is our drone pilot, and he just loves this type of stuff. He's also GIS. He's also IT a little bit. He does everything related to that newer technology. So if you ever want to visit with him or go on one of his flights, he does that periodically. Just let him know.
He did the one up on Inner Basin with the water.
Yes. Yes.
He's very talented.
So a lot of those pictures that you see on his projects are sometimes drone pictures. He gets a really good, again, he's really good at that type of stuff. Yes.
This will be a question for IT. When David released the first drone video of that, I tried to share it on social media for people, and there was a lot of blocks, like people couldn't view it, couldn't sign online. And I don't know if it's with our security levels that we have because it came in our email, but just no one could open it.
Sometimes
Me, I don't know.
We'll look into it.
Yeah, so I'm not an expert, but sometimes those videos can be rather large. So playing it on a social media site might be a little too big, so they can't generate.
It's not even opening, like, I wanted to do it on LinkedIn and stuff just as a communication thing.
But we will definitely work. I think we've worked with Sarah before to get smaller versions of the videos, and we're able to upload those to social media.
Yeah. With the soundtrack.
With the soundtrack.
Please.
Dave McIntyre singing. All right, next project, Downtown Mile. So Councilmember McCarthy, your question about the rails. So if you squint really hard, the rails, here's the Chamber of Commerce. Main is called the shoe fly, which is where the rails are going to move to the north. And that's a BNSF term, shoe fly. But it'll tie in right at Beaver. And it'll start to arc to the north and then tie in. So the red dash is existing. And the green with the blue is the new infrastructure. So we'll touch a little bit on the Chamber of Commerce, but most of it will be outside of any properties or buildings. So Downtown Mile, again, this is a suite of 6 projects. 2 underpasses, we have a drainage portion, we have work at Beaver and San Francisco with regards to safety improvements. We also have the Milton Road Bridge that we're going to be working on. So that's kind of the suite of the projects. You've heard many times our budget. We've talked about the construction. we've had the infra grant, which is Nationally Significant Multimodal Freight and Highway Projects Program. So that is a grant that we received in 2022 for 32 million. That will be the majority of the construction costs. So some of the highlights, we are getting very close, 60% design. We should have that possibly in May. And then in the spring of 2025, we'll have final design. So between May and next spring, we're going to get a construction manager at risk on board. So we'll have them in the mix to help us bring the design to completion. One of the things that when we get a CMAR on board for something this big, we can bundle projects, we can sequence, we can phase them. So council will see multiple GMPs. Until we get that construction manager at risk on board, we won't really know what will come first. The pedestrian crossings, the bridge, anything like that. So we'll just have to wait until we hear what the construction manager at risk has to say and what he'll advise us of. Currently, our design team is doing a lot of work with ADOT and with the railroad, BNSF, for a portion of Milton, that intersection with Sitgreaves. Currently, right now, Sitgreaves is a ramp that just gets on to 66. We are going to realign how Sitgreaves ties into Route 66. So there's a little bit of better kind of angling so that you're not always looking over your left shoulder. We're at a 90-degree kind of a tie-in. So there's work there, and that's kind of all related to Santa Fe Avenue and how that's all going to work. A lot of coordination going on there. We will definitely look into the prairie dogs, see what can be done. Questions on this project?
Trevor, thank you for this. So I'm looking at the construction schedule. It says summer 2025 to 2028.
Yes.
3 years.
25, 26, 4 years.
4 years.
4 seasons. 4 construction seasons, yes. And that's kind of what we know now, but we won't really know until we get the construction manager. Because he may have a better scenario, a better plan, get more done in 3 seasons, be done in 2027. On. Wesley Powell, JWP. So this is a project we've been before you before with updates. So there will be a new arterial roadway from Butler and 4th south, and then tying into the area near Pine Canyon subdivision. Included with that will be bike and ped facilities, also be water, sewer, storm drain, a lot of underground infrastructure. The budget for this project is shared between the large property owners, which are essentially the blue, the purple, light blue, some of those property owners. So they're going to be shared 60%, and then the city will be 40%. Total project cost is 45 million, and city share is about 18 million. So right now we're working with the large property owners, kind of them talking about the alignment. Back 2 years ago, council gave us direction for the yellow alignment, and with some conditions that we make sure it works with the area topography and also works for the landowners, because there's still some developable areas that need to be kind of looked at, figured out. So that's part of what we're working through. Staff is also working on a specific plan. So that'll kind of define what the land use will be and how this area will be developed. Hoping that if everything continues to work, we get some agreements in place, we can have some construction next year. But again, that's just depends on how we kind of work through this. Right I did want to let council know that we will be in front of you on April 9th. Staff will be there to give an update. We'll have more details, more specifics, and on what's happening. Yes.
I was so excited about that construction timeline until you said if we can get everybody on board, because I really want to see this done. So, we've got Grand Canyon that is developing their end already. That's kind of, they need that with extension. And then we've got the other development off, Butler. So, wanted to ask this in this forum, since the other developer, my understanding is they're not ready to start doing plans and stuff. So how do we make that connection now, if they're not starting their development?
Can I jump in?
Yeah, please.
Excellent question. And I don't know if Michelle McNulty's online virtually, maybe not. There's so many people involved in these discussions, Michelle and others in CD. Sterling, Kevin Fitzel's a big player in this. Joanne, myself are at the table. There's been a large group and we meet like every 1 or 2 weeks. We met yesterday. Okay, so that's backstory. The council is going to get a high level discussion of this, we think on April 9th, correct, Stace?
Yes.
The question that you framed is spot on. We see development currently on what we're calling the bookends of this project. The large parcels in the middle have no development plans at this time. And we don't know when that will happen. Personally, I think that's a good thing versus a situation where there's a lot of development proposal on the table driving this project, and that could just be enormous, right? So it's not that. We have some development occurring on the bookends, Canyon del Rio and Juniper Point, respectively, and then some existing residential, as you see to the east. The council and the preceding council has heard a lot from the residents out there. What you'll hear on April 9th is, and this is the product of all these meetings I'm speaking of, is something very, very close to the finalized alignment. Like it's so close that any tweaks going forward will really not be visible too much on a map. There'll be engineering revisions and things like that, and not necessarily the alignment as you see now depicted. What you'll see on April 9th is going to look a little different than what you're seeing right now, because there's been so much engineering going into it. There will be discussions about the topography out there, about the drainages, the hillsides, the steep terrain, recreational trails, Arizona Trail, and a number of related topics. At the table now also, and Kevin Fitzel is helping us out quite a bit on this, we're beginning to talk about funding possibilities. I don't think we'll get into that on April 9th, but the takeaway, the important takeaway is that there's consensus with all the landowners that are directly by this alignment. So it's so unusual to have a project of this size where there's consensus by all those who are impacted by this directly. And then going back to the residents to the east, they will have the access that they've been desiring without having an arterial cut through their neighborhood. I'm not saying we will win everybody over with this alignment, but we think it properly addresses much as what this council and the preceding council have heard. There's a lot of problems being solved here. As to the development in the middle tracks, that'll be a thing in the future. We're going as far now as to talk about access points and where side streets may intersect, but we're not into the land use realm too much there. So what else can I tell you? It's a very exciting project. Again, I think there's benefit in seeing the project happen when it's not entirely driven by development. And again, a project that's very important for the community, that is in alignment with our regional plan and will bring about a lot of opportunities. Oh, one other thing, I'm probably stealing a lot of thunder in making these comments. The road profile here, as you will see on April 9th, and the engineers are working on this. Jeff Bauman, I don't know if he's in the room, he certainly can comment on this. He's been very active with this and others in his team. I think we're looking at a road design that it'll be posted potentially with a 35-mile-an-hour speed limit. Could be, by design, could go up to 40 miles an hour, but I think that's a discussion eventually for this council. But I think right now what's on the table is consistent with what we've been hearing from council and the community, is to have the speed a little lower. The exciting elements of this are the bike and ped apartments as well, off-road bike and ped, and a lot of great features. Sorry to get long-winded on that. Joanne, you've been at the table. Jump in, please.
I guess just the one thing that I would say is that this map is an older map. So I think for those who are in the room, but also watching online, you'll see a newer alignment map on April 9th. And then I think just kind of more of the team that's been involved in the details will be at that presentation. As Trevor mentioned, David Peterson is the project manager, and he's on vacation. But I don't have much to add. It's been a great process, and it really feels like we're moving forward in a positive direction.
And the roads will also accommodate for wildlife crossing, although when the development comes, that may not be a big point, but I know there's a big herd of elk out there in that corridor. How long is that road from where it ends over by Pine Canyon to Butler?
Is Jeff Bauman with us, or anybody with?
He's in the back.
Oh.
Yeah, he's hiding.
Hey, Jeff, what are you doing way back there? With us. You can only hide for so long, Jeff. Yeah.
So the question was,
Where it
plus or minus 2 miles?
Yeah, it's in the neighborhood of 2 miles.
where it ends right now at Pine Canyon.
Yeah, so what's shown on the yellow? It's about 2 miles.
On April 8th or 9th, will we also, is it too premature to talk about funding options as far as the developers that aren't even ready to start design and stuff?
Is that funding?
Funding.
I think we can present some high-level discussions, outcomes that is very much an active conversation. I'll share with you this, and please correct me if I misstate. The idea here is to since everybody's agreeing as to the alignment and so forth, and the funding, is once we get that totally finalized, is to see this road happen. Even though a lot of the land use associated with it remains uncertain. I don't want to speak for the property owners, but the big one in the middle, the light blue color, that's Little America. They have absolutely no development plans, but they're certainly at the table as a partner. And then back to your earlier question about wildlife. I mean, ironically, that was discussed yesterday morning. You want to share some ideas there?
Yeah, I may go over to the map. As everyone's mentioned, this is kind of an older alignment, but where the Rio goes through, which is here, there'll be, and the structure type hasn't been determined, but the road will be over the drainage more than it needs to be over the drainage so that we can get pedestrian underpass through for the Arizona Trail, so we can wildlife through. And of course, the water needs to get through as well. So we're going to over design, if you will, the road crossings and get all those things through. And yeah, we can touch on that on April 9th as well, because we have that. David Peterson's kind of the expert on all this, and he's not here, but Yes, we have a really cool game and fish study.
Yeah.
that you've seen before with all the elk tracking that shows, yeah, this wetlands up here is really popular, of course, with the elk.
I think it's like 130 something elk that somebody counts them, I guess.
Yeah, so we can touch on that on April 9th.
Yes, Councilmember Harris.
Okay, so the road is going through. Are there utilities under there? Are we doing any infrastructure, water, sewer, any of that stuff, or just the road?
Yes, so everything for a complete street. So water, sewer, storm drain. Also looking to working with franchise utilities if they need to make through there some infrastructure. Definitely work with our IT department for the fiber if that's necessary. Yeah.
Okay. And then the green squares, are those individual homes? Or property
Yeah.
or whatever?
Yes, so this, I think the way this map is built, the green is the county island. Those are all county residents,
Okay.
and then this is the city.
Oh, the yellow is
The
this,
yellow are the parcels in the city, so it's a little mixed out there.
And those are all individual parcels.
and so then, right now, symmetry and those that we know of, any specific plans, but eventually they're probably gonna do something with it, right?
So Canyon Del Rio is very active. You can see the
Yeah.
top half going on, and they're just submitting now.
Yeah.
Little America is not active. Gibson is not active. Symmetry is very active. This is the state trust land 405, and they're kind of in process of submitting kind of the southern, the IDS process and planning.
Okay, and so because we're putting the road in, are they tying into the utilities that are gonna be out there?
Yes, they're
And are they
tying in.
Picking up some of that cost? Utility?
Well, so as Trevor mentioned, it's the 40-60 split, but
Uh-huh.
it's gonna be more complicated than that, but generally 40% of the cost is city and 60% is, these property owners. Yes,
Yeah.
they will be.
Okay, thank you.
Steve, and can I get you to, is that okay, Mayor, if we take a question from the public?
Sure.
Come on up, Steve.
I need B.
I think you're fine right there.
Wondering, so you have a number of people you're talking to about development housing units. So what's the potential, given the conversations you're having with people now and potentially down the road, of more housing units?
Very good question.
Is Michelle McNulty?
No, we have
or-
IDS. and-
IDS, okay.
Yeah, so she's in that meeting now, but.
Yeah.
And that's the,
Oh, yeah, Paul, come on up, please. Yeah.
And Jeff can maybe jump in too, because he's been looking at some of the traffic studies. But the water sewer impact analysis for the state trust land 405, the kind of the full project, they were showing roughly 1,000 homes and the resort golf course. Juniper Point, the complete Juniper Point.
14?
Yeah, it's like
I guess
1,400 units.
Yes. So
Yeah, and then they had they're looking at coming in for a rezone above the, what's the name of the launch pad? The Bow and Arrow Wash. And that rezone would include some commercial and some multifamily units as well. So yeah, there's gonna be a lot of there's gonna be a lot of homes back there. Yes. Canyon Del Rio, Jeff would know better than me. That's
it's been a long time.
a lot.
It's over 1,000. I don't remember the exact number.
Yeah, and it's a mixture of, I think, single family, condos, multifamily.
A little bit of everything. And some commercial.
Yeah, so it's gonna be big development in that area.
so if we put in, we're going to put in all the infrastructure and everything, and they're gonna pay us 60%. Do we have any leverage to talk about affordability? Since they're not having to have to pick up the whole cost? Is that an option? I don't know if that's a Sterling question or not. But is there any opportunity to have a discussion about some affordability? Because they're not picking up all the costs. Typically, the developer would, right? Am I right?
Councilmember, I think there's always opportunity to have those discussions. I think it will probably lend itself to some of the developments that we're hearing about quite well, which are, higher density developments. And I think also in the context of the rezonings that follow, not so much in the context of the road itself, where the cost sharing is just going into infrastructure, but as I noted earlier, even though the question was about what potential is there for housing units, the land use discussions on that, some of them are active, some of them, aren't even on the table. But I think there's opportunities to have those discussions. And to your point, also, there's a little parcel that's, you can see there, thank you, it's actually owned by the city. And that, I think, could play into your question. In addition to housing, something that we will be looking at on this corridor, and the conversation is active now, is a new fire station. That would be Fire Station 7. Somewhere on this corridor, there will be a fire station, and we hear that from our fire chief and the fire department, that there is a need. We just don't know the specifics yet, but these are all things for future discussions.
Okay, so we
Legal
own what,
perspective, I echo
27 acres
Yeah.
down there?
Wait.
From a legal perspective, I just echo Greg on the fact that, yes, those conversations are always an option. Willingness, it's always an option to talk it through.
Okay, it doesn't get us in any legal trouble because I heard someone say once, you can't force people to do house. You can't force them to do affordable or workforce or whatever you want to call it, market housing or whatever. But if they're getting a break in terms of what they pay to tie into what we have, we're paying the big share of it.
So, yeah, you're touching on, Arizona has an inclusionary zoning statute that prevents cities from requiring. That said, it doesn't stop us from providing incentives and having that conversation, as Greg said, and we do that with every day.
Yeah, thank you, Sterling. And I can add with very quick examples because it's a very good question. This council in very recent times has, in a significant way, incentivized a lot of housing. 228 units on the Roars Tract through the incentive policy. That was from this council months ago. And recently, an upfront approval on the Foundation for Senior Living project downtown. And that's all incentive. I would imagine that those discussions will look similar in the future on these tracks. I don't know that I would agree with the characterization that people are getting a break on this. It's cost sharing on a lot of infrastructure, but it's significant, and I don't think there's no discounted cost sharing that's occurring. It's real-time cost sharing of what we project to be the total cost over time as people connect on to utilities. There will, of course, be all those connection fees, tap fees, and so forth, just like any other development. But I think central to your question, there will be discussions about affordable housing, I think, throughout this corridor, just as there have been in recent developments elsewhere. Success, too.
Could I just jump in? I think if we're okay, I think I'd like to keep us moving, but I do think that April 9th we'll be able to get into more of these details.
Yeah, we'll have planners and housing people at the table.
Our funding portion is the Prop 419 transportation tax.
Thank you for the question.
Thank you for the discussion. on Lone Tree Overpass. So this is Proposition 420. It was a bond that was voted on in 2018. And what we have here is Lone Tree will be extended where it ends now at Butler Avenue, and it will go north over the railroad tracks and tie into Route 76. So included with that is an overpass. Included underneath the overpass is rail work that we'll have to do with BNSF. So we'll have to lower those rails to make sure everything can work properly. So have a corridor section south of Butler going all the way down to O'Leary. So that's why this slide is called the overpass and corridor. So we're combining Proposition 420 and portions of 419 into this project in this slide. So currently we're at about 118 million estimate. And that, again, that's both projects. And we've been kind of working through design, about 9 million, construction, roughly we're estimating at 82 million. And then the rest is real estate, staff time, and permits, 27 million. They're kind of our estimates. Right now, we are working actively on real estate acquisition, so we just never know where that's going to go. And some of those items have been in front of you before. Again, Proposition 420, 419. Schedule-wise, we're hoping to be complete with the design this year. And then kind of move into construction. So there will be at least 3 seasons of construction, what we're looking at. And the good thing about that is we're hoping to be in front of you in early May with GMP number 2. GMP number 2 will be for work corridor. So it'll be just south of the overpass and then going south all the way to O'Leary. That'll be GMP number 2. And that'll be there in front of you, hopefully in May. And then we're also going to be looking at possibly GMP number 3, which will be work related to the overpass and some of the rail work that we'll be doing with BNSF. And we're hoping to be in front of you later this fall, that GMP number 3. So some of the highlights, the design is substantially complete. So everything that you see there is designed to a substantial completion. This is a design build project. Designer is WSP. They are part of our on-call, but we did do a design services contract with them. And then our builder is Ames Construction. So a lot of good activity and coordination going on there. One thing I didn't want to mention is we will have a public meeting April 4th at City Hall. So that is part of the program or part of the intent to have this project, give an update, talk about the project in general, probably go over some of these details on people, but that'll be in a public setting. Another item that you might see soon is maybe some agreements with BNSF. So we have to get those in order with them, kind of everybody make sure we're agreed to on what we're going to do across their right of way. And again, this project is actively working with the Rio de Flag flood control project, and then some other projects kind of on the outside, the Butler work that we're doing there, Butler Avenue work there. So that's kind of what I have there. Any questions?
What's the, when is the public meeting next Thursday?
April 4th at City Hall will be the public meeting.
In the evening.
In the evening. I believe it's going to start at 5:30.
Trevor, I have a quick one. We have heard Christine Cameron speak to this before, and I don't know if it's something you can speak to as well, but the idea here, tying a couple of these projects together, going back to the downtown mile and now this idea, hopefully, is to have this completed prior to some of the construction on Milton that will result in some significant words. Is that correct?
That is correct. So so maybe to take it a step further, the Rio de Flag flood control project. So the Rio de Flag flood control project will cross 5 points. So that intersection there, and it's a box culvert. I'll talk a little more later on that project, but essentially we're taking a box culvert approximately 15, 16 feet deep into the ground through that intersection. So what has to happen for that project in order to do that work is we need the overpass completed, which then also ties into the bridge for this project or for the downtown mile. So those three are kind of working together. Some improvements will help the other two. The project will help the other two. So it kind of works kind of in a sequencing.
Yes, it does. We have seen some projections that when this Lone Tree overpass is completed, there will be significant traffic relief on some of these other corridors, including Milton.
Yes, so we are projected to be complete with the overpass, this project by 2027. And so some of the coordination with the Rio de Flag project won't do the intersection at 5 points until 2027. So it'll be one of the last items of work for the Rio de Flag project, stage 1, which is everything south of the railroad tracks.
Does everyone know what 5 points is? What Trevor mentioned?
So it's Clay, Milton, and Butler where they come together, and Mike's Pike. The next project is the Butler 4th Improvement Project. We've been before you before. So the idea here is we're going to do improvements to Butler Avenue, 40, all the way down to Sonawa Heights. We're going to do a complete streets corridor. So we are going to take the existing 2 lanes, make 2 lanes in either direction, median separating them. We will have a parkway, and then we will have off-street facilities for bicycles and pedestrians. So that's the big item I wanted to touch on is just that bike facilities and pedestrian facilities will be off-street. Again, we've talked about bicyclists wanting to be in the street, and that is allowed. That's just up to their comfort level, but we will offer off-street bike facilities. Budget right now is about 16 million, construction 14 million, design and acquisition we're about 50. So one thing I did want to mention to the council is we did apply for a RAISE grant, which is Rebuilding American Infrastructure with Sustainability and Equity. So that grant was submitted, the application, at the end of February, and we hope to hear results in late June. If successful, we do have our match ready to go. The grant itself is 19 million, and our match will be 10 million. And this project is funded by 419. Some of the updates wanted to give here is we have completed the majority of our scoping. So what we refer to that, or what we kind of mean by that, is we want to make sure we're building the right project. We actively kind of did get into design quickly. We wanted to scope the project, talk with the community, and make sure we're doing the right project. We did have a public meeting in October of last year at the Aquaplex, and we went through this project and just kind of dived into the details, made sure everybody was aware of what we were doing, just making sure it is the right project moving forward. We hope to move into a 30% design level, possibly in July of this year. So we'll kind of get going there. Once we get to that point, then we will look to get a construction manager to deliver this project. And I would say by the later parts of 2024, we should have that CMAR on board. And again, it's really important to get the CMAR on board because they're the experts. They deliver the construction. They can give us advice on how certain things are working together. Did want to mention to the council that we are working on the roundabouts. There's roundabouts at Butler and 4th and Harold Ranch Road. So those roundabouts scoped and content or what expectations might be, but we're not finalized yet because we're still working. I think Councilmember McCarthy used the technical term tweaking. So we are kind of looking at those, making sure they're going to work and be sufficient. So again, council might see some GMPs, hopefully later in the year. We'll have a construction manager at risk sometime this year. And then we will come before you with a design services contract in July to just continue that effort to make sure this project moves forward. Are there any questions for this project? So this is the Butler Avenue raised bike lanes, also referred to as Barble. So then,
Where did that come
Marble. You might want to ask Martin. I had another acronym for it, but so this is the Butler Avenue, Butler protected intersections and bike lanes. So this project kind of is a result of what we did for the bike lanes pilot program that we did approximately 2 years ago, where we put the bumpers out. We had a bike lane that kind of separated. So this project spawned off of that to where now we are going to have a raised, separated bike lane. So we are going to take the current bike lane on both sides of Butler Avenue, and we're going to raise them, and we'll allow the bicyclists to use that raised, separated bike lane. Pedestrians will still be able to walk where the sidewalk currently is. And then we'll just have to modify driveways, storm drains, entrances, stuff like that, infrastructure. Budget right now is estimated at 12 million. And we were successful in receiving a Safe Streets for All grant, SS4A, in the amount of 9.6 million. And included in the project, I also wanted to mention our protected intersections. There will be 3: Beaver, San Francisco, and Sawmill will also be protected intersections. We also will have an enhanced crossing at O'Leary. So that'll be a crossing where pedestrians can come up, hit the button. Bicyclists can also come up and use that same facility to cross safely of Butler Avenue. We will also do some upgrades to an existing crossing at Humphreys. So right there in front of the High Country Conference Center. So we'll also do some. Currently, we are working with staff just to continue the discussion with the Federal Highway Administration. So they are the ones that we need to coordinate and abide by for the SS4A grant. So we're continuing to work through that process. We hope to begin design soon. We still need to work through the agreements in place and what we can do with the grant for this project.
Trying to figure out what it is.
Butler Avenue raised bike lane. So this next project is the 4th Lockett Cedar Roundabout. We've been before you before on this project with an update and some other IGAs and amendments. So this project will provide a roundabout at this existing intersection. As you can see, it's kind of offset a little bit. But again, that was kind of the way the design came up, to fit a roundabout and also to ensure that the motorists and vehicles are moving through in a safe manner. We have crossings. Two of the intersections. So this is an older photo. North and east are not Z crossings. We're able to fit Z crossings on west and south lanes. So included will be pedestrian flashing beacons, so that pedestrians will be able to come up, hit the button, and be able to cross. Get to the middle, hit another button, and be able to cross. So that was one of the items that the council before had asked. We were able to fit that in. So this project is funded with, portions of the project are funded Highway Safety Improvement Program grant through ADOT, which is why we coordinate with ADOT on this project. The remaining funds are all city funds. We do have those currently funded fiscal year 24 and 25. One of the items, yes.
Pedestrian crossings, are those the type of crossing where you press the button and immediately you get flashing lights to cross?
Yes, Mayor. So what they'll do is if a pedestrian is coming up to the intersection, either one, they'll hit the button. Most likely they'll be looking, but then it'll start flashing. They have a certain amount of time to cross and get to the middle. And then get set again, hit the button again. Keep going.
With the design complete, utility completed, why is construction not scheduled till 25? I know it's next year, but curious.
So, Councilmember Matthews, thank you for the question. So what we did on this project, again, we coordinate with ADOT. And we were working with them to come up and execute amendment number 2 to the IGA. Was originally scheduled earlier this year, but we had some delays. Issues related to the design, related to working on how the IGA was going to be formatted, and how costs were going to be generated, kind of what our share was, what the city share was. So there was a little bit of time that we had to work with ADOT and then their staff. So we kind of lost the window to advertise the project, which then there's a long process. Then you get a contractor on board, and then you can start doing some construction this year. So we kind of lost that window with some of those delays up front, which, were shared between agencies. So what we did now is we will be before you April 2nd, with that IGA amendment number 2. That is approved, authorized, and signed. Then ADOT will send us the information that we need to issue payment to them. That will start their process to advertise. They will advertise, get a contractor on board, which will most likely be the end of the calendar year. And so we can't technically do any surface construction because of that. But then we'll just start again in spring of 2025. Does that help?
Yes, it did. Thank you.
And we want Linda Vista to be open before this.
We had that discussion this morning.
Right?
So the original plan for this project was to begin construction now. Then Linda Vista, or the Spruce Wash, was going to be done next year. We just swapped them, so we were able to do that. But definitely that project, we will not start this project, close the intersection until Linda Vista is in good shape to be open.
Looking over, Scott's nodding his head yes on that. He's involved in the Spruce Wash projects.
Yeah, the one I was actually going to ask Trevor to cover that, and I think that's probably the good news, that this was delayed and we were able to kind of wash projects and close down Linda Vista. So with ADOT's partnership on this project, we'll still be at the table for communication. I want to make sure it's clear that this is not completely, it's not completely ADOT's project, that the city has a role and we'll be communicating with the public and making sure that we time this with, the school district, all unique situation and this.
Yeah, that is correct. So it is ADOT who is project, coordinate with them to ensure that everybody in the area understands what's going on. Construction inspector working on this project. Typically, we don't on an ADOT project, but we were able to work to have a construction inspector there to help to work. And then our project manager, our liaison, also will be part at the table and be part of the discussions and ensure that this project is delivered as a city project would. Right. Oh, all right. So here, one of our new staff members, engineering, is going to go ahead and continue on. He'll do 2 slides. Oh, Yes, Council Vice Mayor.
Trevor, are you new here?
He's the new guy.
Nice, thank you. He had me.
Just wondering because.
Yeah,
You know a lot.
thank you.
Thank you. Does this conclude your presentation or are you back with?
I will be back later this afternoon. But the next presentations will be by 3 people. I'll let them introduce themselves. I don't want to steal their thunder. But they'll finish transportation tax and then I'll be back later.
Well, I think we ought to recognize the great efforts of the new guy here.
Yes.
At everything you've gotten accomplished in the past 6 months.
Thinking, a 4-year vacation is in line.
Can I tell a story?
Yes.
Oh. So yesterday I was walking out of City Hall and there was this young, excited staff member singing at the top of his lungs. Mr. Lemke here. Singing?
Singing Free Falling by Tom Petty.
Falling.
Yeah, I didn't know anyone was around. I thought.
Nice.
Yeah.
Joanne, right?
Yeah.
That is a good.
Is that any reflection of your perception of your job here?
Never repeat.
Oh, I don't know about that. No, I love the job. Job's great. I guess we're ready to go. All right, great. Thanks, Joanne.
I have to tell you though, your story lacks narrative arc.
Narrative arc. Oh boy. All righty. Well, thank you for that. Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name's David Lemke. I'm a transportation engineer associate here at the city. And today I'll be presenting on 2 transportation projects. The first one is Smoke Rise and Highway 89 signal rebuild. So the reason why we want to rebuild the signal is we inherited it from ADOT. It does have some deficiencies. It's missing signal heads. It's missing some pedestrian push buttons. It doesn't have all the requirements. And we do get frequent calls from citizens with concerns on how it's operating with the left turns specifically. And so our scope is to do a complete signal rebuild, bring everything up to standard EPCD with ADA requirements, and also to rebuild. Our budget is $800,000, and the first part of that is $100,000 this fiscal year 24 for design, and the second part is $700,000 fiscal year 25 for construction. And I'm pleased to report that we did get 4 quotes for design, and all of them came in under 100,000. So we're in the process of choosing a designer right now. And so that's good. We're on track. And then for our schedule, we want to design it this year, this summer, 2024, and then construct next year in the summer 2025. And I'm really happy about this project because along with just updating it up to standards, we're also going to add some additional safety features like retroreflective borders around the signals to really improve the safety of the intersection as much as we can. Cool. Yeah. And any questions? Sing? Maybe I'll sing a little bit.
But good.
At the end, I'll wait till the end.
I'd like to point out that there is precedent for singing at city council meetings. 2 years ago, the council had a meeting with the Hopi tribe. We were just kind of trying to get to know each other. And I mentioned that one of the elders, the Hopi, I had visited his home, taught me a song. And then one of the Hopi council members said, well, Mr. McCarthy, we would like to hear your song. Now, Scott Overton went like this. Oh, no. Remember that, Scott?
Never forget it.
I sang the song. Everybody laughed at me.
See what happens when we set precedents?
Councilmember Salas used to break out in tune every now and then, right?
Which council member?
Regina.
Oh, Regina Salas. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, I do.
You tried to forget it.
Could be.
All right.
Do you have one more?
Yes, one more.
One more and then it's lunchtime.
Yeah. Oh, wow. This is the breaking point. Okay. All right, for our next project, it is Boulder Point traffic calming. And the reason why we're addressing traffic calming issues in Boulder Point neighborhood is we've had many citizens come to us with concerns in that neighborhood for speeding. And we have done studies in that neighborhood and found that it does qualify for traffic mitigation based on the speeds. And so our scope includes 4 mini traffic circles, curb extensions, and 3 raised crosswalks. And I should also mention we had many transportation commission meetings to go over this project with the public. We've also met them in the field to discuss it. A lot of people were really interested in this project, and we're very happy to finally bring it to construction. And we've also wrapped in an additional traffic calming project on Woodland Drive, which is another part of town, but similar issues. And we are also addressing the traffic calming there with circles, the mini circles. So we grouped that in with this project to save time and money. We're excited to also deliver that. Our budget is $475,000. And we did advertise the project and receive a bid at $420,000. So we're excited. We're already under budget now, and we're excited to get that to construction. For our schedule, we are bringing this to council on April 16th as a consent item, and we're anticipating construction mid-May with completion this year in the fall.
Can't believe we have something that came in under budget.
We're very happy with that because initially we did a job order contract and that came in a lot over budget. I think like twice as much. So we're very happy that it came in competitively and we're excited to deliver this.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'll sing just a little bit. I apologize if I don't get the verses right. I'm gonna try the first part. She's a good girl, loves her mama, loves horses, in America too. I'm a bad boy, 'cause I don't even miss her. I'm a bad boy for breaking her heart, and I'm free falling. David encore.
I'm gonna make you sing.
Not in sync.
Spot.
Yeah, so David, how long have you been with the city?
17 years.
No.
2.5 or almost 3 in November.
Okay. And what exam did you just pass? David. Very hard exam. Once you get like another year of experience, you'll get the actual license.
Very close, yeah. 4 total, so I'm almost to 3 the year after that. Yeah.
So he's close to getting his PE. So good.
Thank you.
Yeah. You want to finish this section up? Why don't we do
Sure.
Now that's only
12:06, if you're going to give us.
Here at 12:06.
good with that, Mayor?
Yeah.
30 minutes.
All right.
I'll sign it.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and Council. My name's Alec Latino. Trevor had mentioned, I'm new to the capital improvements team. I was working for the city of Flagstaff doing construction inspections. So I've been here around 3 years and excited to be part of this team. The first project I want to talk about is Schweitzer Canyon Foots Trail. This is approximately a mile-long trail with a mix of aggregate and concrete trails. It's going to be connecting East Terrence Avenue to about the Schweitzer Canyon roundabout, with stormwater improvements going in as well. So the stormwater improvements are really to protect businesses that the trail is going to be above. We have a total budget of $3.3 million with an estimated construction value of 2.1. And something that's really neat about this project is it really provides connectivity from the downtown area to McMillan Mesa and Buffalo Park. This is one I'm excited about, living downtown and just being able to utilize trails like this.
Can you say the alignment where it's going again?
Yeah, so it's going from East Canyon Terrace, or Terrace Ave, East Terrace Ave, which is right here. And it's going to be heading east. And right above where Fry's, right over there in Schweitzer, it's going to head north. And then this is an old picture. But this is right around where that Schweitzer about currently is over here.
Okay. Yeah.
So it's up above those businesses and just north of Route 66. And so we plan on going to council spring of 2024 this year, and starting construction in summer, leaving the project before the end of the year. Do you have any questions? Awesome. Next one. Another pedestrian-related project, first mile, last mile. This one we are partnered with Mountain Lion on, and they actually secured a very nice grant, the Federal Transit Integration Grant. That's going to cover about 80% of this project cost. So the total budget, $6.9 million. It's looking like $1 million city share. So this project's pretty unique because all over the city have about 10 crossings identified, 10 sidewalk areas, and over 40 bikeway improvements we want to complete. So we are at the design stage of this project right now. We recently hired Kenley Construction Services as our CMAR. So they're going to help us get to complete plans. And we do plan on finishing design this year, spending about 2 years on this project. So starting construction next year and then completing construction in FY 27. Do you have any questions? Awesome. You sing? So I will not be singing for you guys today.
How about a story?
I don't have any good stories. So if there's no questions. Welcome. Thank you. Yeah.
You're next.
Good afternoon, Council, Mayor. Martin Ince with the Engineering Division. And the next couple of slides are the pedestrian and bicycle portion of the transportation sales tax in the capital improvements program. So first on sidewalks, you've heard before about infill sidewalks. I know we talked about that before, and you heard a little bit about it from staff members earlier this morning. 4th Street is a project missing sidewalks along the east side of the street through Sunnyside. Been on the capital plan for a number of years. It's kind of an ongoing dilemma because it's consistently one of our priority sidewalks to fill in. We've also had difficulty getting the necessary right-of-way to actually complete it. So we'll leave it on the capital plan with the hopes that we can resolve the right-of-way at some point in the future and be able to actually sidewalks. The last one is Linda Vista sidewalk. This is a project of opportunity. It would be done in conjunction with a couple of big drainage improvements that are going on in the area. And it simply adds a sidewalk and a bike lane to the side of the Linda Vista slip ramp, from West Street to Cedar Street, where it kind of makes that connection. It also goes back into the neighborhood a little bit at the north end, where the sidewalk ends currently. There's a gap between there and the slip lane that we're completed part of the project. These are good opportunities for us because we provide money for these projects that we have, and we get the projects delivered as part of it. It kind of simplifies it for us. Much more efficient overall than doing it as a standalone project. So this one is new to the capital plan because this opportunity came up. We thought it was a good piece of infrastructure to complete while we had that chance.
Isn't there also a missing piece of the sidewalk on the west side of Linda Vista? If, like above Grandview?
Yes, I forget, it's either Grandview or what's the other street that's in that area of Paradise?
Nice.
Yeah, the sidewalk ends there, so we'll go all the way to connect that sidewalk, whatever street it stops at, is where the project starts. Yeah, it's a pretty big project for drainage, and so the street is getting pretty torn up anyway, so adding the sidewalk is relatively minor in my mind. Foot trails, you heard about the Schweitzer Canyon Trail from Alec just a few moments ago. The first one on the list is asphalt repair. This refers to the 11 or so miles of asphalt foot trail that the city manages. Most of them are in some need of either significant repair or outright replacement. Over the last couple of years, we've put a small amount, relatively small amount in the capital budget, $250,000, with the idea of building up a fund to be able to build some of these trails. This year, we're asking for a bigger amount, $1 million, to add to what we've already collected, with the hopes that we could do replacement or significant repair of a whole segment sometime this year. I think it's gotten to the point you really shouldn't wait any longer. Some of these trail segments need to be replaced.
These asphalt foot trails like down Lone Tree or Lake Mary where they're big buckles and.
Yes, that's exactly what we're talking about. Yeah.
Thank you.
So we, yeah, you can, some of the cracks you can see on Google Earth, and we can see the cracks from space.
Right.
We have been working with pros to both identify which of the trails are priorities based on use and function and condition, but also for project delivery. So it's likely that they would get the money and do that. And we think we know what the answer is, but we want to do a little bit more investigation. Does it make sense to try to repair some of these trails, to get ahead of the maintenance? We know some of them really just need to be replaced. And asphalt has never really held up very well for a foot trail, for a variety of reasons that I don't completely understand. So I think the solution is really going to concrete, and that's an initial investment. But we should be able to get 50 years out of a good concrete trail if it's built correctly. Asphalt is uncertain and would require the city to do kind of annual maintenance to make sure that we get the full life out of it. And in that case, it wouldn't be 50 years. These are some kind of tough decisions for us, but we really want to make sure that we're taking care of the trails that we have and that they're completely functional.
And I believe that we've got a slide a little bit later that does cover that 1.2 million that Martin was referencing for repair and replacement on the asphalt trail section.
I live in that area I just mentioned, so if you could put that on the priority.
Is this your time to tell the story?
I have a question about the Buffalo Park resurfacing. How is that looking, the new surface, to hold up to weather compared to what we were using previously?
So that new surfacing, it's different than but we have been using it for, I think, greater than 6 years, maybe, on any new urban trails that we've been delivering repairs to any washout locations. It's holding up well. We receive some complaints every now and then because when it's immediately super damp, it may stick to people's shoes, but it bounces back really fast, and that's what's amazing. So even if a mountain bike rides through and creates that tire track, it's going to bounce back as it continues to, the moisture evaporates. And that's the whole point of that product, is that then park staff aren't going to be out there consistently kind of regrading the trail, if you will, especially with that accessibility grant that we utilize there. We do receive some complaints every now and then. And Martin and I constantly field those complaints and also continue to review what other products are out there.
But on balance, it seems that it will take less maintenance.
There's always trade-offs with any kind of material, it performs well along one measure and this one does seem to hold up pretty well. It's wet, it will create your shoe. But, I mean, most information from trail agencies is don't use trails when they're flat. Aggregate trails are intended for winter use so much. Fox Glen Trail is a connection really ultimately that goes all the way from Fox Glen Park, southeast part of town, and a U, some existing trails. And a significant part of that missing piece is across Little America, some of the parcels to the east. This trail will become more important and kind of more significant as that part of the city develops. So you can imagine when Juniper Point and Canyon Del Rio and the John Wesley Public Corridor go through, this will become a pretty important trail and connection. So we keep it on the budget. I think in the capital plan, I think we have money for design for next year and then construction in years after that. And of course, those things can accelerate if other things happen, like development occurs. The city's responsible for a part of it, but we're relying on Canyon Del Rio to fill in a part of it. So their construction timing is important as well, and we really have no control over how that happens. Mountain View Hoskins access is a connection between Lone Tree Road in the vicinity of O'Leary over to the NAU campus using a corner of the cemetery to kind of cut across. And this is a trail connection that is really an opportunity brought about by the Lone Tree Overpass and the Lone Tree Widening Project. And if you can imagine the trail connection, if you're on the Route 66 trail, left turn or a right turn onto the trail that's going to be along the Lone Tree Overpass, that takes you all the way down to somewhere by O'Leary, and it's just a short connection over to get to campus. So if you're a student or faculty or work at NAU, being able to make that connection really without having to go through downtown would be a significant advantage, and really for ped and bike, really action. So we have, I think there's some money in some out years. We have plans to do some pre-design or conceptual work on it to kind of get an idea of how it will lay out and how much it will cost. It could be a grant project, but we kind of think it may be something that once the Lone Tree project is in place, it will become more important to do, like its priority will go up. So we may not, grants always take a few years to get going. We may not want to wait that long. The designer for the Lone Tree project on at that end, I know, has given a lot of thought about how that connection can be made over from where the Lone Tree project ends by Sawmill and O'Leary. And then the last one I'll talk about is single track. And I think we might have talked about this before, but it's just a series of short trails built to a standard below a foot's, but they're intended to connect our foot system to the kind of the surrounding recreation trails of the Forest Service. So we have a handful of them identified that make good connections. Generally, they're where trails would have been, Foots trails would have been planned, but I think it will be much easier for us to deliver single track trails in terms of cost and complexity than a full-blown Foots. So we could, where if it would take us a number of years, 5, 10, 20 years to get to build a Foots trail, a single track can happen much more quickly than that. And again, we're working with pros because they're manage that system.
Are you new?
You're lost? Okay, let's see.
A lot of new influence.
Next one, oh, is it not advancing?
It's a cool tool.
Something happened with Teams on here. Let me see.
Okay.
Is it going now?
There it goes. So a bit about bikeways. Of course, a big project for us on bikeways is the Butler Avenue Complete Streets, which you heard about earlier. The other three components in the capital plan striping, signing, bike parking are really intended to complete and enhance the bikeways network. We haven't done a whole lot of preliminary work on either the signing and parking. We have a lot of ideas, but really nothing has come to fruition yet. But we have the money in the budget. Hopefully, at some point, we can make a project out of those. And then the last one, we have a couple of enhanced crossings in the out years of the capital plan. Enhanced typically means generally we're looking at either a pedestrian hybrid beacon or a rapid flashing beacon as the enhancement, along with everything else that goes with it, like the crossing island, missing sidewalks to get to it, that sort of thing. So our thought in the short term is we'll do some preliminary concept planning for these and collect the information that we need to move them forward. For example, the one that you see at Humphrey Street in Fine, on an ADOT managed road, so that the process to get that going is doable, but more complicated. And the first step is we have to collect information about how many people are crossing there now. And other things like crash rates and things like that to meet ADOT's warrants before it can even move forward. We think it will, but it will take us a little bit of time to collect that information and work with ADOT to have it happen. There's also on either side of that crossing along Fine on Humphreys, the sidewalks are not in great shape and in a lot of cases are missing. So that really needs to be part of the project as well. Probably worth backing up for a moment, just talking about that project, because I think a lot of you are aware that FUSD changed how they do transportation for students, and they're relying on Mountain Line as a significant component of how students get to school now. So one of the consequences of that is students are using the buses along Beaver and San Francisco, number 2, number 5, and having to walk that last little bit to Flag High. And of course that involves crossing Humphreys, and there's not really a great place to cross Humphreys now between Birch
Safely.
To Fort. Yeah. So this one's gotten a lot of attention, really like just in the last 6 months from FUSD, parents, and from ADOT as well. So it's kind of getting on the radar. So again, we'll do some of the preliminary work. The money for the actual construction, if it all works out, would be in one of the out years. But again, that could be accelerated. Subsequent capital planning. And then lastly, just kind of under the general category, I talked about a couple of projects that we want to do pre-design or some initial work on before to kind of get them going. We use the money that's in project pre-design to do that. We've identified a handful of projects, both in the capital project and not necessarily in the capital projects, to use that money for, to get what the project looks like, how much it costs, if we need acquisition, if it's a good grant project, that sort of thing to help. And the last on our list is we've had money, I think last year and this year in the budget for a Vision Zero plan. Our intent is to use that to leverage a federal grant through Safe Streets for All. It's a federal planning grant. Metro Plan is kind of leading that effort, and we're working with them to kind of work out the details of what would be included, what the study would look at. In my mind, I think if you are familiar with the planning pyramid, I don't want to go down too much of a rabbit hole, but at the top of the planning pyramid, we have things like the regional plan, which are very general and aspirational. At the bottom of the pyramid, things that implement, like the capital plan, the zoning code, the engineering standards. In the middle is all the information we need about how to get from those top level things, which give us like really good ideas, but not a whole lot of guidance to the bottom part. We have a number of things that we need to fill in related to transportation in that middle. And I think this Vision Zero plan is a good chance to talk about some of those things, as well as filling in some of the places at the top of that pyramid where we need more policy guidance on things like complete streets or safe systems or that sort of thing. So that's the rabbit hole.
Section of, is that San Francisco?
Oh, yes. Yeah, that was kind of a teaser. This is actually, we used our project pre-design money last year to do 15% concept plans for the bike lanes, the complete streets.
This is just the concept on how the bike lanes would look, not necessarily a section.
Street?
No, it is actually, this is a part of San Francisco. See if we can. This is from Beaver to San Francisco, so that section in between. You can see this is the protected intersection concept. And then if, I don't know how well you can see this, but the sidewalk is in gray, and the bike lane separated from the street is kind of in a light red.
That's Butler.
Butler, yeah.
Is that separate grant money from the grant that we just got for all of Butler, or a big portion of Butler for the elevated bike lanes and?
It's the same grant money. This is the project. We did 15% concept plans on our own, on the city's money. I will use that. Our next part of the project will use grant money to hire a designer to take 100%.
So this was for the pre-design work.
Yes.
Right, the pizza made me so.
But there's a separate application that Metro Plan is working for Vision Zero.
Yes.
Design, yeah.
Safe Streets for All really has two components. One is implementation, which is constructing things, and the other is planning. The word that we get is that the planning money is more available, that the construction dollars are very competitive, but planning is more available. So we feel pretty good about if we apply, about our chances of getting a grant.
Thank you.
And that's all I have, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Go, Mark.
We're gonna move into beautification, arts and science and prose. Jana's first.
Yes.
I think there's some cookies at the back if people need sugar. I think there might still be some coffee available too, not because of your presentation, but just.
I got it. Anyway, I'm Jana Weldon. I'm the program manager for beautification, arts and sciences. And so thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members for your kind attention today. I just kind of, first of all, want to, show off a little bit. It's a couple projects we just completed and let you know how we, come to pick some of the capital projects that we're doing. We have a very active person with the Beautification and Public Art Commission. Council Member Sweet is our liaison, and I think she can attest to how many projects that they come up with, for us to consider. But also we do public input. For instance, our traffic signal cabinets, that came from a citizen idea that they brought to the commission, outside of our citizen commissioners. But then there's just city projects themselves. There's a big capital project going on and buy it. And that kind of leads us to one of our very first capital projects that we will be involved with, FY25, which is the Spruce Wash Wedge. So thank you to the city engineering for reaching out to us. So that little triangle in the center is going to be a giant retention basin. And you know that there's cleared out some trees, and they're going to be putting a 280-foot fence along that retention basin. And on the little triangle, there's a little blue line on the side that's going to have the fence. And so they reached out to us and we said, sure, we're going to make a decorative fence with input of the design from the community. We also have budgeted enough money to do maybe some stepped landscaping up to the fence. So just to soften, we know this infrastructure is important. We know how important it is for the flooding, but we also know that it's going to have a kind of a negative impact on the community immediately. But I think we can do quite a bit, make it exciting for the community in the end. And if we have enough money, we might, at the very point where it goes down to west, we might put a freestanding at that point. So that's our goal. We will be doing the design in the next fiscal year, and then we'll be doing fabrication and installation in FY '26. So it'll kind of have two parts. We are going to continue our Route 66 landscaping. We just completed a huge section at Fanning. We are looking to do Ponderosa and Verdi. We will get started on that as soon as capital projects can lend us a project manager to assist. But we know that the centennial is coming up in 2026, so we want to complete as many of the landscaping projects along 66 as possible for that year. So we're prioritizing it in FY '25. And you've heard a lot about Spicer Canyon with the trails, but at that roundabout, we are going to be putting out a call to artists this summer. It will take about a year in design. We've actually done some work on this already. We have already put together a focus group and a neighborhood coalition. We have gotten surveys about the kind of things that they want to see. And we've had like focus group creative exercises. So with procurement, we will be putting a call out. Again, design will take about a year. So that will be FY '25. It'll be a design contract that we'll be bringing to council. And then after that will be a fabrication installation contract once we know what the design is. As you know, we have projects in progress. The lead of those that will finish first will be the Downtown Connection Center, the Art Glass, and the Southside Grove should be installed before next April. So they will finish up in FY '25. We're also, as you know, doing all the beautification of tree overpass. And of course, that's subject to all the property procurement and that project. That's going to be a multi-year project. But I think we're buying the form liners in the upcoming year. And that is the major cost of the project. So for at least the beautification part, obviously things like the paint will be at the very end of the project. The other roundabout that we're going to start design on is the 4th Street and Lockett roundabout. It was delayed a year, so we had to delay a year till they get finished, but it'll be very similar to Schweitzer Canyon. So again, we'll be doing design in this fiscal year, and then we will be doing fabrication installation in the following fiscal year. Then, kind of in the out years, we have many projects, but the ones that we're kind of focused on moving on first is the 4th Street Bridge. As you know, we already did, ADOT kind of did the pine cone and design in the bridge itself and the paint colors. But we also had that cage reinforced so that it could support artwork. And we are looking to now do that phase 2 in FY '25, FY '26. That Buffalo Park water tank. We actually been working with Water Services, and we're going to, I think, help them with their project management, the basic paint, and then they gave us a go ahead and commission a mural, that large water tank. So that should be looking pretty spiffy in a couple of years. And then there's another roundabout. After they finish, the Butler Avenue and 4th Street roundabout, near the Fox Glen neighborhood, the 3rd roundabout that we're putting 3D sculpture in. And then the Downtown Mile, that's what I call the North Edge Milton and train platform, because that's what they're called in our CIP 5-year plan. We are working with the designers already hired on that project, and we're just having them make some space for some art after it's finished. But they've already been reaching out to us. So that kind of left that we all make into City Hall off of Milton, that is all going to be redesigned, and it's going to be a bigger landscaped area. And they're going to probably make it a little bit of a plaza with the seating, and ask them to put 3 plinths in there for us to put sculpture on. So, and they're going to eventually, as part of the Downtown Mile, redo the train platform. And again, we have just money to help whatever the design is to enhance it. And then we have a school walkway project that again is at 4th Street and Cedar Rocket Roundabout. ADOT is redoing the retaining wall right by the school. So we would like to do a community mosaic on that wall. So as soon as they're done, we're going to have an artist kind of oversee that whole community process and create a community mosaic on that wall. And it's a walkway to a couple of schools. We are constantly looking for ways to add to the east side beautification. Originally, this money was put aside for an entire streetscape for 4th Street. We're having to look at other ways because that kind of master plan blew up I think about 2017 because the property owners on the east side did not want to go for that. But we're looking at possibly replacing some of the chain link fencing with some more attractive fencing that's been necessary for the flooding. We're also looking at maybe replacing some of the light poles so that we can expand the flower program to 4th Street in the east side. So those are the types of east side beautification projects that we're looking at. So arts and sciences is our smaller fund, and the main projects that we have going for FY 25 are projects that are kind of actually already underway. We are doing an annual multicultural county park sculpture exhibition. And I believe you have just received a hold the date for that opening this May, but we have an agreement with the county to use those 5 plinth pads for the next 3 years. So there'll be an exhibition this year, there'll be an exhibition in FY 25 and one in FY 26 for certain. And if all goes well, we will renew that. We're very excited about the 5 artists who are participating this year, and it's going to be part of Art X, and I hope to see you all at the opening. The other project that we have going, actually, I had the artist finalists out at the Murdoch Centers and the site today. I know this has now been officially named the Cleo Murdoch Park, but it didn't have that official name when we started the project. So, but it is that kind of pocket park area right next to the Murdoch. And we had 5 finalists making proposals for some kind of 3D sculptural art in that park. So it was a very exciting morning working with them. And then in the Arts and Sciences Fund, kind of long term, we have a few things, but I think the alley activation, there's been a really strong idea to maybe have a cut metal trellis canopy, cut metal and open so that, the snow can fall through. You won't pile up and be weighted, but to that connection between Aspen and Councilmember Sweet's shop, that maybe we do a kind of fancy cover over that. We will need to get buy-in from other departments because I think we're going to have to underground or somehow deal with some of the electrical wires that are overhead in order to do this, but it has been a priority of BPACs and it's going to be something that we're going to be pushing for. Obviously, we are working hand in hand with the Rio de Flag design as well. There's going to be some nodes along the foots trails that we're going to be able to go into at some point. And then there's some miscellaneous little projects. Again, the multicultural park will keep continuing. And then there's some ideas for the Pluto and Lunar Legacy and some other astronomy related projects, kind of in the out years, kind of in the 5th year of our 5-year plan. So that's what I have for you today. Yes. Any questions?
Yeah, I didn't see any mention of a beautification art project for the underpass going inserted the shortcut to Burger King for the student.
Underpass where?
On Milton.
Oh, so that was a little bit kind of in the north Milton and train platform. And again, working with the
I don't know if we're talking.
He's talking about it.
You may not be familiar with this one, Chad.
Might not be.
Yeah,
Okay.
and we wouldn't expect you to be familiar with it.
Okay.
It hasn't been constructed yet, and they're just now beginning to dig. There's an underpass at that intersection. University.
Target and Burger.
Yes.
I Target.
I remember when there was first ideas, and
Yeah.
I think we tried to get an artist in on the design team, and it was just kind of a no-go.
Yeah, and I think there's plenty of time to, great question, to have consideration of that. We're a ways away, but
I think what we discussed about all the underpasses is that there might be room at the entrances for us to affect kind of the edges going in the future. But no, I think there was kind of a hard no from the team on adding an artist to that project.
what about like a mural on the inside?
We can do murals. Always can do murals. But we also talked about entrances of the other underpasses that are going in as part of the downtown mile.
The new guy might have a comment.
Yes.
Real quick, just to provide an update on that. So this is the Beulah University extension.
Yeah.
So it is the underground, the underpass that's underground. We had talked about trying to get an artist on board to do something. It is the underpass, but it just didn't work out. But we are going to leave it flat surface so that after the project's done, then we can explore doing a mural or doing something.
Or in something with lights. It's a thought. I'd be ambitious with thinking on it.
So there will be lights with the underpass when it's installed, but it's just going to be a flat surface on the outside, on the inside, so that we can do something.
Yeah, we can add later, but I think we missed the window to add an artist onto the design team so that they could kind of help design the interior. I mean, that was done at 24th Street and Camelback. I was part of that project in Phoenix, but it does, you have to have the artist on early, and it just wasn't feasible when it came to my predecessor, Eliza.
Again, a mural may be an option.
Oh, mural, will happy to do a mural. But yeah, it's not yet in our 5-year plan, so but I'll make sure it's added next year.
One question about the flowers. And they really are a nice addition to the lamp posts and stuff. Are we thinking, so we only really do the main streets, right? San Francisco, Beaver, and then we'll do 4th Street, so we won't go off to the side streets a little bit.
Yeah, we haven't. You have to have light poles that will support them. That was part of it, and they're not all made the same. And that's right now, that's a problem on 4th Street. So in order for us to expand there, we're going to actually have to work with streets to actually replace all those light poles and probably pay for that as part of it. So some of the restrictions, those light poles on the main street are generally bigger and stronger than some of the other ones, and they can support those flowers. But if you have ideas and I can find more expansion, we are definitely willing to expand the flower. It's been very popular. We know that with the Downtown Connection Center, when that civic space is designed and made, we've also offered to bring the flower program, just like in Heritage Square with the, wine barrels and add flowers to that space as well.
Yeah, I was just thinking that flowers really do enhance the neighborhoods. And especially in some of the neighborhoods where it could be a little challenging with a whole bunch of other things. And just thinking that that's a cheap way to spruce up stuff. And it's high enough off the ground that they can't be destroyed by people.
And we have added, obviously, we downtown into the south side. We have gone to 4th Street Gateway. We added 3 planters to the alley. We are always looking to expand that program.
Flowers.
Yes. Dana. All right. Thank you.
Is up.
We have a story.
Yeah, we want a story.
Cover the new pickleball court.
I don't have a story, but I am glad I'm now the only Amy Hagan at this place. The other former Amy Hagan, because she gave me quite the reputation.
It improved your previous reputation.
All right, we're here to talk about pros, or as City Manager Clifton put in the chat, pros.
Pros, is it, you guys are pros.
Whew. There's the infamous E on the end, man. We gotta deal with that.
It's made reference to you guys getting stuff done, and I said, pros is pros. You didn't run with it, obviously.
I didn't run with it, no. Like Trevor, I'm new here, so go easy on me. Okay, general government, so general fund. Here are some pros projects that are, yay, complete. We've got the Buffalo Park Accessibility Grant that Mayor Daggett was just asking about when Martin Ince was presenting. Complete. Amazing. You know, a little bit of trivia. Who knows how many people pass by a trail counter at a certain mile marker at Buffalo Park daily? Who can guess?
A second to look up your
No.
report.
Who can guess?
Daily?
Daily. What do you think daily?
800.
No.
Shy?
Shy?
1800.
It's less than that. Daily is actually about 400 daily.
Okay,
Yeah, yeah.
but I was closer than the vice mayor by a long shot.
Absolutely.
Just saying.
Absolutely. That project's complete. That's amazing. And we'll see that number increase as this weather changes too for us. Thorpe Park restrooms, the image there in that bottom left corner, complete. Amazing. We finally have permanent restrooms at a large 220 acre regional park. It's awesome. Yeah.
We are making progress.
This is huge, man. Cemetery columbarium, complete, dead serious, complete. Oh, that one's complete. That's the image right there on the bottom center. And some other images of Buffalo Park. Thorpe Park Annex, and annex is in quotes because staff are going to continue moving forward with, it's Thorpe Park. That is that 8.5 acres where we went through a public process to figure out how to decorate it. Plus we have the future Indigenous Community Cultural Center. So there's some minor improvements on those are underway right now. If anyone has seen just this week, that fence is down. The perimeter chain link fence that went around that property when the property was used as for a different purpose, fence is gone. Go check it out. It looks completely different up there. So that's underway. And then Observatory Mesa, that's a grant with our open space section. And so that project is also underway. Any questions on anything in general government?
Comment if I may.
Seriously, right after I take
Yeah.
the slide?
Well, removing the fence is a big deal. And I remember a few years ago when we talked about staging materials, there's a lot of construction stuff happening, and we had to meet with neighbors out there, and they were a little bit concerned at the very least about what we were doing. And Cole's team helped us with some signage, and we tried to minimize the impact. It was very beneficial to the city to stage stuff there, frankly. But we've now seen that go full circle. The stuff is out, the fence is gone. People are excited about it, so.
People are excited about it. It looks literally like a completely different property. It's amazing. I think there'll be further cleanup, working with CJ Perry and IT to figure out some fiber optic infrastructure to ensure that sustainability offices are well taken care of. And then there's a line that extends all the way over to the park shop, as well as the Thorpe softball complex concession stand. So we're going to start working through some of that and some of those intricacies. And then also working with facility maintenance team, ensuring that everything is okay on site with the water service lines, sewer service lines, reclaim line. So just really doing some of that further remediation, minor improvements, and how can we continue to prep this property? Yes, Councilmember Matthews.
Can you give any updates on the Indigenous Cultural Center, like where we're at?
Yes, actually got an opportunity to meet with an Indigenous group earlier this week at Flag High. That was amazing. Excited to establish that relationship with some young, charismatic individual.
Go out and clean up the area and get it ready.
Yeah, yep, there's been cleanups occurring, which is amazing. And now that the fence is down, there'll be some additional cleanups, both by park staff and by this volunteer group. Next week, meeting with procurement to start to discuss what does the procurement process resemble for the future Indigenous Community Cultural Center. So excited to start to fast track this, hopefully.
One more question on that. Do you have a sense, or are we getting a sense of what needs to be done in terms of remediation or any mitigation inside the building to get it habitable?
There's a lot to be done inside the building. There's one portion, if for any folks that recall being in there when we did this public outreach process, there is a portion of the building, it's on the western side, that's more of an office format. That could be ideal to start to rehab and make habitable sooner than, say, the greater than western half. It's greater than half of the building. That's pretty rough. It was our fleet shop. It's rough. So that's going to take further remediation and significantly more dollars. When we get to another slide, next fiscal year, there's additional dollars that the pros division is providing toward further mitigation, remediation, or making, say, that's one section of office spaces habitable that we can contribute.
Do you have a estimated timeline on like when we could have this Indigenous Cultural Center?
I don't. I'm hoping to get some timeline answers next week with that meeting with procurement. So we need to go through the procurement process, receive respondents, proposals, and then award it, and then can start to work with, and also what does the scope of work entail? Will it be similar to Theatricos? Will it be similar to Murdoch Center? We're just not 100% certain just yet and want to work through some of those details.
And lastly, at our last conversation at the Indigenous Commission, the kids are really like they're planting seedlings. Is there any further discussion where we could carve out a piece of the property that won't interfere with, the future whoever is going to take it over, so they could start feeling a connection to the land and planting their own plants? Because I know they've got them in little sun boxes in their classroom.
Yes, and that was the group I met with Monday night at Flag High School. So with that conversation was able to identify where can these seeds go now? And there's the greenhouse on site that park staff use for pollinator plants. So we're going to carve out a space to transport all of these plantings from that youth group inside the greenhouse until they're comfortable bringing them out, probably in late April or May. I believe that youth group also applied for a BPAC grant to create kind of mobile planter beds out of pallets, I believe is what they described to me. So then I think they'd like to transport those plants into those mobile raised planter beds in April or May. So working with that group to figure out how can we best accommodate. Yeah. Any questions? Yes.
Is the sustainability offices, they're long-term or is it temporary or what?
We are out there long-term, yes.
All right, thank you.
They've been worked on recently.
Yes, they've had some renovations. Absolutely.
Yeah, they tried to locate City Hall. We would not allow it.
I want them over there.
They tried to come to the park shop. We said no to.
We can do this because Nicole's not in the room.
Jenny's watching now.
Makes sense. Neiman's probably like, wait, what? Okay, so let's jump into some of those general government dollar items that are funded this up next fiscal year through our budget process that we've just gone through. First one, wow, huge, $1.5 million to redo the siding at the Flagstaff Aquaplex. These are some images of what the cementitious board is what was installed in 2007, 2008. it's just not holding up well. We've got large cracks. We've got exposure occurring, significant fading, which that's just cosmetic, but still doesn't look great for a membership-based recreation center. So the pros department or division has been awarded 1.5 million to do the siding. So this cementitious board's gonna come off and a new siding product up. Yes,
Do we blame Councilmember Overton for that?
100%. His name's all over it. No. Actually, Public Works has been an excellent partner in this, and in trying to figure out how the heck can we get this recreation center, the exterior of it redone. So it's been a long work in progress, and also discussing the project with contractors, finding best practices, what product should we be putting up versus what should we not, and ensuring that we're buying a product that's going to last a lot longer than this product did.
It's a great project. I think of this and I think of the new windows at the library, and it's like these buildings, you know, it's good to see that we're taking care of them. This is going to be a huge improvement from the exterior. Yeah.
It'll even just cosmetically look different too. I think it'll look amazing. So that one is just an absolute joy. A significantly smaller one, but still carries some great importance along the Butler Avenue area at both South LaRue and South San Francisco are two sitting areas. The third one is being converted to the Cleo Murdoch Park, as we just heard with Jana in Beautification Arts and Sciences. So these are the other two sitting areas. They're both also bus stops with Mountain Line. They're nuisance properties for pros and for our PD department. We do see a lot of unwanted behaviors. We see a lot of complaints come through. So this is just minor, just a demolition. What do we do to kind of clean it up, remove anything that maybe helps create those unwanted behaviors, and then continue to work with our city engineering department on that Butler widening project, and what does this mean for this space? How can these two spaces be used differently now in the future? So again, it's just small. I think we can keep, you know, I've been asked, like, what does demo really mean in these spaces? Those large mature trees, let's keep those. That may, you know, the juniper shrubs, the sitting areas, the trash cans, anything that invite unwanted behaviors, let's remove that. And so that is the point of this small project to execute next fiscal year. Any questions on either of those two? All right, moving on through. So when Martin Ince was up here just about a half hour or so ago, that's the urban trail. That's what our asphalt urban trail looks like in our system. Yeah, that's awesome. So in working with transportation engineering and our budget team, pros was asked this budget cycle, if we had money to provide, could you project manage a replacement of the asphalt, some of the asphalt system? There's a total of 11 miles. There are two segments that would be considered commuter segments. There's the 180 urban trail, that's asphalt, and there's the Lone Trail, good grief. There's the Lone Tree, and there's John Wesley Powell. There's a handful of them. Some of them are in better shape than others. Lone Tree and 180 are in terrible shape. So there's $250,000 right now this fiscal year, and then that will be supplemented with 1 million in a handful of months here. So pros is gonna hit the ground running hard, and we'll identify which of those segments highest need to replace. We will get as much done as we can. The replacement is not in asphalt, it's going to be in concrete. Be 6 inches thick with a turn down. It's meant to last the 50-year time frame, not a shorter duration, unfortunately. It's exciting stuff. The amount of complaint phone calls we receive is, and it's difficult to answer because we didn't have answers before. Now we do. The really amazing stuff. And then there may be some dollars beyond. So let's see what we can do with this first 1.2 million, and then see how this works for future, because we'll get as much done as possible. There still may be, again, segments that need to be done, and this will build a strategic plan toward that. And again, that is Prop 419, a part of the transportation tax, that funding mechanism. Questions on that? I'll be out in the field a lot. I have a feeling this summer.
What do we have here?
Tennis courts.
Oh.
Yeah, basketball and tennis. So this is a part now of the BBB Recreation Fund balance. So you notice the bag of money's changed. This current fiscal year, so we're working on the sport courts at Bushmaster Park, just under $1 million in design and construction on that. We are almost done with design, so should be seeking permits soon and hopefully starting construction in May, so in about a month. Really exciting stuff. They look amazing. Just for everyone's reference, this turquoise and kind of desert sand color, staff have elected, we're painting all of the courts that color, maybe in like an alternate scheme to bounce the colors off each other, but we thought that would be really neat to have the same color scheme in one park, not just for maintenance needs, but also just for appearance. On purpose, the courts were originally designed this way, so it was also easy to identify what is pickleball, what is tennis, and what is basketball. That one's ongoing, that one's exciting. Let's talk a Heritage Square restroom. Unless any questions on sport courts. You guys like that one? Yeah, let's talk Heritage Square restroom. So high priority for the Parks and Recreation Commission. I think high priority for our downtown businesses. The current restrooms, they're in an alley across from Uptown Billiards. They're in an alcove. They're just not great. Let's just be honest. They're not great. So originally what we were thinking about from a staff lens was bringing forward, I'm sure you all have seen the presentations on the Portland Loo. Single use bathroom. Since then, there's been some obstacles. Decorating Heritage Square is not easy. It's also not necessarily the city's property to decorate. We've gone through a handful of ideas. Right now, where we are on this is maybe we take this $250,000 and rehab those alley restrooms. How do we change them to change those unwanted behaviors? Do we bring them inside? Maybe, I don't know. We could certainly adjust the hours of operation. Could we create a different touch to them? Could they have a concierge janitorial service associated with them? So that way they're checked more frequently than they are today. So we're going through a handful of ideas and trying to figure out how to best do this in lieu of putting a Portland Loo anywhere on the square or in the northern downtown area. So we've taken a handful of steps forward and we're kind of back to ground zero, but that's okay. That means we're doing our due diligence and I'm comfortable with that. Yes.
And can you speak briefly on maybe seeing another area as a testing?
I could, yeah, absolutely. So part of this conversation was the Portland Loo concept is cool. It looks like a tiny Airstream. It's 6 foot by 8 foot, single use toilet. Where else could we put one to still bring one into our system? So some ideas have been maybe Wheeler Park, because that could help with the impacts our downtown library feels and city hall feels. We've also talked about, could we place one around the visitor center? Because that restroom feels an impact from the public. So it doesn't mean the Portland Loo's off the table. It just means we're gonna look for a different location and think about Heritage Square restroom in a different way.
We have public restrooms in the building where John Ben Lenningham owns that building. That's the north side of Heritage Square.
They're not the city's public restrooms.
But I mean, they're accessible to
They are.
public during business hours. But on the other side, across from Heritage Square over, on the other south side of that, Aspen and stuff, there's no public restrooms that I know of, right?
None. The only other one is at the Amtrak station inside the visitor center.
So is there any thought of maybe putting in or finding a way to have public restrooms on that side of the street?
Still north of the tracks, Councilmember?
Like right next to Rainbow's Inn.
That was a thought, definitely. Turned it down. I met with Amy, it was like,
Experiences there, yeah.
Yeah, so, yeah, there's some, there were red flags with trying to place this restroom on Heritage Square. It's a big no-no to do cross utilities. So where was the potable water gonna come from? Where was the sewer and electricity gonna come from? So that just became a big issue. So then there is a parking lot. It's on the in between, it's the LaRue parking lot is what we label it as. I believe there's 8 or 9 ADA parking spaces there. And then there are 2 parallel or 2 just next to each other, regular park flag spaces next to a dumpster. So took a look at those. Quite honestly, having a restroom outside eateries just doesn't feel great. So in doing that due diligence, talking to business owners, inquiring like, how does this work for you? How does this work for you? It didn't feel good. It was not warm and fuzzy. So that's what kicked us back to do this. How do we rehab these existing restrooms? Another thing to mention is this Portland Loo single unit. So we're taking away 2 restrooms, public, and replacing it with 1. That didn't feel good either to business owners, especially those that might have what feel like more like public restrooms just because they're out in the open. They're not, say, within the business directly or inside the restaurant or bar. So we went through that process. We did take a hard look at that parking lot and have just quite honestly just gone back to ground one and say, how do we rehab what we have? There's a sustainable approach to that too, because then we're taking what we already have and seeing how we can make it better and reusing.
So it's a community if you have some concierge type service.
We are, absolutely. And I think that could be an amazing piece to this. It really could.
Maybe have that person be an ambassador to be.
They could, absolutely. And just for everyone's reminder, park staff maintain Heritage Square itself and then do street tree maintenance in the downtown area. So is it someone that also works hand in hand with those individuals? Because we're down there constantly, plus obviously do snow operation down there. So it is that concierge service or that whatever we can provide, start to work closely with the Parks Department, more than likely.
I know where those bathrooms are, in the alley across from the creperie. But an average tourist would have no idea how to find those. Some signs would be useful. Second issue, many years ago, one of the council members asked Goodrich, there was some way we could put a restroom in the park, or, you know.
In Wheeler Park?
Well, yeah, north of City Hall. And she said she'd look into that. And that's who that council member was.
Was it Councilmember McCarthy?
Yeah.
He just took us this long, that's all.
Anyway, I asked that many years ago and never got an answer. So I guess I'll ask it again. You know, and I know the Marriott, there's no bathroom there. You know, I know where the bathrooms are downtown, but you know, somebody new to town, they would have no idea.
They would have no idea. Discover Flagstaff.
We could do a bathroom tour.
Do them daily, Councilmember McCarthy, no. Discover Flagstaff does have a map that indicates where the public restrooms are, but that's not the end all way to inform everyone. And so what we would like to do is see how we can rehab these. And then is there an opportunity, because there still may even be funds left over of this 250,000 and still get that restroom at Wheeler Park, the park north of City Hall. Because again, that would release a lot of impacts downtown library feels as the City Hall bathroom would.
Yeah, if you don't put bathrooms in, I'll just tell a quick story. When I was working on my master's degree, I studied city planning in Europe for a month. And there's no bathrooms. We're in Italy, right? So the guys would just go down the alley and the girls wouldn't do it. Except 45 minutes later, they did because they had no choice. Another story is I went into a coffee shop and, you know, I said in Italian, where's the restroom? The You know what the reply was? Cafe? In other words, would you like to buy a coffee?
Absolutely, yeah.
So, I think it is important. It's a real basic human need, and
Basic service.
we don't provide it. People will go where they shouldn't be going.
Exactly. That is our concern. And that was also a concern with, there's two existing and replacing with one. Just didn't feel right. We're not providing the best service.
Add one and keep the two.
That was discussed too, but I think this one just might go again. It won't be directly in that downtown area, at Wheeler Park, or possibly outside Visitor Center. It'd be a cool spot. Absolutely.
Maybe before you move on,
Yes.
I just wanted to thank you for all the reach out and talking to the customers. And you would think adding a bathroom would be easy, but it turns out it's not. And I appreciate that you are.
Oh, absolutely. Our pleasure. Our pleasure.
She's pro.
See, Prose. Ponderosa Park reconstruction. That project, it will happen. It's not gonna happen this fiscal year. We have the entire suite of the spruce wash stormwater improvements going on. It's 8 or 9, can't recall. Anyhow, once that the stormwater component is developed, then we can develop the park and meet definitely quarterly, sometimes monthly, based on need with the Sunnyside Neighborhood Association, to keep that group engaged and informed on the status of this. I mean, it's almost been 4 years since they've had the entire park, that community. So looking forward to bringing this with a good bang once we can get the stormwater piece done. Westside Park. All right. This one, this one was fun. For anyone's knowledge, this thing was funded 4 or 5 years ago. There was something called COVID that hit, and that funding changed. We went into our recession. Funding came back. We were smart about it. We funded this project over 2 fiscal years. So this fiscal year is only $350,000. Because please, I cannot deliver a park for $350,000. But I can sure as heck get it designed, perform outreach to the neighborhood. The adjacent neighborhood is Boulder Point. And we just saw with the capital projects, there'll be some calming devices going on in that neighborhood. And then that neighborhood would be receiving a neighborhood classification park. That'd be our first park to deliver since 2003, since Fox Glen Park. Pretty cool. So we will definitely there's a design contract that's underway, had the first kickoff meeting 2 days ago. Really excited to get this going and perform more of a neighborhood outreach to, again, neighborhood park, even though others from wherever in our greater community may go and enjoy this park. But I want to find out from the neighborhood, what do you want in your park? Within reason.
Amy, is this the space where the HOA owned the land but really wasn't doing anything with it?
That's correct. So there's a little over 5 acres that are for the park. It's just uphill from the Staples Commercial Center. And then when that Boulder Point subdivision was created, one of their tract spaces, I believe called Tract A. It's huge. It goes through the whole community. That's what we do not have. We do not have access to right of way to access this park. So I am talking with the HOA, are going to start bringing those conversations back on, is it an access easement? I think that's where they landed last a few years ago when we last talked about it, is that's what they would prefer, is just provide the staff an access easement, XYZ wide, probably about 30-foot wide, so we can access the park, so can the community off the street, off the right of way, which is North Highland Mesa Drive.
So no parking lot?
I don't think so. It's a neighborhood park. I want the neighborhood to decide that. There's a finite dollar amount to build this. So if a parking lot costs $250,000, do you really want one? Yeah. Or would you rather get something else in your park? I don't think it's required. Maybe a couple accessible ADA spaces. Ensure that we're being accessible and inclusive on that. And then obviously maintenance access. But beyond that, I don't see a large parking lot. Excellent questions about that. So it's literally just starting. We're hoping to do some outreach on that in late April, May, before school session is out. Because also want to include the youth in the communities on what do you want in your neighborhood park kind of thing. Should be fun to go through.
Amy?
Yes.
I'm gonna have to leave in just a minute, unfortunately, but can you take 3 minutes or so and talk about the Murdoch Center Park? I mean, I know that there's a statue going in, but there really hasn't been any real conversation about the park. So can you tell me what's going on with that?
I can try and tell you what's going on with the park, and I might see if Jana knows much or yes, thank you. Because it's really with the community development. It was block grant funded. A gentleman in community development is working on the project. So pros hasn't been heavily involved just yet. I know that there's been some stop and goes on it, probably based on funding and not sure what else. I wish I had better answers for you, Councilmember Harris, but I know there was some minor demolition that's occurred. I think there was a meeting on site. Was that just today?
That was just for the statue. That's
Got you.
artwork.
Okay, got you. I can try and gather some more information on that and send you email on that if that would work.
Dan Folk, can you hear us? Can you jump in? Because I know there was another meeting on this as well.
A couple comments there too that I think are pertaining to it. The procurement said they're waiting on a quote from a vendor through a county cooperative for Cleo Murdoch Park.
I was on site with Mark Revis today, and I know that he said that the chain link fence was coming down within the next week or so. So I know that progress. He told all our finalists today. That's the only reason I know, because again, not overseeing that project ourselves. I know that the Ballard lights have been replaced.
They have.
And I know they're planning on removing all the juniper.
The shrubs.
The juniper bushes, but I don't know when that's going to happen. I have offered as part of the beautification to do some replacement planting of things that are acceptable, more like the holly and the paracantha. Yes. And I also told the artists who are making proposals that if they wanted some special landscaping, as long as it was native plants, that, we would do that. I know he's, Mark, also planning a monument sign on the Brannan side that says the Cleo Murdoch Park. That's what I gained from today's meeting, and that's what I can pass on to you.
See, Dan Folk is available too.
Thank you, Jen.
You're able to.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. I just stepped out of my office for a few minutes and I came back and I saw Greg's question about Murdoch. It sounds like you got a bit of an update, but yeah, we'd gotten a quote and it was out of budget. And so now we're working directly with a local firm to give us a quote to do, I think, pretty much the full scope, we're hoping, of the improvements. And we're hoping to do that here very quickly this spring. We're very aware of the desire to bring the Juneteenth event back to Murdoch Center. And so we're going to make sure everything is completed and tidy and ready to go for June.
Thanks, Dan. Could you speak to, in general concepts, what the new park might include that's different from what's there right now?
Sure. And I can find the graphic and put it up here, but essentially, yeah, it starts with the pocket park that we've been talking about, which is to the west of the Murdoch Center, and opening that up. I think some of the landscaping has been addressed already. Some new lighting has already gone in there. I think earlier they were talking about the public art that's proposed for that location. And so improvements to the pocket park, trying to open it up, I believe, create a little more visibility. It does create a nuisance for Murdoch Center and the folks at the Murdoch. And then improvements on the north side of the Murdoch Center, so where the chessboard is. There's plans to put in landscaping, a sidewalk that will go across the property, a small storage building where the oversized chess pieces can be kept outside. And so hopefully that'll promote more use of that. I would say just general beautification of the property itself. And then there is a sign, so a new sign at the driveway there, again with some landscaping. I believe maybe some irrigation is involved. And so that's kind of an overview of the beautification side of it. And I'll find the plan and put it up.
Councilmember Harris, does that, I know it's just verbal at this point, but does that help?
You know what? Normally I would say yes, but no.
Okay.
Because this is really frustrating.
Yeah.
We've been talking about this for almost 4 years, and this is where we are. And so it's not fair to a community, and it's not just because I work, that I volunteer there, but it's not fair to a community that has been waiting for 4 years. And when you hear all the other stuff that's getting done like that. So that's all I'm gonna say about that. I don't want to sound like sour grapes, but I think I've been really, really patient as the volunteer executive director, and I try and keep my 2 hats separate. But this is frustrating, city manager, and I just want you to know, normally I wouldn't go here, but this is really bad. And that's the community that has been promised so many things for so long, and they always get put on the back burner. And so it's just not appropriate to continue to do that. That's all I'm gonna say.
Thank you for your comments. Your frustration is definitely noted and warranted. And it sounds like things are moving forward. I know 4 years is a long time, but we will be diligent in seeing this through. And I think also along with that, we will be diligent in making sure that Southside has an idea of what's happening before it materializes.
It would be nice to know what it's gonna look like, because I've heard lots of different things, and so having a picture to share with the community would be nice to have.
Thank you.
Fortunate.
Quite all right.
So Amy, I think we're behind on time.
I can go fast. Cool. Going into some of the future years for BBB recreation in that Ponderosa Park reconstruction that we talked about, that's not occurring this fiscal year, hopefully into next. Hal Jensen Recreation Center, we're gonna put air conditioning in the gym. That seems like a smart idea, right? If anyone's ever experienced that. So that's a future project. There's $200,000 for Thorpe Park to further that mitigation we were talking about and and whatever else we could do for the future ICCC. And then that's the rest of the funding for West Park construction, since we're doing the design outreach and maybe some site work right now. Keep cruising. Future years, Cheshire Park expansion, that's about 8 acres. That's to the kind of the north of current Cheshire Park, up against 180 and Northern Arizona Museum. It's $1 million that PROS has earmarked for that, as well as a partner at the table. The idea there is a running track, and what fits exactly in the middle of a running track, a nice big multi-purpose field. So we could start to impact a lot of our athletic user groups, especially the youth in town, with that type of a project. Future years, Continental Park expansion. So then there's existing Continental Park where there are 5 ball fields. There's one softball, 4 baseball, Little League. This is the expansion to the north, and $3 million over 2 fiscal years. $3 million is not going to get us the softball complex that's identified to go here, but it's going to get us a start. Whether if we can find a partnership, a P3, a P2, grants, you name it, we're going to go after it, because we need a softball complex for our girls softball youth in town. So that's what that is for. Boom. How was that, Joanne? Was that good?
Great.
Okay, good. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Yep. Any questions on anything PROS with an E?
Great, thank you.
Everybody.
To our enterprise funds and start with the airport. Ryan Gall, Miali.
To you too.
Swipe that plug now.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Brian Gall, Director of the Flagstaff Airport, and with me today is Adam Yali, Airport Programs Manager. Today we're going to be going over the capital improvement plan for the next few years for the Flagstaff Airport, including starting off with a look actually, we're going to start off with a little bit of a look backwards at some of our accomplishments from the previous year. So since we spoke about this last, we have opened our new economy parking lot. So that parking lot adds about 414 parking spaces to the Flagstaff Airport. If anybody's been out there, you've seen they're connected to the terminal with a 10-foot sidewalk that has an awesome fence that Janice team helped us get installed, which we've been getting really good reviews about. And in addition to that, and in coordination with that effort, we installed and is now operational our new paid parking system. So that system was installed at both the economy parking lot as well as the terminal parking lot. So it's retrofit into our older facility as well. That system went live about middle of July last year. So we're coming up on nearing a year approaching that system. And I do have some fun facts to share for that. Thanks, Adam, for the suggestion to add some of these today. So these are through the end of January. The first cool thing that we noticed is when we counted total entrances through the new parking equipment, it was exactly 20,000. So I don't know what the odds are to get that close to a nice round number. Exactly 20,000. Yep. Parking entrances between middle of July to end of January this year. We're seeing about 2,800 parking entrances per month. So a little less than 100 a day or so. And to date, we've seen about $300,000 in revenue from that parking system. So that's really awesome. Right now, that's going to pay back the construction of the original parking lot. So for a few years, that money is earmarked. But in terms of long-term support for the Airport Enterprise Fund, that's going to be something we're really looking forward to. So that brings up a conversation about the airport fund itself. As Marty talked about earlier, the airport's an enterprise fund, and funding comes from a variety of sources for that. So the airport's primarily funded through revenue through our leases, through our parking fees, through rents from our hangar and other storage spaces. We get landing fees for certain commercial aircraft. All that is used to support that airport enterprise fund. So within that, we have the Airport Capital Improvement Program. So at airports, the Capital Improvement Program is a 5-year program. It's developed in conjunction with the Airport Master Plan. So as an airport, we fall under not just the city jurisdiction, but we also have a number of federal and state regulations that we also have to comply with, including a lot of regulations and guidance for development of airport facilities. And the big part of that is because we've accepted federal dollars in the form of grants to build the facilities we have now. So when you accept those and you become a public use airport, they basically give you a series of manuals to go by that sort of dictate the future growth of airports. So our Airport Capital Improvement Plan is developed in conjunction with our Airport Master Plan. Like I said, that plan's done about every 10 years. Our last update was in 2018, so we'll be due here in a few years. Sometimes they do go a little bit longer than 10, so that is on the plan, on our capital improvement plan to fund a few years out from now. So our capital improvement plan is done in conjunction with the Federal Aviation Administration and the ADOT, or Arizona Department of Transportation Aeronautics Division. So they review our capital improvement plan. They have to sign off on the projects that we apply for every year. Now, that really relates to the projects that are either federally funded or state funded or a mixture of both. So the funding structures for most of the projects we're going to talk about today are either federal, state, local, so a portion funded by the FAA, a portion funded by ADOT with the remainder from the city, or state local, where it's started by the state with a matching portion from the city, or it's some local projects. For example, the parking lot and the paid parking system were locally funded because they're revenue generating. They're not eligible for some of those federal grants. Projects and proposed improvements to our airport commission for feedback. And of course, there are always the occasional emergency procurement that we might need to go through for some sort of capital improvements as well. So I mentioned the funding source that we get with those federal projects. So within the federal umbrella, there's a number of different grants that fund airports. The first is FAA entitlements and discretionary. So entitlements being we receive a certain amount of money based on the number of passengers we have annually. So that is sort of ours to assign as long as it's assigned to a project that is approved by the FAA. We also ask for discretionary funding if there's ever a case where our entitlement funding is not enough to cover the full cost of a project. That's applicable in one of the projects Adam's going to be talking about in a little bit, which is our snow removal equipment building. We also have the FAA CARES grants. That's not strictly capital improvements. We're using those for maintenance funding, but it is one of our funding sources for some of our improvements at the airport right now. That is 100% federally funded. Then we also have the FAA bipartisan infrastructure law. In that case, that's another grant program that we're getting based on the number of employments we have at the airport. Right now, the funding for that is also going toward that snow removal building. And then another funding source that we have access to is passenger facility charges. So airports have the ability to charge, to add a fee onto airline tickets up to $4.50 to apply to projects. In this case, we generally use our passenger facility fund charges for our matching portion of those state and local grants we talked about. And one thing to note about passenger facility charges is that they have to be approved not only by the FAA, meaning that they're going to an approved project, but the airline that we're collecting the fees through also have to sign off on the project. So it's basically used for projects that are for infrastructure that is supporting those airline operations. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Adam to start off the discussion with our snow removal building.
Thanks, Brian. What is afternoon? Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. Adam Yalley, as Brian indicated, I'm the airport program manager, and I get started off with a fun project. I believe most of you have seen a lot of information regarding this particular facility. It's much needed. It's worked very, very high with our both federal and state partners. We've been working on it for some time right now through the design. Currently, what we're looking at is a 25,000 square foot barn, if you will. It'll have 6 pull-through bays, and the key part is, if you can notice the illustration in the lower hand corner, that's kind of what the layout would look like. On that far left side that is going to be a maintenance bay. We currently do not have a way to maintenance a lot of the ARF vehicles. Many of you know that they're not small pieces of equipment. So opening them and bringing them through the gate to bring over here to fleet to get work done doesn't really work out very well, especially with some of the plow equipment. So the FAA gave us the green light to go ahead and get a maintenance bay in there as well. So we're going to be able to now not only maintain our snow equipment, but also our firefighting equipment as well. This particular new structure is going to be located between the fire station and the air traffic control tower. Very interesting in that it will have great proximity. We looked at alternate sites, but this is the one we selected on. I would like to take a moment just to note that this particular structure will have no gas. This will be fully electric. Again, we work with our FAA partners. We're going to be doing the high performance green building standards. For this particular project, it will be all electric. Where we are currently on this project is we've pulled together our solicitation for our CMAR. We applied with the Federal Aviation to move forward with an alternative delivery system, so the CMAR. And so they looked at it and they gave us the green light to go move forward. So we pulled together our solicitation package. FAA has reviewed it. We did their comments and it's getting ready to post here next week. We're real excited. That's the next piece we need to this puzzle, is to get our CMAR on board. Once we do, and we get our GMP, that also help us. Brian indicated with our discretionary funding. So we do have a gap. FAA is aware of that. They're going to do everything they can to help us out. And I want to commend leadership for also helping us at the Capitol as well, and trying to push this forward. I really appreciate it. This is a much, one more time, much needed piece of infrastructure. Hopefully we can get once this is done, we do have some additional purchases that we need to do through the FAA. We have to have a minimum number of pieces of equipment. And currently we can't move forward with that because we have nowhere to house it. So this will help facilitate that, get us back up to where we need to be. Before I move on, any questions? Thank you. Next, we have our land acquisition. Stacy BK has been working on this for a couple of years. I'll just say it loosely. This is a really important project. The FAA encourages municipalities like us to hold land or have control over any areas that are outside that runway protection zone. So an area leading up to and following out of your runway. So we need to kind of control that so we don't have an in and out at the end of our runway, for example. bad example, but they encourage us to, the cars,
Wait a second.
they encourage us to do what we can to try to control that. So we are surrounded on most sides with the U.S. Forest Service. So we're working with them to see if we can purchase that land. The conversations thus far has been very, very good. It's moving in the right direction. We are working, this is one of those state funded, so ADOT did give us a grant of approximately 2.8 million. We're working with our partners, and in doing so, you'll notice there's the JW Powell, it's kind of illustrated on there. It's not part of this purchase, but what we wanted to do is bring all parties together because they're going to be having the conversation with the same people here in the next 2 to 3 years.
So, the JW Powell, is that the blue line running parallel to the?
Yes, ma'am.
And is the purple shaded area, is that where the forestry office is and entrance there? Okay.
That's why the conversations have been very robust and it's going in the right direction. Currently, we're in the appraisal portion of this. We could get our own appraisal, but Forest Service, they're going to do their own. So they're currently going through those processes inside their own departments to get that appraisal. So that'll be moving forward for the next few months, but we are moving forward in a very progressive way on this project, or steadfast ways, fast as we can.
Just another clarification question. JW Powell, I walked that road a lot. You've got the runway and then a dirt road, and then you've got quite a big embankment up to some trees and stuff. So where would the JW Powell extension go through there? Is that next to the runway, or will they have to be moving dirt?
I don't want to speak for my friends over in engineering, but I believe the alignment we're showing here is just a concept. The final alignment, I don't think they've even worked anywhere near that. This was an alignment that was established back in 2010 when we did the runway extension project. So somewhere around there, so we're looking at if that was going to be the ultimate alignment, what would that look like as far as the city and the Forest Service, and would they be willing to also work with releasing some of that land as well? So that's the reason why I went ahead and put that on there, was just to let you know that we're from multiple angles.
I was just curious because I'm assuming there has to be some distance between the raised runway and a main artery road.
I would say so. Again, I'm not going to speak for engineering, but I believe they're still looking at, I don't know if it's been advertised or what that final alignment ultimately will look like. So that's why we did kind of a wide swath through there.
Thank you.
More information from Trevor coming soon, I hope. Trevor, would you like to chime in on this?
I'll start, while he's walking up here, I'll start with one additional piece of context. Councilmember Matthews brought up a great point that, there are some airport related regulations about the separation between, say, roadways and airport infrastructure like runways. So the really short answer is it depends, right? So there's a lot of things that you talked about, the grade difference there where the runway's a lot higher. So you can get away with a little bit more down low relative to the runway versus when something is higher and adjacent to a runway. So there's a process that we have to go through to analyze the airspace for any new infrastructure that goes in. That's stoplights, street lights, power poles, all that kind of stuff would have to be analyzed, as well as it's not a constant shape. So what Adam talked about was the runway protection zone. It might be a little hard to see, but that's a trapezoid off the end of the runway. It gets wider the further away you are. So they generally discourage development of any sort in there, and that includes roadways in most cases, but you can get exceptions. So one of the reasons we wanted to bring this up early in the process was so that our capital team, our engineering team could get in contact with both the FAA and the Forest Service, since this is kind of a three-party discussion that's going on, to make sure that everybody's on board with what that alignment will be. So this is very early in the process, but we have brought that up to the FAA, and there was a meeting a couple weeks ago where they're starting to figure out exactly.
JW Powell right now, I mean, if you were to cross the street into the other side of Lake Mary, it's right to the runway.
Yeah, and it's actually, so the intersection itself is just outside of our runway protection zone. It ends right before you get there. So the question is sort of, can we swing wide enough to avoid the whole thing, or does it have to cut through a little corner of it where we might have to get some sort of waiver from the FAA? And so that's the conversation that's, I think, just now getting started. And maybe Trevor can add some additional details to that.
Yeah, so the line that's drawn on the map there is part of the regional transportation plan. So that document way back when was created, so JWP was gonna come off I-17, go to the east, cross Lake Mary, connect up to Butler Fourth. So at that time, that's kind of the best case scenario for what we thought JWP would look like. But as Adam and Brian mentioned, there's a lot of discussion that has to go on with the FAA, with that protection zone, also with the Forest Service, because there's some land there that we have to acquire. And in a perfect world where Lake Mary and JWP cross, it would be great for a four-lane intersection. And that's kind of where it was drawn, and then kind of go back a little bit to the west and then down into where it connects then to where JWP currently ends by the airport. So that would have been perfect, but just, it was a document, regional transportation plan. That's kind of where it just shows up. So we still need to vet the ideas and go through that process to ensure that it's in the right location. Yep.
This time, I'm gonna turn it back over to Brian real quick. He's gonna talk about our taxiway whiskey relocation and apron.
Thanks, Adam. So the projects that Adam just talked about are kind of our current year efforts, right? So the land acquisition is ongoing right now. So is the design and hopefully getting a contractor on board for the snow removal equipment building. This is kind of our next phase. So the projects that we're in the planning for right now, we're planning a design in fiscal year 25 with construction following in maybe fiscal year 26 or 27, depending on federal funding availability. So as Adam mentioned, this is a project to relocate a taxiway. So you'll see directly adjacent to the airport terminal, you can see the asphalt line that runs kind of straight up and down on the map. That's what we call taxiway whiskey. It's where aircraft get from the runway back to our private, smaller hangars and aircraft parking shades. The FAA changed the rules after this piece of pavement was built for safety purposes, where now it's prohibited to have direct access from an aircraft parking area to a runway. And the reason was they want to add a couple 90-degree turns to make sure the pilots aren't at their checklist and keeping their head in the cockpit and maybe just kind of cruising past the stop bars that lead to the runway, which is a problem that we've seen in airports across the country. Fortunately, a little bit less so at Flagstaff, partially due to our orientation and having a single runway. It's a little bit more apparent versus an airport where we might be crossing 3 or 4 taxiways and runways to get to the one you're ultimately going to. You kind of lose track of where you're on the airfield, especially in inclement weather. So like I said, for us, it hasn't been much of an issue, but the standard still applies. So this project, as Adam mentioned, scores pretty highly on the federal funding because it is for safety purposes. The idea is to shift that taxi lane over to the west where that red line is shown and make those 90-degree turns required to get there. The other advantage of that is it widens our commercial apron. So it gives us more place for those commercial flights to park and facilitates possible terminal expansion in the future. So this is kind of an enabling project that's going to put the airport in a better position when we do start to see some increased commercial traffic, especially if it relates to larger aircraft. Like I said, this project's a little bit further out, but the scope is generally known in accordance with our master plan. This is actually a screenshot out of our master plan, so kind of gives a good indication of where we expect that project to go in a couple of years. I'll turn it back over to Adam for another project about our runway.
Last one. Fun picture. Brian put this in for me. Just kind of, our runway is 8,800 feet long, and 150 feet wide. So just for context, that's a car in front of that 3, that's runway 3. Just so I like this picture because it gives you perspective of the size. The reason why we've identified this with our ADOT friends is the FAA has recently changed the methodology for which they analyze the structural capacity of your runway. They've kind of turned it upside down a little bit. There's not a 1-to-1 ratio. So when we get a call, say military flight wants to come in, a C-17 wants to come in, it's got a whole bunch of stuff in it, just wants to do some touch and goes and then stop and get some fuel. But we need to look at that and analyze that to see if our runway has the capacity to hold that type of load. So because the FAA has changed kind of way that they analyze that and the way that we can respond back to those, whether it's an agency or a private owner, if you will. We need to be able to kind of get caught back up. So what this particular project will allow us to do is go out and take core samples of the runway and be able to correlate that to the new standards. This runway has seen a lot of projects over the years as far as extensions. We did some widening, did some shouldering. We need to take a look and see what those numbers come back. So that way we don't create a bigger problem by allowing aircraft that's overweight come in and damage it. So this project will allow us to not only get to the new FAA standard, but also support us in those calls that Brian has to make almost on a daily basis, and whether or not we can have pieces of equipment come in. So project is in a nutshell, just a design project, and this is still awaiting funding from the state. They're analyzing it, looking at it. It's not currently in our ASIP, but it would score very high considering it's a new requirement from the FAA. I believe that's all we have here at the airport. Are there any questions before we leave?
I'm always going to ask you this question. Sure. Are we any closer to getting another airline?
We're working really hard on it. So Claire Harper, our airport communications manager, has been attending almost quarterly conferences, the roundtable conferences where she can meet with different air carriers and airports that have had successful interactions with air carriers to share best practices, find out the direction the industry is going so we can tailor what we can offer to those carriers to match that. So we are going to, the kind of big one of those conferences is this summer. So we're planning on attending that in May. We've requested meetings with 9 different airlines. So we'll see which ones accept. So we request meetings with a fairly long list. Last year we met with 3. We're hopeful to get a little bit higher number than that this year. We're also working right now, Claire's working really hard on an updated air carrier incentive policy. So the council adopted an air carrier incentive policy, I think it was in 2018 or 2019, that showed some of what we could offer to prospective air carriers. So that's things like potential rent reduction or waiving of landing fees or some other fees they might pay to the airport for some period of time to encourage new air carriers. But the FAA standards that govern those have changed a little bit since then, and we've seen the airline industry change. So one of the big things we've seen is what they call upgauging. We're starting to see fewer flights with larger aircraft. Oftentimes carriers will want to come in less than daily. They might want to come in 3 times a week to certain destinations, especially if they're more recreation or tourism based than business travel. So we're right now, the way our policy is written is it only provides any incentives for air carriers that come in with a new service to an unserved destination with daily traffic. And it's somewhat limited in the incentives we can offer them. So we're going to try to expand on that a little bit, provide some extra detail, because that is one of the questions that almost every air carrier we meet with talks about is, what are the things that the city or the airport can offer them in the near term to help ease that transition into a new market while they get their feet under them. Like I said, we've met with probably 3 different air carriers in the last year outside of just those conferences. They all seem to be interested in coming to a destination, our destination. They're all really interested and excited about Flagstaff. The challenges we've seen, number one, the pilot shortage is continuing. So they're still catching up with the departures they had during COVID when they encouraged retirements and flight schools kind of halted their operations. So that's been a pretty big hurdle for them to get over. And the other thing we've seen is the delay in the delivery of aircraft. I think there's been some fairly public issues with certain aircraft being certified lately, and that trickles through the whole fleet. So even if that's not an aircraft that's going to come to Flagstaff per se, they need to have that aircraft to fill the spot that can free up the aircraft that can come to Flagstaff. So as we see those continued delays in aircraft, I think that's been pushing back our the window or the target for us getting a new carrier in. But we have had some pretty promising interactions, and we're going to continue to do that this year.
Look forward to it.
The upgauging, hence the need for the study as well. So when they ask us, can we bring our A320, we can give them an answer.
Yeah, good point. Thanks, Adam.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Water services, I believe.
Break, but do you want to keep going? So,
Let's do a break.
and then we'll go into solid waste.
Yeah. I wish we had pudding for our break.
Gosh.
Let's get back here.
Solid waste after lunch. Yeah.
2:10.
2:10. You're giving us an extra minute.
And
Oh, man.
That was my dog mom voice. All right, we're gonna get restarted, and we have Evan here to talk. Are we back up? Okay. Talk about solid waste.
Let's talk about waste, baby. Let's talk about you and me.
We're talking about for quite some time. Have people's attention to it. One. Good afternoon, everyone. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, City Manager, City Evan Tyrrell, City Clerk.
City Attorney. You don't have to name everybody.
My name is Evan Tyrrell. You've met me before. I serve as the city's solid waste section director. We have a lot going on in solid waste, and we've pared it down today to 2 slides, the entire section. No, that's not entirely true. We've only pared down our primary main capital improvement programs that we have ongoing for this year and into next fiscal year. There are some other items that I'm sure the council is patiently waiting on. Updates regarding the recycling will be coming to you sooner than later to talk about that in the near future. Today, I want to talk about 2 of our ongoing capital improvement programs, and those are the landfill access road reconstruction, and the second one is the Cell D development at the Cinder Lake landfill. The landfill access road was recently approved by council about 2 months ago, along with an IGA with Coconino County, to basically repave the road leading into the landfill. It's about 2 miles of road. It will include an entire basically excavation and replacement of the asphalt surfaces, the fencing, the easements. We're going to be correcting the curves along the road for safety reasons, as well as improving some of the stormwater mitigation measures along the roadway. The budget for that for this year was originally budgeted at $4.3 million. The project is going to be about $5 million in total, so we've added a $1 million buffer for next year's fiscal budget for upcoming FY 24-25. Of that budget, Coconino County did increase their contribution. Previously was $1.68 million. Now they are increasing that to $2.4 million. So we've kind of offset the additional cost with support from Coconino County, which we very much appreciate and are grateful of that contribution. This work is under a CMAR, construction manager at risk, and a guaranteed maximum price. The work has essentially started. We're doing some preliminary surveying, siting, signage, et cetera. End of April, we really start trees and adjusting fence lines to start preparing for the larger construction effort. This work is projected to be completed by September of this calendar year, 2024. The next big item is Cell D. Cell D is going to be the landfill's first fully engineered and designed cell that's not essentially legacied for the landfill. And I can talk, here's where my lessons start. So regulations in the 1980s, promulgated under the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, required that new landfill cells have engineered design, liner systems, and leachate to preclude the leachate or waters from percolating down below the surface of the cell. So this cell will have a full liner and leachate collection system. We basically are developing this in 2 separate phases, an eastern phase of the cell and a western phase. Due to some budgetary limitations, and this is a large 30-acre area, we are first developing the eastern portion under what we're calling phase 1. We have had a CMAR and a GMP with Romo Construction and Design Engineering with another consultant that has done the original excavation to the depths of this cell, which we currently stand on, again, this eastern portion of the cell. We have monies for next year to get the cell in full development so we can actually have it in service. The landfill is growing. We do need to get this cell in service. So we've added the remaining funds that will put that eastern portion into full service, which will include crushing, placement of liner, leachate design and collection system placements, and there's basically an operations layer and roadway for logistical planning This money is being budgeted and requested at an additional 2.4 million for, on the wrong slide here. It's hard to see this actually standing up here. Next year, we've put in for about 2.5 million for the budget, in addition to what we have budgeted for this year that has been largely completed. And as I mentioned, that will include the liner system, leachate collection, placing the appropriate liners and the layers of the systems, and verification of the design. So as I mentioned, this will be phase one of this cell development. In future years, we will be moving forward with phase two. That will be an additional $0.2 million estimated to fully develop this cell, which will be the full 30 acres, for a total cost of the cell development of about $15 million. That cell is estimated to last us approximately 25 years at the landfill and bring in revenue of approximately $115 million. That is all I have today, and happy to take any questions.
Question. So the revenue, that's taking into account all the operating costs, right, and maintenance costs. Is that gross or net?
Gross. So that's the revenue based on how much waste we can fill in a cubic yard of volume and our current tipping fee, which is $45.75 a ton. So that does not include the subtracting the operating cost. Okay. Not net revenue, gross revenues.
And my apologies if you've said this to us in previous meetings, but I've obviously forgotten. How much additional land is out there for when the 25 years is up?
Sure. So beyond cell D, I don't have a map today. I can certainly provide one. There is another sequence called sequence E, which is on the far eastern area of the landfill. That is currently where we're actually taking cover material. It's kind of our borrow pit. I believe on the top of my head, that is approximately 80 acres in an area. That cell will bring a lot more airspace than just this one cell D. We've been doing some calculations of the lifetime remaining of the landfill with those areas without expansions, and we're looking with what limited we have left in the existing legacy cells plus cell D plus cell E, at least 80 years and above of remaining lifetime of the landfill.
Is it ever possible to cap it and reuse a site?
Yes. So there's oftentimes landfills are closed under a final closure plan. There's final closure placement, and then there's post-closure monitoring. Oftentimes landfills are, once they're closed, undergo what's called beneficial reuse. Sometimes there's city parks on top of them. Sometimes there's golf fields, golf courses on top of them as well. So there are alternate uses, and there could be even other waste diversion uses in the future on top of a closed portion or the entire landfill itself.
Thank you.
Question, and out in Oxnard, California, they have a beautiful golf course over at Old Landfill. You have these little pumps out on the side for the methane gas. So my question is, I've heard, not recently much, but talk about the need for a methane gas burn off. And then I've also heard that not even showing enough signs remotely to entertain that. Can you provide clarification on need it? Is it in the conversation? How long before we're going to need it?
Sure, absolutely. So landfills are required to monitor for methane and non-methane organic compounds that are commonly generated at large landfill facilities. We currently do every 5 years hire a consultant that conducts certain drilling into the landfill. They collect samples and they model projections as to how much methane the landfill is emitting from the ambient surface. And so currently we are below those thresholds. That's called it's under Clean Air Act, and there's tier 2 reporting. We're currently below those thresholds to require methane capture and ongoing extraction. It is projected that in the future we will come to exceeding those thresholds. And that's also part of Cell D beyond the original development, is we will be installing gas extraction wells that will centralize that methane organic material and either flare it off or use it for other beneficial purposes in the future. So in the future, yes, we will have some more stringent requirements. We do currently monitor, and the modeling is currently showing that we are below the threshold currently for those requirements, but in the 2030 and beyond, we will likely exceed those thresholds and have to have some additional monitoring.
20, 30 years from now, beyond, or in the
Calendar year 2030, I'm sorry.
calendar.
Calendar year 2030 and beyond. It's likely when we will start exceeding those thresholds.
Seven.
Thank you. Appreciate the questions and your time.
Now we have water services. Mac, Shannon. Mac. You're up.
Shannon doesn't want to come up.
Abandon you, Mac.
Tired of talking to us, maybe.
Are they?
It's like, I'm not getting up there.
Long day. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Mac McNamara. I'm the Water Services Engineering Section Director. A couple months into the position, so I'm trying to wrap my brain around all these things. We have 4 water utilities. We have drinking water, wastewater, reclaim, and stormwater. We're going to touch on each of those utilities in a couple slides here. I think Trevor Henry is going to help me on a couple of the larger capital projects that I'm not so familiar with. So he may hop in here on a couple slides. The first slide we have here, we have 2 drinking water transmission main projects. They're both going to be complete in about a month. Both of them are tracking to be under budget right now, which is great. The first project here is the Schweitzer Canyon Phase 4. This project is part of a 5-phase project that will connect the 2 mains to our north reservoir. The Phase 4 consists of a mile of 16-inch main, and a mile of a 24-inch main. The second project listed, the Solier Avenue water main, is a 12-inch line. This line builds resiliency in our system and adds capacity to the developing 4th Street and Butler area. Are there any questions on these 2 projects? The next project we have listed here, also under drinking water, is a meter vault replacement. This was installed at the Cameo Mobile Home Community as part of our annual meter vault replacement program. We moved the meter out of the street for better access, and we also added a radio reading meter to it. Next project we have here is Interbasin Water Line. I'm going to have Trevor Henry help me out with this.
So this project has been in the works for about 3 years or so. And David Peterson is the capital PM on this project. It's a design build. Our designer is Jacobs Engineering, and our builder is Hunter Contract. So this project will re-armor the water line that has been damaged due to the recent wildland fires that we've had up on the peaks. And they're also going to stabilize the water line. So that was damaged as part of the fires that happened up there. Our budget is 16.1 million. And we were able to receive a Department of Forestry and Fire Management reimbursement grant. So what that means is we'll have to expend the money, and Water Services is funded, and then we will be reimbursed for those amounts. We are tracking to be all within that $16 million. Let's see, we were just in front of you back in February, and you approved GMP number 4, and that was for $9 million. So that continues the process to complete this water line, repair and rearmoring, and stabilize the road again. So to date, we've spent about $5 million. So now we're looking at about $14 million as we get further into the rest of the year. We're hoping to be in front of you early next year with the last GMP, which will be the mop-up. Everything will be within that $16 million where we are. And the project team is beginning to re-engage. They are starting some weekly meetings. They do hope to start doing some work at the end of April. as of right now. I think some of the council members were part of the tour back in August. That last area that we stopped at the very highest, I think that was Site A. I was told there's about 5.5 feet of snow still. So they're gonna have to wait a little bit before they actually get back up to the higher parts. So they're gonna be working on the lower parts. And the one thing that the contractor is gonna do this year is they're gonna have 4 crews working in 4 locations so that they'll try to get a lot of the work wrapped up quicker and done sooner. So yeah, that's kind of where we are, and maybe next year you'll see another GMP.
The blue money bag. So it's an enterprise fund. This is a big project. So how does that work? We support the project and then get paid back from the enterprise fund?
So this is, originally this project was funded through Water Services, the enterprise fund, which is why it has a blue bag. But we were awarded the grant, the DFFM grant. So we will expend the enterprise money and then we'll be reimbursed. That money will go back into the enterprise. Any more questions? I'll back to Mac.
Or did you notice your new definition over here?
All right. You knew. I'll remember that.
The G's silent.
New.
So this next project we have here, we're staying in drinking water. This is the Lake Mary Water Treatment Plant Rehab Project. This facility receives water from Upper Lake Mary and provides over 30% of our potable drinking water. It is also capable of producing 8 million gallons a day. Project's been fully designed. We're working with our procurement department right now to advertise for a CMAR, construction manager at risk. Hoping to start fall in 2024. It's probably about a 2-year project. Questions?
Do we have a sense of how much sedimentation needs to be removed?
I don't. I think that's an ongoing process throughout the year. I'm not sure if Shannon's got any more detail on that.
No, thanks, Mike. Mayor, council members, city manager. So this is a little bit different than a stormwater sedimentation basin to collect it. It is part of the ongoing process. As material comes into the drinking water facility, a little bit different than a stormwater event, but there's still sediment. Coagulants are used to bring those sediments together as they settle in that basin. They are continuously removed. So really the rehabilitation of the basin is just more as a structural and the mechanical components that remove that on an ongoing basis. It's kind of like wasting out as it's occurring.
Thanks for explaining.
Thank you.
Shannon.
This next slide here, we're hopping into the reclaimed utility. This project right here, inch bottleneck. This reclaim project is an upsizing of a pipe to alleviate a bottleneck in our reclaim system. And this runs from the storage tank at Buffalo Park down to North Ellen Street. The project will replace a little over a mile of 8-inch existing pipe with a new 20-inch pipe. It also incorporates IT conduit for fiber, for future fiber. We're currently working on finalizing that design. Budget, of course, is identified as $4.8 million. We're looking to advertise this project for construction probably in the next couple months. Next slide here is jumping into the wastewater utility. So Wildcat Sewer Interceptor. This project will increase our hydraulic capacity for wastewater and improve our resiliency. We're looking to upsize potentially 2 miles of sewer main. We're still kind of scoping this project. We selected a design engineer. Local firm was SWI, is now Adura. And we will be bringing that contract to council probably in the next month or so for award once we finalize that.
Quick question.
Sure.
Are any of these projects considered more of a stopgap on the way to our larger projects we need to do? And if so, will these projects become obsolete once we put into place the larger projects?
Which specific larger projects?
Any of them?
I mean, this is a phase of correcting the bottleneck on this.
This is part of the overall.
The overall system, yes. We're just kind of taking small chunks one at a time that we can deliver. But my understanding, this is kind of one part of a 3-part phase that comes all the way back to the Wildcat reclamation plans.
And a little context too. Thank you so much, Matt. Being a major trunk line, this one's been nearing capacity, so there's urgency to it. It was a standalone project and it won't be outdated when other improvements are made. In fact, it arguably needs to be one of the first projects accomplished.
Thank you for that. The next couple slides we have here, we're going to hop into stormwater utility. We have 6 stormwater projects here that have been completed. The first 5 that are listed are related to post-fire flood mitigation. And the last one listed was completed when Francis Short Pond was dredged. That was the Flag composite channel inlet gate. Next slide, of course, is still in the stormwater. Schultz Creek drainage improvements at US Highway 180. It's a large-scale flood mitigation project that upsizes the Schultz Creek drainage crossing at US Highway 180. The project will help mitigate flood risk in the Coconino Estates neighborhood and other downstream areas. We received $8.9 million of state appropriation funds. Construction costs to deliver the project are right about $7.8 million. And the city is partnering with several private property owners, ADOT, and the county to deliver this project. Our contractor, Bannicky Construction, which is a CMAR, the construction manager at risk, has started to mobilize. Maybe you've seen some action out there right now. And the stormwater conveyance will be done July 1st to get ready for monsoons. There'll be like another month and a half of work, paving the road, installing landscaping, curb and gutter, and those kind of finalized items on the project.
I think that this is a project that if there's some kind of an award that you can put in for would be a great one, just in terms of speed and complexity when you add in the private landowners and public landowners and getting the money and everything. It's really very exciting.
Echo that if I may, Mayor, give props to Mac and his team on this. And Mac, you've worked with Ed Shank, you've worked with Bryce Doty, and forget who else was involved in the property acquisitions when we were on site a year ago, right?
We stuff a lot with Bryce and Ed.
Yeah. It's amazing how things came together on this project. It reminds me a little bit of the sedimentation basins that Scott Overton and Ed and others were doing related to this drainage system. But this project in particular, you know, and just to refresh council's memory, I mean, when this was happening, we lost access to our fire station. The sidewalk was caving in. We were seeing subterranean collapse along the highway. It was terrible. And then also to refresh your memory, as ADOT was digging into it, of course, it's their highway and their culvert along the highway that parallels the highway. They discovered it was breached many years outdated and out of function. So everything was just kind of unraveling on this, not the least of which is the fact that the neighborhoods downstream of this, you know, were and still are to a much lesser extent susceptible to flooding. So getting this fixed was paramount. And then things started coming together, property acquisitions, that agreement with ADOT. And it was amazing to see ADOT work as fast as they did on the temporary part of this project and now on the permanent part, which you're seeing here. And fortunately, we're able to use the same alignment. It should win awards. It should win many awards. It's amazing a project like this could happen in such quick turnaround.
A question, when we were down testifying for the appropriations fund allocations, Senator Rogers also, made a commitment for 9 million, I think, somewhere in that vicinity to help with this project. Was that ever utilized or?
That's the 8.9.
No, that was out of the states. That was out of that sub carve out of another project that they had.
The Low Colorado River project.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a carve out on that.
And Senator Rogers pledged more money.
I cannot speak to the additional pledge. I know we have realized this money.
I think that each legislator was given a pot of money to allocate. So I think the money that Representative Cook originally entered into the appropriation funds, I think that was, she took this as her part, okay, to give to us.
That would make sense.
That's how I understood it.
I'm sure there's two pots or.
And then just to add on to that, this legislative session has put it in her package of protecting that money.
Yes.
Doesn't get swept from the city of Flagstaff.
Yes.
He has been incredibly helpful.
Yeah, great project.
I'm excited to get it going. Any further questions on this one? Next slide here is still for the stormwater fund. We've got two things identified here. The Lower Spruce Wash Channel Resiliency Project is partly funded by a 2019 FEMA grant that was awarded in 2023. This project is for work south of 4th and Butler to stabilize the channel after the museum fire, and the project is currently in design. The second bullet we have here is spot improvements. So spot improvements is a reoccurring program for $150,000 a year. It funds small capital projects less than $100,000. And examples of those are catch basin placements, pipe replacements, new ditch connections, any small projects that stormwater wants to fix. If there aren't any questions, I will hand it back over to Trevor. The Rio de Flag.
So the Rio de Flag project, flood control, project in the works for about 10 years now. And I reported last time on our last update, the last few years, we've had significant progress. A lot of moving parts, the agencies that we have to deal with, and we've been able to move forward. Do a lot of good work. So what we have here is the Army Corps of Engineers is the sponsor, the federal sponsor. And then the city of Flagstaff is the non-federal sponsor. So there is a shared responsibility. When it comes to the budget, the Army Corps is responsible for 65%. And then the city is responsible for 35%. And at the moment, we have, the city is fully funded at 42.7, under that 122 million. So that is kind of where we stand. We did have a great meeting at the end of January. It was an executive meeting. We had BNSF, we had the Army Corps, and we had city, a few council members and city leadership. All there collectively working towards a goal to deliver this project. A lot of commitments were made, and we're still continuing to make progress. Christine Cameron is our project manager, and she is currently in Phoenix attending another executive meeting. And so she's continuing that progress and to ensure that we are moving in a good direction and we want to complete this project. During that meeting, we did talk about the costs. As everybody knows, costs are going up. So that 122 million, we're not sure what it's going to be. But we are actively moving and trying to mitigate costs. The Army Corps is doing their best, still working through the design. We hope to have that design complete this summer. And again, then we'll just get a little closer to what that real number will be. So this project is shown as phase 1 and phase 2. It's actually now stage 1 and stage 2. Stage 1 is below or south of the railroad tracks. Stage 2 is north. And essentially, somewhere within stage 1 and 2 will be an underground box culvert or an open concrete channel. So it just depends on where you are and kind of in the area that the project will be. So for stage 1, we're anticipating to start some type of work early next year, and that'll be 3 seasons. And then stage 2 will follow sometime after that. And again, it's up to the Army Corps and how we're going to work. If we can stagger it a little bit so that it doesn't, so that we can do some work on both at the same time, possibly. Right now, we're anticipating stage 1 and then stage 2, 3 seasons apiece, so a total of 6 years. What council might see coming up in the future is we have a design change order for our consultant. Again, we're working on change order number 18. So that just kind of shows how long this project has been in. So you might see a change order come across and we'll have to allocate some more money for the project to design to complete it. That's all I wanted to provide for you as updates. Any questions related to this project? Yes.
Thank you, Trevor. More of a comment, but a very important comment on this project, which has been in the works for some time. Trevor alluded to the increased cost and then also made mention that we're now hoping to break ground next year. Council may recall we were initially thinking this year. We've been bumped a few times, but the meeting that occurred with Army Corps and BNSF and the city leadership months ago, we were a little bit disappointed to hear from the Army Corps when the question was asked quite pointedly that the project would not start this year. And that was the first time we had heard that in such an express way. What that means for us, on many fronts is a lot of impact, cost probably topping that list, but also everything you've heard of thus far today ties together in this area. Much of what you've heard today, downtown mile, downtown connection center, reference to, parking and the Civic Plaza across 66. So many things tie together, and the Rio project, of course, has to take precedence over everything else because it's underground. So the more we wait, the more other projects are going to be forestalled. We have cost, then you have, other projects being impacted. And then, of course, all the while, you have our continued risk of flooding. We want this project wrapped up as soon as possible so we can avoid more flooding. Until it happens, we will continue to be susceptible to whatever Mother Nature deals us. And we're seeing the numbers and hearing all the discussion about what could happen in the Rio de Flag watershed in bad case scenarios. Where I'm going with all this is, we have identified trying to fill this gap funding as a priority for council in its in Washington trip. Councilmember McCarthy and Vice Mayor, you'll be accompanying Mayor Daggett on that trip, and a couple of us at the staff level, Christine Cameron, the team working with Trevor, she will be with us. But I think that it will prep for this, but it needs to be a central point that we pursue with our delegates and perhaps with the Army Corps if we get a chance when we go to DC. We need to find this gap funding and we need to get this project going.
Just to clarify, the reason why the Corps is saying now shovels in the ground next year as opposed to this year is a funding consideration, or?
Boy, I think it ties to a lot of things, mostly contractual and real estate acquisition, and the Army Corps' approval of appraisals and a host of other things that I don't pretend to be an expert on.
Yeah, so there is a acronym called LERDS, LERRDS. So it's land easements, removals, right-of-way, and disposal. So part of that is the acquisition. We are currently working on real estate for the entire stage 1 and stage 2. And a lot of that involves working with our designers, talking to the Army Corps, talking to their designers to ensure what we're looking for as far as property rights are correct. There might be a revision needed here, and the Army Corps needs to know that before they can take it to get it certified, get certification. So all of that relies on the design. We're still working through that. We're still working with the Army Corps on comments. So all of that collectively, as City Manager Clifton mentioned, everything working together just caused the schedule to slip. So where we thought we were going to advertise maybe this summer and get into a contract later this year, now we're looking at later this year for a contract and then start construction next spring.
See some good reason why we're not doing phase 2 until phase 1 is complete. I mean, is that budget? Is it manpower? We could work on them simultaneously. Advantages of that. So why is it that we have to wait?
So early on, the Army Corps is in charge of kind of how they're going to administer the project. They define stage 1 as first and stage 2 as second. That's kind of how we've been working. So we've been working on right-of-way acquisition, the design on stage 1. So that's further along than it is with stage 2. So if we were to switch, definitely going to have a pause to catch up with stage 2 to get everything finalized and the design complete. The other thing is at 122 million, not sure if a contractor, somebody can support that or bond for that. And if you see, we have all 3 corridors from the downtown going out. That under construction might be a little bit of a traffic delay. So those are just some of the high level reasons why we haven't really explored going to stage 2 first and then maybe working on stage 2, but just working with the Army Corps, we've been given direction on stage 1, then move to stage 2. And that's kind of how we've been on.
Thank you. Is that it for water services?
We had a couple of
Okay.
more.
Thank
Eli
you.
Reisner.
Yeah, sorry.
Eli, take.
Thanks, Nick. Alrighty, again, Mayor, council members, Eli Reisner, City of Flagstaff Capital Improvements Project Manager. For Proposition 441 Spruce Wash, this proposition was passed with support from 76% of Flagstaff voters in November of 2022. The proposition invests $57 million in City of Flagstaff wildfire suppression, stormwater, flood mitigation, and wastewater treatment. Specifically, $26 million of this funding will be used to fund stormwater infrastructure improvements in the Spruce Wash area to lessen impacts of flooding in affected neighborhoods. By now, I'm sure you are all very familiar with the Spruce Wash flood mitigation suite of projects map shown here, and the 10 projects that Proposition 441 will help fund. On the suite of projects website at museumfloodprojects.com, there are additional information about the projects and their proposed improvements, as well as resources to sign up to receive weekly email updates about the projects. The website also has a lot of information about the suite of projects, including all the previously distributed notices, weekly e-newsletters, recorded council meetings, and recorded community meetings.
We also have another community meeting scheduled for next week on Monday, April 1st, to go over the ongoing projects, proposed improvements, preparations for monsoon season, and to answer questions from the community regarding the suite of projects. For the budget of these suite of projects, there are multiple funding sources that make up the $39.9 million budget for the suite of projects. The majority of these projects will be funded by the $26 million from Proposition 441. $5.6 million will be used from the road repair and street safety sales tax that will pay for the utility and surface improvements associated with the Grandview Drive reconstruction project. $8.2 million in grants will be used to supplement Proposition 441 funds on various projects. Water Services is contributing $148,000 for water and sewer related improvements on aging infrastructure that have been identified as needing to be replaced during the construction of the suite of projects, but not necessarily for the flood mitigation improvements themselves. For the schedule, design of the suite of projects began in the 2022-2023 winter and is still ongoing. Design is being performed by a team of 6 different engineering firms, including J. Fuller, Peak Engineering, SWI Ardura, Woodson Ardura, WSP, and Speedy & Associates. Construction began on the Grandview Drive reconstruction project in fall 2023. Eagle Mountain Construction was selected through a qualifications-based selection on the construction manager at risk, also known as CMAR, design and construction phase services for the suite of projects. We are nearing completion of the construction of Grandview Phase 1 utility improvements and have began construction on the Grandview Phase 2 roadway improvements portion of that project. We have started construction of the Cedar to Linda Vista Channel Phase 1 franchise utilities. And I'm sure you're all aware that we have started construction on the Linda Vista Crossing project this week with the road closure on Linda Vista Drive between Paradise and Adrian. This closure has resulted in additional traffic congestion in the area of 4th Cedar Lockett intersection. For the past couple weeks, we've been working with our transportation section and street section on improvements to the 4th Cedar Lockett signal timing and possibly improvements to the signal itself to help with traffic congestion in this area at school drop-off and pickup times. Unfortunately, the Linda Vista Road closure will be in place from now until the spring of next year. The duration of this road closure is necessary to complete as much of the improvements as possible within Linda Vista that are associated with this suite of projects prior to the closure of the 4th Cedar Lockett intersection over FUSD's summer break of next year for the Lockett Cedar Roundabout project delivered by ADOT. The improvements associated with the suite of projects within Linda Vista include gas main relocations for the Linda Vista Crossing project, water main realignments for the Linda Vista Crossing project, sewer main realignments from Grandview to just east of Adrian for both Linda Vista Crossing and the Wedge, water main realignments from Grandview to Paradise for the Wedge project, a 60-inch storm drain installation from the Wedge detention basin, which is across from Cedar Safeway, all the way up to the Linda Vista Crossing for the Wedge, and a 24-inch storm drain installation for the outlet of the Wedge detention basin to connect to the existing storm drain infrastructure in Cedar for the Wedge project. The anticipated construction duration for the entire suite of projects is from the start of construction in the fall of 2023 and is anticipated to be complete prior to the monsoon season of 2026. And that is it for Spruce Walk. Does council have any questions?
How long did you say the Linda Vista closure is going to be?
Now until spring of next year. Because there's multiple projects that are being completed with a lot of underground infrastructure, all the water and sewer main replacements in there, as well as the new 60-inch storm drain from the Wedge detention basin up to Linda Vista.
That's what I had heard you say, but I thought maybe you were hoping. I was getting confused.
So we'll be doing a lot of outreach and communication, right?
Yeah, and a lot has gone out thus far, yep. And this is something that we'll be hitting on at next week's community meeting for sure. We have a slide prepared just for this. We have to discuss this. So. And then we've had variable message boards out. We've sent out, I think, 2 different notices that had this information on it. It's gone in our weekly e-newsletter and have gone out through several different press releases and social media posts here through the city. So,
One last question on that so far. We received one in particular, a mom with a child in kindergarten, so she can't really drop off the child and, send it on its way for a couple blocks. And she seemed to have some good suggestions on, I don't know, police controlling traffic and other things, but I know a lot of times when we get emails to mayor and council, then the appropriate department kind of steps in and answers those questions for us. Is that streaming down to you folks so you can answer and then let us see what the answer is so we can keep in step with what the theme is?
yes, there have been, oh, sorry.
No, I'll go after you.
There have been a few that have made it down to the appropriate staff, including myself, to answer those questions. Greg, if there's.
Yeah, well, thank you, and thanks for the question. Yeah, we pass those on, and I think as it's still early in the closure process, and some things are a work in progress. Chief Musselman's been contacted. Thank you to those who orchestrated that. There's been more of a police presence out there early in when the school kids are arriving. Streets and engineering have been contacted about the lights and possibly making some changes. And I think those are also a work in progress. And Scott or Jeff Bauman can speak to that, or correct me if I get anything wrong here. That's going to be ongoing for a bit until we can get it a little bit more dialed in. We are working with FUSD and coordinating that. I think in the near term, we should be in position to do some response emails to let people know what is happening. If we were to respond right now, it would be, thank you for your email and we're looking into this right away, but we are working on it. And I think once we have some definitives, we'll do a little more outreach on that. Scott, anything else you want to add to that, please?
If I can, Eli, great job. And I think this is the difficulty of large scale infrastructure projects in the urban environment. And we knew it was coming. Close coordination with FUSD. And I think that's when we're seeing our biggest challenges from residents is during drop off and pickup time. We have not only FUSD, but you've got an elementary school, a middle school with different start times, end times. You've got all the charters and the church properties north of Linda Vista. You've got Pine Forest at the corner of 4th, as well as CCC just to the south. And then with every adjustment we make, which they are diligently working through at each shift and each observation, it affects something else. So, we can make adjustments to timing at 4th Street or at Cedar and West, but we start to push impacts throughout the system. So what we have seen this week, and I think this is a positive, is we are seeing some residents understand and take seriously the closure. We had a lot of misbehavior Monday, Tuesday. I think now people have taken it seriously and started to find different routes. So they're starting to use fanning. We're seeing traffic through the neighborhoods. Those we'll have to monitor because now there's impacts to different areas. I think from historical knowledge and what we've seen in the past, behaviors do change and they will modify a little bit. Great conversation with FUSD yesterday. They're making announcements to their parents. They're trying to focus on carpooling, but it will take everyone to keep moving the needle on this. And it's good training for the roundabout that'll be coming. But it's just different. And I don't want to underscore that it's acceptable. It's just people have to change some behaviors. And my hope is we even have some shutdowns within that year-long closure for winter and for storm response. My hope is we have great weather, no storms. We can compress that construction schedule as much as possible and try to shorten it up. But right now, it is what it is. And we're grateful for everyone's patience. But I think Sam said it kind of at one of our engineering meetings Monday. Sometimes you have to turn, what'd you say? You have to turn left to go right? Yeah, so sometimes you have to turn left to go right. And we were just implying that right now Fanning's going to be a big target. Steve's will be, Patterson will be, and we'll keep working on it. But PD was great assistance earlier in the week, and then we started to figure out it actually might have been causing some more difficulties. So we're going to change that up a little bit.
People slow down more.
Yeah, they started to gawk at things, and then the school thought there was a response going on. So we'll sort through that. And the police department's been great, but it's resources. And at the end of the day, those signals will work. And we're looking at bus data so we can know exactly what's happening in the field. And those are informed decisions, but we need a week or two to keep working out the kinks. And we're committed to that. And if we don't, we'll just keep hearing about it. So we'll keep working on it.
I appreciate that and just getting that information to us. That's, share that.
Absolutely.
I think one of the questions that I've had a lot is bike and ped access on Linda Vista, and that is continuing, correct? So people could still, yes.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, our traffic control plan is accommodating bike and ped access through the construction there on Linda Vista. Yep.
Asterisk it, there could be a day in the future where they have to close it for a week or a day when they're making the connections. But I think you're right. We're all committed to maintaining as much access as possible. And once we're out of there, it's going to look beautiful. You know, we're up Cedar.
Downtown.
Do the roundabout.
But the benefit will outweigh the pain. It will. I mean, we got to stay focused on the intent, which is to mitigate short-term or long-term impacts from post-wildfire flood. To make Grandview look like something without 3 feet of sandbags, that's the goal.
Yeah.
So we're just continuing to focus on the positive and excellent communication by Eli, Sarah Langley's office. We cut down 800 trees last week and we only had one call. That's good communication. People are paying attention. So door-to-door is working, hangers are working. Good credit to the engineering team all involved that are really getting the word out. So I'm really proud of their efforts. Sure you don't want to go Monday?
Yeah, have you changed your mind since we last talked about?
And we do have a public meeting, as Eli mentioned, Monday night. Those are well attended.
And that's also Eli's last day.
It is. We're gonna make them work
Showing
till 7.
You staying in town?
Oh, yeah, I'll still, yeah.
So we could get you back at some point.
Way to go, Mayor. I like that feeling. Good optimism.
Thank you.
Just a quick comment. The duration of the Linda Vista shutdown, it seems a little longer than it has to be. I'll admit, I haven't been involved in all the little decisions that led up to that, but just a gut reaction, that seems like a long time.
And if I may, and others can comment, but I think Scott hit it on the head. This is a suite of 7 projects. Many of them are being done at this location or in close proximity to it. It's not one project, it's several. And I think that's going to be part of the important messaging going out. It's not a singular project. People will automatically think, does it take you that long? And the answer is, well, maybe not if it was just one project, but it's several projects. And they do have to work in tandem or in sync with each other. And it's disruption. It goes back to my opening comments this morning. We have a lot of construction on the horizon. This is happening now, but it's a precursor to other things that are going to be even bigger and more disruptive. That's not a fun thing to say or hear, but it is a precursor of what's to come. We talk about Lockett and Fourth and Linda Vista, take that conversation to Milton and Five Points area and it makes your head explode.
I actually think I'm going to move out of town, but I'll come back in 5 years.
Right. Good comment. Thank you. Thanks, Eli. We appreciate it.
Yeah, right.
Right, so this is the downtown lateral storm drain project. It's there off of Santa Fe Avenue, right where Sitgreaves and Santa Fe intersect, and it goes to the west down to about Grand Canyon Avenue. So this project will provide about 1,000 feet of new storm drain infrastructure, catch basins, inlets, actual conduit, and manhole junctions. So this project will complement the downtown mile as well as the Rio de Flag. When the Rio de Flag was designed for stage 2, there was a side drain, which is this project, would come in and connect to the new underground box culvert right there by City Hall. So this project will complement the Rio. Also, the downtown mile, when they build the new bridge and they go through that infrastructure, we will also pick up runoff that comes down Santa Fe and then goes down the slip ramp and then floods the underpass. So if everybody remembers the cars, they're stuck there floating, this project will alleviate some of that flooding. This project right now is budgeted at $3 million. We have 1.2 million coming from a 595 infrastructure grant, which is managed by the Army Corps of Engineers. So when we had the meeting with the Army Corps at the end of January, the very first 15-20 minutes was when we signed the project partnership agreement for this project. It was Mayor Daggett and Colonel Baker. They did the signature signing. And then just last week, we were in front of you to ratify that agreement. So this project is moving forward. We have funding from the federal level.
It's only going to cost us $400.
So that is our share.
For the cage.
$400.
Yeah.
Nice. Mayor.
Right on.
Thank you for signing that agreement. That's 400,000. That is our match to that grant. But then the remaining 1.4 is city funds. So 1.4 million will be additional city funding for that project. So our design right now is going to start later this year and then probably wrap into the first part of 2025. And then construction will take over from there. We're expecting maybe a year and a half to complete construction. So in 2026, we should be complete. And that PPA that was signed, the timeline is we need to be complete with this 2027. So as of right now, we're projecting to meet that timeline. And this project is kind of moving forward and just open for any question. Thank you.
Yes, so that concludes our slides from Water Services. I don't know if there's any last questions.
Got a few things going on, do you?
Couple things, yes. Not sure who's next on the agenda, but
Any questions for Water Services? Round of applause.
Thank you, Water Services.
CRVs, which are. Anybody hanging in there? You've had a lot of information today. This is the part of the discussion where we step back a bit. We're not going to be project specific on this unless you want. You have in your packets a 10-year capital improvement plan or program. We used to not spend a lot of time with this, and the previous council liked to have some discussion on this, so we're continuing that practice now. We are not going to walk through the projects. There are many. You can see that in the materials. But as we look ahead, other than the things you've heard about today, which are almost entirely funded or partially funded and scheduled, and they're in the hopper, they're happening. The projects that are out there on the horizon that are not necessarily slated and or funded. So an opportunity for you to weigh in on these, if there are things that you feel should be a higher priority and so forth, this is a good time to talk about that.
Just a clarification, they're the 5-year CIP plans, and I'll speak for Rick Tatter.
Not the 10-year,
Correct.
5-year. Thank you for the
But we do
clarification.
have things funded.
We know, or this may not even be on a priority list yet, but the Milton Alternative Bike Project that would go along Reardon.
Trevor, do you?
Okay.
So that would be a no.
So that would be, it's not, okay, great.
But is it something you would like to see given some attention?
Yes.
Vice Mayor.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we discussed the old Public Works Yard Community Center at all.
Yeah, we approached it earlier, and I'll recap. Amy Hagan, it wasn't scheduled as such. It was a spin-off conversation that occurred when she was up here. The highlights, she was asked where we are in that process. She incidentally had just met with ICF and other members of that coalition this week. So things are happening. We will be moving forward on many fronts. Procurement, there needs to be a solicitation goes out to open up submittals for eventual use of the property. That process needs to happen, but it's underway. There have been some measures taken to do some things outside of the building. I think the mayor was involved in one of those events recently. Garden planting cleanup, now that the fence has been removed, and that's all fairly recent. Yeah, there's a lot of interest in that. We talked about the building itself. I asked the question, I knew what I was going to hear as an answer, and Amy reaffirmed it. What needs to be done? Is there a lot of work that needs to be done to get that building suitable for habitation? The answer is yes. And that needs to happen. It will vary. There were discussions then that maybe parts of the building could be usable while other parts are not. But that's all a process that has yet to unfold, but it's happening as well. So things are in motion. We are on our end, we're operating under the timeline that we had foreseen. I think in the communities, from the community's standpoint, excitement about this project, and I think a real desire to see things move quickly. We'll do what we can. We actually appreciate that excitement. We don't want to see it wane. We want to do what we can to get that project going.
So I apologize to Amy. I thought her entire conversation was about toilets. No,
yeah, no, she got her involved in discussion as well. I don't know if Amy or Rebecca are online. No, they probably thought they. Yeah, got it.
Okay, the reason I was bringing it up, and I'm sorry I didn't bring this up earlier. This past weekend, Jana and I and David and some others were in Phoenix for the Arizona Forward Gala. There were some awards handed out. One of the awards, if I remember correctly, was for a redevelopment, refurbishing or restoration project in downtown Mesa. The post office. And they used a bond to do that. And so I asked around the table about that, and there's some light conversation, but I just wanted to plant a seed that maybe we could utilize a standalone bond measure and couple it possibly with the STEM Center, just as a way to get these projects properly funded. I think a bond would be I think that as long as we kept it specific and it didn't become too big of a monster, targeting some bond money for that cultural center and maybe the STEM Center included would be a pretty successful endeavor.
Thank you for that. A couple of comments. I kind of sort of budgeted on the STEM Center. Hesitate to say we're absolutely funded on it because we don't know that yet, but we have 2.3 million tucked aside for that. Council approved that. We're in a holding pattern to see what the final cost looks like, but we could be good on that center. This project, I think a bonded indebtedness is a possibility. This will be very suitable for grant funding at many levels. You have historic structure, so you have cultural center plan to occupy that. You have something that is dormant, park. So the location is of a critical nature, a very high visibility, and all of these things. There are social aspects of this. There are physical aspects of it. There's recreational aspects of it. If you look at the park in its entirety, and historic features as well.
It's great to hear. I love the optimism there.
Yeah.
I suppose it's the same features that would make it a nice candidate for the voters as well.
Yes.
But if we have other, I just knew it was unfunded up to this point.
Yeah.
Just trying to think about those possibilities. So.
Indeed. And one last comment on this. I'll try to be quick on this one, but we had a project in Telluride. It involved an old building that was dormant. In fact, the roof had caved in from a snowstorm. Remember the iconic structure in the middle of town. The council there had a similar discussion to what this council has been doing the last year, which is what to do with that building. It was, privately owned, but ultimately under the stewardship and eventual ownership of the town. They went out to procurement. It was solicited. The Arts District was successful in acquiring it and wanted it to become a cultural arts facility, a little bit like this. And once all the pieces were in place and the leasehold was established and everything, the money just started happening, the funding happened. And that was, a building that could not be occupied. It didn't have a roof. So not yet done, but they're almost there. Years later, it's been an amazing journey to watch, but an exciting one. This one, I hope, will be much sooner than that. But boy, when you think about all the attributes to this building, all the values that it represents, it could be a prime candidate for a lot of funding. Other thoughts, comments? And this is also an opportune time to share with us anything that came out today that you want to comment on, or in totality. We have enough going on, do you think? You're hearing a few perspectives here. You've heard snippets of how we're short on staffing on some of these things. We're getting creative, very creative. Library Windows as an example. Scott Overton overseeing the STEM facility. Many things. It's a different discussion than having to find funding. A lot of what you heard about today is funded by and large, even though there might be some shortages. But really, it's other things now that we're talking about: timing, staff resources, community impact. How much can we do at one time?
Two comments, and I was just going to ask that question: how are we in staffing to be able to deliver these products? And I know that's getting more and more challenging. But also, I wanted to circle back to the Indigenous Community Center. At our last meeting that we had with Amy, and so she knows this, there was a little bit of a disconnect. The commissioners and the kids, they were like, "This year, man, we're going to get it." Super, like we all want, and not realizing that it takes a couple of minutes more than that. So it would be great sooner than later to have a realistic $250,000 a year to put towards this project. We're talking 10 years, right? But coming up with a funding source and coming up with a plan, a solid plan, just to help our commissioners and the kiddos that are just honing this so much. It's just so exciting to see. I really just encourage everyone involved to even, reality hurts. If it's like, yes, but this is going to be 10 years, that sets an expectation. Right now, their expectation is they're wanting to plant the whole landscape right now. So, I just wanted to re-mention that we really need to set expectations because most people outside of government have a different timeline perspective than what.
Well said, and not everybody understands and it comes to grips with things like procurement, written leases, and, building remediation, making sure all the hazards, if there are any, are addressed. There's a litany of things. We will move fast as possible on this while being respectful of the processes and public safety first and foremost. Council will be involved, we'll have check-ins with you to let you know where we are. The beauty of this arrangement here is it is conceivable that some of that building could be functioning before other parts. And, that could help, meet that level of excitement. It might not be all at once. It might be a transitional use of the facility. I don't know, but there's a lot of potential possibilities here that could really help, I think, in everybody's favor. We don't want the excitement to go away. We do need to set expectations. An email went out this week kind of on point with that. But we're being very careful with the messaging on that particular email. It came from Rose. I asked her to do it because it's all about very strong, positive relationship. We want people to be excited about this and we want to work as fast as we can.
Maybe even in the interim, carving out a space, a quiet space for, our indigenous and others that want to get involved as we're working through the building issues and all that stuff to be able to have some freedoms to create a quiet space or create a type of garden or something so they can be in it and, doing their, some of their ceremonies around it stuff, I think would be helpful in the meantime while we're waiting for all this stuff that takes a long time. And just knowing that they could have a little space to have ceremony or plant stuff, knowing that, once we get everything together, then that might go away, but at least they can carve out some for the dirt to, because they really, when this was announced, there was not a dry eye on that commission. It was very emotional and meaningful, and I just don't want that to be diluted, thinking, oh, we were so excited now, 20 years later, we're ready to hit ground. So I just wanted to share that.
Indeed. Comments well stated and hearing you. Yeah, please jump in.
So on your staffing question, I'll be honest, and I think Paul will add to this as well, the team is tired. Particularly Paul's team has taken a huge hit. A lot of key staff members. Other things have happened, but I think some of the things that we've been doing, we've looked at salaries for project managers and adjusted those salaries. We're looking at recruitment packages. One of the things that we've talked about in budget is adjusting when somebody starts, we would allow them to use their vacation days while, when they're accruing them. Right now, we don't allow them for 6 months. So there are a lot of things that we're doing. We're posting positions with a full range. Really trying to get those applicants in the door, and I'll let Paul kind of speak to that. I did hear today that Water Services is getting some good applicants for those positions and Public Works. So I think things are looking good, but I'll let Paul specifically talk about him.
Yeah, I can, thanks, Joanne. I can talk for capital projects. So Water Services will have some of their own project managers. Public Works will have project managers. But in capital engineering, we have 8 project manager positions under Trevor at various levels. And right now we have 5 vacancies. And there's just honestly jobs out there for engineers right now, good opportunities. So some people have left for those opportunities. We were able to promote David Peterson to a senior lead position. So right now we have a vacant senior lead, 2 vacant senior project managers, and 2 kind of the lower level project managers. And what Joanne said, we were able to work with our budget team, and we got all the project managers across the various divisions. A market rate adjustment, 4% that helped. We're very flexible. I try to make in my department it just a very good place to work. Very flexible as long as the work's getting done. We're very flexible with work schedules. I think everybody really loves what they do and they like to see these projects and benefit the community. But right now it's just a really kind of overloaded work. We put some projects on the back burner. We're kind of focusing on those major projects you saw because those are the high profile projects, big dollar values. They're already in the process, whether design or construction. So we want to keep those going. We do have a good pool of applicants right now. We've started our interviews. We had 2 interviews so far for senior project manager. One we're working with HR to extend an offer. 2 more interviews tomorrow. Some of our staff went to NAU job fair Wednesday. Sorry. We've got a city job fair coming up. We're trying to advertise a lot of different places. And I think it's just the theme that I think all the departments see is that you have to be competitive with other municipalities, private sectors. It's really hard for us to get people from outside Flagstaff to come here just because of the cost of housing. There are some things we can work with HR with a little bit of, a few $1,000s for a moving allowance or temporary housing. But that really only goes so far. I mean, I firsthand I'm going through it still. I'm probably a month or 2 away from moving into a permanent house. So, and I've been here a year and a half.
I know last year, I think we talked about this, and I don't know, with all the things that HR's had to go through this last year, but I know one of the stumbling blocks was to get that offer out in a timely manner, and then people take other jobs.
Yeah, I think we're pretty good at that now. I know you see when people, as you have different people leave, it even puts more of a strain on HR, right?
Right.
I know from our group, when we make a request to HR, it comes back pretty quick. They have a young woman, I don't know, I've actually never met her. She's remote, living in Detroit. She used to work, Sarah Stuchara, she used to work here, and then she's in Michigan, but she's super responsive. Yeah, she's getting stuff back to us right away. And then, if we don't think an offer is going to be competitive, we have the ability there's some forms we can fill out to get a things like that. Joanne's been really good with doing that as well. So.
If you can think of anything we can do to show appreciation, I know cash is king, but a lot of times just recognizing in every department, that we can show.
Yeah, we do. I try to use that personally. When we got that Safe Streets for All grant, I submitted $500 wall awards for all the transportation department that worked on it. They got that awarded. It was right before Christmas, so that was, it's something nice.
He's a great supervisor. He's been amazing.
Yeah, I have a minor in HR now.
Right, no doubt.
I don't want to get into any more seriousness than we already have on the table. Reference has been made to our HR division. We're over 60% vacancy in division. One division with almost 2/3 of its workforce absent. We're doing everything we can. We have a team we've assembled, class and comp team. I always get everybody. Comprised of people throughout the organization. We've been meeting, that's a task team. They're doing stuff. As Paul alluded to, we have people from way far away helping us out. Sarah in Michigan, Alan, who tried to retire, is back helping us out on contractual basis. Who's to make a move, has given us all of the service that she can. I rattling off names, forgive me for that, but there's so many stories, you know, in the storytelling. We can talk all day about things happening in HR. We will be recruiting for a new director. The third or fourth time over the last couple of years. We'll be going with a professional recruitment firm to help us out. We'll work with procurement on that. We have a couple that we can utilize. We'll make a decision and we'll move forward with that so we can get a new leader. We have seen the one individual in that division who has the most tenure now, and she's way by herself in that regard because we've lost so many people. We elevated her to a deputy status. We need, at this point, we need some, you know, any continuity that we can muster. So that's where we're at. You know, we're not freaking out here, but it couldn't get more serious. You know, a couple of years ago, we were having very similar discussion about 911 dispatch, you know, and we made improvements. We adjusted our compensation. We upped our game on recruitment. They are now at 100% capacity. So we've seen some successes, but HR right now is where all the focus is, and deservedly so. The organization knows that. Everybody's being very respectful of it. But the turnaround's been good. I sometimes, you know, I mean, we're talking, you know, duct tape and baling wire right now, but the turnaround's been good. Other comments or questions? You'll hear a lot more about staffing as we get into the retreats, and you have a little bit of rest between now and then, so enjoy it. Like last year, the focus of our budget and the budget team this on head on remains on our employees. It has to be with our employees. With the vacancy rates we have, and we're seeing some improvements in recruitment, but you know, you don't just do that and you have staffing all of a sudden. From recruitment to training to having people hit the ground, you know, could take a couple of years sometimes. And so it's a journey. We're doing everything we can to address our employees' compensation standpoint. Sometime in the near future, we referenced this before, we have our employee survey. It's been in front of the leadership team. It's rolling out to extended leadership soon. We're going to bring it to you and give you the high-level summary so you know what our employees think of their situation here. There's good things and there's not so good things, but we are giving so much attention to that. Housing remains a challenge. You know, it's a huge challenge. I can't tell you how many times we have reached a point with recruitment where we have a candidate, have a successful offer, and then we fall short because somebody's not able to make a physical move here. We've loosened up on remote working where we can. You had bits and pieces of that today, talking about police and where they live, and you know, providing some facilities so that people are here and they're far away from home, we can make it work for them so that they're not sleeping on somebody else's couch. Or if we're attracting people from Phoenix, like Paul Mood, we have the ability to get him and his family into the house sooner than, how long has it been, Paul? 18 months? Yeah. You know, a lot of people, that's more than a hardship. I don't know how people are doing it, frankly. And it's going to take time to provide that, some housing inventory where that becomes a little bit easier. Right now, it's very tough. But we were here talking about projects. I'm so glad we just had the discussion about, thank you for the question about oversight of the project, staffing. That's critically important right now. And so that's an issue that's we're all wrestling with. Other comments? Mayor, do you have any perspectives or comments?
About housing, yes. Say it. Yeah, I wish that we could, we hear it so much, about the problems with, and I'm not going to belabor housing because that's not what we're here talking about, but, we hear from residents as well as employers all the time about the need for housing, and I wish that someone would come up with a brilliant way to communicate that to the public, because we really are at a dire crossroads. In terms of these projects, it seems like we've got enough going on right now and don't need to be adding a bunch of projects, but I do agree with the, we say that, we always say that, we don't need to be taking on anything new, and then council will always be like, except for. But the Indigenous Community Cultural Center is a really exciting, long overdue type of project. And so I think we're all pretty excited to see something going there. And we understand the constraints that we're under. I just look forward to all the emails when Milton is closed, and pretty fun.
You know, on the cultural center, we have a couple of other things that have happened. They're not exactly great examples, but there are some parallels to be gleaned from it. You know, the Theatricos. You know, Theatricos was struggling. That's our community theater center, and you know, got that figured out. Entered into a long-term, went out to procurement, got a long-term lease, very favorable. Theatricos team, you know, committed to doing things to that facility. There's been abatement of rent. Council's been great on that. Made everything work, and now that's, you know, coming together nicely. Boys and Girls Club, you know, that license is buttoned up. Things are happening. Murdoch, we talked a little bit about that facility today. They all kind of pale in comparison to what the cultural center ultimately will be for this community, but they're very important. And the STEM facility, you know, repurposing city properties for community benefit, whether it's arts, theater, or culture, STEM, education. All of these are critically important, and they're exciting. They're very exciting. They're the most. I don't want to say they're the most exciting. They're the fun things we that all have our hands in, because it's so tangible, and the community benefit can be so profound. We're excited about those. They're you know, it's fun to talk about those versus, you know, I don't want to downplay the importance of street projects and roundabouts and pipes in the ground. It's all very important, but these things we get excited about.
And I wonder if at some point we could help. I know they've got to go through the whole procurement process, but whether a temporary building, like a modular building, could be put on the site while we wait for everything that has to happen inside the building.
There are possibilities. One time at an ICF meeting, the question was broached, what about a tent? Temporary structure. And we had, we formulated a response to that and said, yeah, it could happen. I think there's a temporary use permit in that, but a little bit of paperwork, but it's totally doable.
Now, you all just make this all so engaging and interesting, and it's fun for me to watch how excited staff is about the various projects, especially knowing that in the back of everyone's head, it's like, no, I hate to put a projected date on when this is going to be done, but.
Yeah, And as Marty mentioned this morning, I mean, Marty, we have to always remind ourselves of the community benefit because it's going to take a lot of impact and challenge to get there. And there's going to be great benefit.
I like the tent idea. Our church did that, a circus tent, so it was very hardy. It wasn't like a camping tent.
Oh, a structural tent.
And just have events there, not until we get someone that wants to run it, have a program, but just offer events. I really like that. That's why you're the mayor.
I don't know about that, but.
Mayor, we are 10 minutes over.
Wow.
That always happens when I take the podium. I don't know why that is.
Should we take public participation if there is any?
Let's see any.
Steve, we're so honored to have you in the room. Any thoughts, comments, perspectives?
All right, we're adjourned.
Thank you, everybody.